कि टेक्सटाइल में देश के एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने के लिए हम देश में 7 मेगा टेक्सटाइल पार्क बनाएंगे।
Ahead of the Telangana Assembly elections slated in 2023, PM Modi has sounded the poll bugle as he asserted that people are paving the way for BJP's double-engine government in the state.
तेलंगाना के लोग लगातार भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार के लिए जनता जनार्दन खुद ही रास्ता बना रही है।
Taking on Telangana CM, Union Minister Amit Shah said that the Telangana CM K. Chandrasekhar Rao does not care about unemployed youth and only wants to make his son KT Rama Rao the CM.
केसीआर के मन में युवाओं का रोजगार का मतलब केटीआर का रोजगार है, आपका रोजगार नहीं है भाई। वो आपके रोजगार की चिंता नहीं करते हैं, वो केवल और केवल अपने बेटे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए राजनीति करते हैं।
Slamming the TRS-AIMM alliance in the state, Amit Shah added that KCR government is a government whose steering is in hands of people like OWC.
मुझे बताइए, जिस सरकार का स्टीयरिंग ओवैसी जैसे कौमवादी लोगों के हाथ में है, वो जनता का भला कर सकती है क्या? जोर से बोलिए, कर सकती है क्या? मित्रों,
BJP President JP Nadda said that KCR is set to, in fact, lose this time as the Parivarwad is being defeated by the Vikaswad under the Modi government. He said dynastic politics is getting rejected by people due to politics of development.
ये जो मैं संख्या देख रहा हूं, यह मुझे इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता है कि आने वाले समय में तेलंगाना से केसीआर का जाना तय है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आना निश्चित है।
Giving a clarion call to the people of Telangana to approve the Telangana Rashtra Samiti government and give a chance to the BJP President JP Nadda said that the lotus is set to blossom in Telangana this time.
समय आ गया है कि अब डबल इंजन की सरकार चाहिए, ऊपर मोदी जी की सरकार चाहिए, तो तेलंगाना में भी कमल खिलना चाहिए, कमल खिलना चाहिए, कमल खिलना चाहिए। इसको हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए।
Meanwhile, Union Minister Piyush Goyal said that the Telangana government has become a symbol of corruption and said people want a change while taking a veiled jibe at Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao over the dynastic politics.
तेलंगाना में एक प्रोजेक्ट करोड़ और 1,30,000 करोड़, बाकी पैसा कहाँ जाता है, किसकी जेब में जाता है, कौन है जो ये भ्रष्टाचार कर रहे हैं? इसका जवाब केसीआर को देना पड़ेगा, इसका जवाब केटीआर को देना पड़ेगा।
The key development in the Amravati murder probe, Prime accused Irfan Sheikh, who had allegedly hatched a conspiracy to murder Umesh Kole, has been sent to 4-day police custody. Irfan, who was arrested on July 2nd, will now remain in police custody till July 7th. The police have stated that the key accused hatched a conspiracy to eliminate Kole and roped in 5 persons for it. He promised to give 10,000 rupees to them and a safe escape in a car. The NIA agency started its investigation into the brutal killing of a chemist in Maharashtra's Amravati by lodging an FIR in the case on Sunday. The FIR has been registered under Section 16, 18 and 20 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, or the UAPA, and relevant sections of the Indian Penal Code. Speaking over the Amravati brutal murder, Police Inspector Nilima Araj affirmed that 7 people have been arrested in the case so far. The number is set to increase while the probe into the case is ongoing.
कल दोपहर में उसको नागपुर से ताबे में लिया है और उसके बाद में कल रात में उसको अरेस्ट किया है और अभी उसका इंट्रोगेशन चालू है। 7 आरोपी अरेस्ट हो गए हैं और अभी स्टेटमेंट से अभी जो मेन आरोपी है उसको अरेस्ट करने के बाद में शायद और बढ़ भी सकते हैं।
After the murder of chemist Umesh Kole, his brother Mahesh Kole spoke to the public media network and highlighted how he, along with his son and daughter-in-law, were coming back from their shop in the wee hours of June 21st when he was attacked.
जैसे वो दुकान से निकले तो 3 लोग एक कॉर्नर पे थे। अभी हमें तो मालूम नहीं था कि, लेकिन वो सीसीटीवी कैमरा में हमने भी देखा कि 3 लोग यहाँ से बता रहे हैं और 3 लोग वो स्पॉट पे थे, जिसमें से एक जो था वो एक गाड़ी पे बैठा था और 2 लोग जो है वो नीचे चाकू लेके रेडी थे। लेकिन अंधेरा था तो एकदम से कुछ दिख नहीं सकता था, तो शायद उन्होंने गाड़ी की स्पीड कम हुई वहाँ पर, तो उस चीज़ का फ़ायदा उठा लिया और एक ही वार हुआ है, वो बहुत यहाँ एक नेक में लेफ्ट साइड में हुआ है और वो ऑन स्पॉट ही उनकी डेथ हो गई उसके।
Calling the Amravati killing a brutal incident with an intention to create a situation of shock and panic in the nation, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the case will be thoroughly probed, including the alleged cover-up and foreign links.
अभी इसमें आरोपियों को पकड़ा गया है, जो मास्टरमाइंड है उन्हें भी पकड़ा गया है। एनआईए भी अब इसकी तफ्तीश कर रही है, इसके कोई बाहरी कनेक्शन है क्या, क्योंकि ऐसा ध्यान में आ रहा है कि देश के अंदर एक तनाव पैदा हो, इसलिए कुछ विदेशी ताकतें भी प्रयास कर रही है, उससे इसका कोई कनेक्शन है क्या, इसकी भी तफ्तीश होगी।
Amravati MP Navneet Rana visited the victim's family, and after meeting the grieving family, the Amravati MP has stated that they demand a fast-tracking hearing in the NIA Special Court.
आणि मान करते त्यांच्या हातात ते एवढे चाकू होते दोघांच्या हातात आणि जेव्हा मी वडिलांकडे वळलो हा तो तर इथनं पूर्ण पोर्शन कट झालेला होता आणि त्यांच्या पोटातून ब्लड बाहेर येत होतं.
While addressing the media after meeting Umesh's family, Navneet Rana said that the major concern is that the tens of people have received threat calls in Amravati. Navneet Rana also said that the case was suppressed for several days as the MVA government was in power for 10 days ago.
मुझे लगता है ये विचारधारा हमारे हिंदुस्तान की नहीं है और हमारे अमरावती में जो भाईचारा से हम सब लोग रहते थे, अगर जिस तरीके से अमित शाह जी ने इंटरनेशनली इन्फ्लुएंस है ये सब चीज़ों के बारे में उन्होंने अपने पत्र में बताया है, तो मुझे लगता है हमारे लोगों को ये समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हम सब लोग ये देश में रहने वाले लोग हैं, बाहर के इन्फ्लुएंस को अपने दिमाग में हावी ना होने दिया जाए।
Saying that Umesh was killed for his Hindu ideology, independent MP Ravi Rana said that the truth was suppressed for over 12 days and diverted to that of robbery issue. He further said that the NIA will reveal the truth in the murder case.
जिस राज्य में कांग्रेस की नीतियों की सरकार है, महाराष्ट्र में भी जब कोल्हे का मर्डर हुआ तो वहाँ पे महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार थी और उसका पूरा अभी डिटेल सीबीआई और एनआईए के माध्यम से निकलने वाला है। पूरी तरह से इसके पीछे जो जो चेहरे छुपे हैं, जिन चेहरों ने कराया है, हिंदुओं की बात करने वालों पे हमला किया है, उनकी जान ली है, उसका पूरा पर्दाफाश होने वाला है और उसी माध्यम से एनआईए की कार्रवाई होने वाली है।
Continuing the brutal murders in Rajasthan and Udaipur, Madhya Pradesh, CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan took a sharp jibe at the Grand Old Party. He said that the terrorism was born due to Congress and during the appeasement politics in Maharashtra.
अगर आतंकवाद पैदा हुआ तो कांग्रेस के कारण पैदा हुआ, कांग्रेस के तुष्टीकरण के कारण राजस्थान की घटना हो जाती है। उदयपुर में हमने देखा सरेआम हत्या हो जाती है और अब तो पता चला महाराष्ट्र में भी उनकी सरकार रहते हुए भावी हत्या कर दी गई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी समाज के सब वर्गों की संरक्षक है।
Aam Aadmi Party Supremo in Delhi, CM Arvind Kejriwal has condemned the killing of a chemist in Maharashtra's Amravati on June 21st and a tailor in Rajasthan's Udaipur on June 28th and exuded hope that the accused in the murder gets the strictest punishment.
बहुत गलत है जो भी हो रहा है। इस तरह से तो देश आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता।
देश में शांति होनी चाहिए, सब लोग मिलजुल के रहें और इसकी हम कड़े से कड़े शब्दों में निंदा की है। मैंने आज फिर से मैं कड़े से कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो दोषी हैं उनको तुरंत गिरफ्तार करके उनको ऐसी सज़ा दिलाई जाएगी कि दोबारा कोई हिम्मत नहीं कर सकेगा।
Supreme Court judge who heard Nupur Sharma plea cautioned that personal attacks on judges for their judgments will lead to a dangerous scenario in the country, while suggesting that by digital media calls for undue interference in the process of justice dispensation.
Attacks attempted at judges for their judgments lead to a dangerous scenario wherein judges would have to pay greater attention to what the media thinks rather than what the law actually mandates. This puts the rule of law on the burner, ignoring the sanctity of respect for the courts.
Swapna Suresh, the prime accused of the Kerala gold smuggling case, said that she has been receiving threat calls for taking the names of Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan, his wife and his daughter in the case pertaining to the gold scam case.
I don't want to blame the system though, but it is headed by the Honorable Chief Minister. So these dignified personalities എന്നെ ഓപ്പണായിട്ട് വിളിച്ച് വാൺ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്തിനാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് ആർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയാണെന്നുള്ളതും ആ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷനിൽ ക്ലിയർ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ
Active producer Vijay Babu has appeared before the probe officials for the 7th consecutive day in the South Police Station in Ernakulam for interrogation in connection with a sexual assault case registered against him. He's appearing before the probe officials as per the directions of the Kerala High Court. A blood-soaked body of a 30-year-old man was found in the premises of a Hanuman temple. The culprit has been arrested. Police have recovered the axe with which the accused committed the murder within the hours of the murder. Police claim to have solved the case by arresting the deceased cousin.
कि गांव के पास ही बने एक मंदिर में एक युवक की डेड बॉडी पड़ी हुई है। सूचना पर मौके पर पुलिस पहुंची। गले पर उसके कट के निशान थे। इस संबंध में जानकारी प्राप्त हुई कि मृतक की उम्र करीब 35 वर्ष थी। वो यहाँ अपने ननिहाल में पिछले करीब 2 महीने से रह रहा था।
Samajwadi Party Maharashtra unit raked up the issue of renaming Aurangabad and Osmanabad by former CM Uddhav Thackeray in his last cabinet meeting that was also approved by the NCP and Congress ministers.
औरंगाबाद उस्मानाबाद का नाम चेंज किया। मुझे बताएं क्यों चेंज किया, क्या वजह हो सकती है? अगर ये कहते हैं कि औरंगजेब रहमतुल्लाह अलैह गलत राजा थे, उनकी लड़ाई संभाजी से हुई थी, अरे ये लड़ाई राज्य की लड़ाई थी, मुस्लिम हिंदू की लड़ाई नहीं थी।
The Enforcement Directorate summoned former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Raut on July 5th in connection with the National Stock Exchange co-location scam and has been asked to appear before the investigators on July 5th here at ED headquarters. The federal probe agency will record the statements of Pandey and the provisions of the Money Laundering Act. AIUDF Chief Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, who is also the president of the Assam State Jamiat Ulama, has in fact appealed to all Muslims to refrain from sacrificing cow on the Qurbani Eid. He said that as most of the people of the country are followers of Sanatan Dharma and Hindu religion, where cow is considered sacred, we should not sacrifice it as they might get hurt.
जब हमारे इस मुल्क के लोग अक्सर भाई लोग सनातन धर्म के और हिंदू मजहब के हैं और वो गाय को अपनी माता मानते हैं, पूजा करते हैं, तो हमको क्या जरूरी है कि हम उसी को काटें? बिल्कुल ना काटें। सख्ती से हम मना कर रहे हैं, मुसलमानों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि गाय को आप लोग बिल्कुल ना कष्टें।
RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav has been injured after he fell from stairs in his Patna residence. Lalu has suffered injuries in his shoulder, waist and leg. Doctors have done MRI of Lalu Yadav in which no serious injury has been confirmed. The RJD chief has also been advised by the doctors to take rest at home. After several Indigo flights were delayed across the country, Indian aviation watchdog Directorate General of Civil Aviation took a strong cognizance of the airline's operation. As per sources, the non-availability of crew members was cited as the primary reason for the hindrance. Taking a broom in his hand, Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has swept the path of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra organized by ISKCON in Mumbai. Governor also had the darshan of Lord Jagannath along with the Baladev and Subhadra after he cleaned the path in front of the chariot carrying the idols of the three deities. Indian pacers once again excel as they bowled out England to 284, and the pair of Chiteshwar Pujara and Hanuma Vihari ensured that India took a healthy first innings lead of 169 with 9 wickets in hand. Meanwhile, resuming the post-lunch session of day 3 at 200 for 6, Johnny Bairstow went for to record and score his third consecutive century in 3 test matches. England's Lionesses are preparing for the opening game of Euro 2022 with Austria at Old Trafford. It's 5 years since the last tournament, with UEFA rescheduling the planned event in 2021 to this year, following the delayed staging of the 2020 Olympics and 2020 Men's Euros. The first ever Chess Olympia torch relay reached Panaji in Goa. In Goa, State Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs and Art and Culture, Govt received the torch from the Grandmaster Anurag Mahamal and added it over to International Grandmaster Bhakti Kulkarni. Star footballer Cristiano Ronaldo reportedly wants to leave Manchester United this summer. This comes amid concerns that he will be unable to compete for top trophies at the club. Ronaldo feels the urge to win even more titles in the twilight of his career, but is understood to feel that it may not be possible at Old Trafford next season. Manchester United failed to win a trophy for the 5th time in succession during the 2021-2022 season. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Kyiv. Zelensky has praised Australia for its support in the facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese will be visiting the torn towns of Irpin and others. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rain in southwest Pakistan, killing 19 people, injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said that 35 passengers were traveling in the bus and added that rescue workers were searching for survivors, the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by the strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfall on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in the Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with many problems. Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was reduced to just 450 meters. More than 1 million people have turned out for the Pride Parade there, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, this has been one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. A person using a flamethrower set fire to a Pan-African flag which was flying on a pole outside the headquarters of the Uhuru movement. Remember, Uhuru movement is part of the African People's Socialist Party, which says it is uniting African people as one people for liberation, social justice, self-reliance and economic development. St. Petersburg police said that they are investigating the fire and are working to identify a suspect. Russian state TV released footage of an office issuing Russian passports. The building is situated in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. According to the Russian state TV, more than 100 people have obtained a passport on the first day of the office's operation. The report said that the whole procedure takes 10 minutes and it includes fingerprinting and pronouncing an oath of abiding by the Russian constitution. China's first typhoon this year hit the country's southern coast, prompting port closures and the suspension of some trains and flights. Typhoon Chaba made landfall in Maoming city in the Guangdong.
Welcome back. Now, Ukraine President Zelensky met his Australian counterpart, Prime Minister Albanese, in Kiev, praising Australia for its support in the wake of Russia's offensive. Here's all the developments.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing the Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Ostomel.
It's devastating. What you know is that this isn't a building, this homes, and these are livelihoods and indeed lives that have been lost here in this town. And the fact that you had such a significant force, you can see the use of tanks, missiles, heavy artillery being used in a civilian area. It's just devastating.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Kiev's forces were still battling Russian soldiers on the outskirts of Lysychansk. Zelensky was speaking at a joint press conference with the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, who also announced further Australian military aid for Ukraine.
Australia will today announce an additional $100 million of military support, bringing our total spending to almost $390 million. We will provide an additional 14 armoured personnel carriers, an additional 20 Bushmasters, the protected mobility vehicles that we have provided, taking that number up to 60. We'll provide additional other military equipment, including drones and other equipment that has been requested by Ukraine.
Albanese also announced the expansion of the sanction list for the Russian ministers and oligarchs. Agency report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, a countdown to numbers test for Eknath Shinde, who has support of over 50 MLAs, including 38 Sena rebels.
The anger against the Udaipur killing, the gruesome murder of Kanhaiya Lal, and in fact the police have also deployed to maintain the law and order situation. They are also raising the alarm that if that not happened, that this protest might spread to the another roads of the Chandigarh, and the entire Chandigarh can be blocked by the youth the way they have blocked right now the roads.
Protesters marched into the streets of Libya, blocking roads and setting tires ablaze. The protesters, frustrated by years of chaos and division, called for the removal of the current political class and elections to be held. Protests have also been carried out against dire economic conditions in the oil-rich nation, where prices have risen for fuel, and bread and power outages are a regular occurrence. Hundreds gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against rising prices in Israel. Protesters carried signs blasting the rising gas and housing prices, disruption during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the war in Ukraine have driven prices up in the country that already rank as one of the most expensive places to live in. US Vice President Kamala Harris said that the Supreme Court
Top headlines at 7 a.m. After a mega change of guard, another action-packed day for Maharashtra. Countdown to numbers test has now begun. Another setback to Uddhav Shinde, appointed as the leader of Legislative Assembly, Ajay Chaudhary, and Sunil Prabhu's appointment declared invalid. Umesh Kole's family claims newspaper misled with robbery claim. Was there a deliberate cover-up? Amravati murder case mastermind Irfan Sheikh remanded to 4-day police custody. Varanasi District Court to resume hearing Gyanvapi case today. Yogi Adityanath Sarkar 2.0 marks the completion of 100 days today. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in this Monday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. Starting with the top focus, after a week-long drama, it was informed that the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary has been revoked and Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister, has been reinstated as a leader of the Maharashtra Shiv Sena Legislature Party. But today, all eyes are on Maharashtra Assembly as it faces a big floor test today.
The BJP plus Shinde camp claimed stake to the government. They ensured their speaker nominee becomes chair of the Maharashtra Assembly. They declared that a Shiv Sena plus BJP government is in power. But the Uddhav camp of the Shiv Sena is questioning the legitimacy of it all.
पहले भी कहा था कि फ्लोर टेस्ट हो या स्पीकर की इलेक्शन हो, वहाँ तो हमने हमारा विरोध दर्शाया है कि विप उन्होंने माना नहीं है, लेकिन उसके आगे भी जाके मैंने कल भी कहा था, पहले भी कहा है और आज भी कहा था, पहले तो मोरालिटी टेस्ट थी और मैंने सिर्फ यही कहा था, मैं शांत बैठूंगा, आंखों में आंखें डाल के पूछूंगा कि हमने गलत क्या किया और आप कैसे गए। एक भी जो भाग के गए हैं उन्होंने आंख में आंख डालने की हिम्मत नहीं की।
The Uddhav camp has already submitted a disqualification petition with the newly elected Assembly Speaker. Parallelly, the Shinde camp chief whip Bharat Gogavle said he is moving towards disqualification of 16 Uddhav camp MLAs.
After the election of the Speaker, with the major boost coming in, with 164 votes being received by Eknath Shinde and the BJP. What's going to be even more interesting is that what really happens with the disqualification move that has now been made by the Eknath Shinde faction. What really happens to the legislators who have sided with the Uddhav faction. But Chief Minister says that this is an alliance of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the real Shiv Sena. Questions still rise whether at all this is now going to be challenged by the Uddhav faction and by when perhaps the issues would really be resolved.
As the countdown for the floor test begins, all eyes are now on the Maha Assembly as it faces a big test. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, after accusing Amravati Police Commissioner Aarti Singh of attempting to cover up the murder of 54-year-old chemist Umesh Kole in a jurisdiction, the Amravati MP Navneet Rana visited the victim's family. Meanwhile, breaking his silence on the barbaric murder of former Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil said that there is nothing to hide. Take a look at this report.
There's raging anger over the brutal killing of Umesh Kole. Umesh Kole of Amravati was hacked to death on June 21st while going home on a two-wheeler after closing his shop.
जैसे वो दुकान से निकले तो 3 लोग एक कॉर्नर पे थे। अभी हमें तो मालूम नहीं था कि, लेकिन वो सीसीटीवी कैमरा में हमने भी देखा कि 3 लोग यहाँ से बता रहे हैं और 3 लोग वो स्पॉट पे थे, जिसमें से एक जो था वो एक गाड़ी पे बैठा था और 2 लोग जो है वो नीचे चाकू लेके रेडी थे। लेकिन अंधेरा था तो एकदम से कुछ दिख नहीं सकता था, तो शायद उन्होंने गाड़ी की स्पीड कम हुई वहाँ पे तो उस चीज़ का फ़ायदा उठा लिया और एक ही वार हुआ है, वो बहुत यहाँ एक नेक में लेफ्ट साइड में हुआ है और वो ऑन स्पॉट ही उनकी डेथ हो गई उसके।
Amravati MP Navneet Rana visited the victim's family.
अभी ये प्रशासन की जिम्मेदारी है कि उनको सिक्योरिटी देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ऐसे कई लोग हैं जो अमरावती छोड़ के चले गए, जिनको इतने बड़े थ्रेट्स आ रहे थे। उन्होंने फ़ोन नंबर्स भी दिए, रिकॉर्ड कॉलिंग भी दिए, कॉल्स रिकॉर्डिंग भी दिए। तो मुझे लगता है उनको सिक्योर करने का काम ये प्रशासन का है।
After meeting Umesh's kin, Amravati MP urged everyone not to politicize the unfortunate killing.
अगर उनके साथ ऊपर नीचे कुछ होता है तो ये पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट की जिम्मेदारी रहेगी और सीपी कमिश्नर जो अमरावती के उन पे कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Earlier, Amravati MP Navneet Rana alleged Amravati Police Commissioner R.T. Singh of attempting to cover up the murder of Umesh Kole in her jurisdiction.
सवाल हमने जब सभी लोगों ने, आम लोगों ने, नेशनल मीडिया ने जब ये सवाल उपस्थित किए, तब जाके कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस बाहर आके कहती है यस ये रिलेट करता है नूपुर शर्मा के साथ में, यस ये रिलेट करता है एक हिंदू विचारधारा रखने वाले व्यक्ति के साथ में। ये अगर 12 दिन पहले आ जाती घटना बाहर और लोगों को और प्रशासन को अलर्ट करती, तो शायद उदयपुर की घटना वो टेलर को खुलेआम आकर कोई मार नहीं देता।
Former Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Barse Patil broke his silence on the barbaric killing.
मुझे ऐसा लगता नहीं है, ऐसी घटना होने के बाद कोई चीज़ छुपाने जैसे इसमें कुछ है नहीं। जो घटना है आजकल सामने आने वाली है और वो आ गई है और सारे जो संशयित लोग हैं उनको अरेस्ट किया गया। अभी NIA का तपास का जांच कर रही है, तो अभी NIA ने जांच हाथ में ले ली है तो करेंगे जांच।
Meanwhile, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has said that NIA will probe if there's any foreign angle to this act of barbarism.
आरोपियों को पकड़ा गया है, जो मास्टरमाइंड है उन्हें भी पकड़ा गया है। NIA भी अब इसकी तफ्तीश कर रही है, इसके कोई बाहरी कनेक्शन है क्या, क्योंकि ऐसा ध्यान में आ रहा है कि देश के अंदर एक तनाव पैदा हो, इसलिए कुछ विदेशी ताकतें भी प्रयास कर रही है।
The NIA has started its investigation into the brutal killing under the UAPA Act, and so far 7 have been arrested in this case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in another key development in the Amravati murder probe, prime accused Irfan Sheikh, who had allegedly hatched a conspiracy to murder Umesh Kole, has now been sent to 4-day police custody. Irfan, who was arrested on 2nd of July, will now remain in police custody till 7th of July. Meanwhile, the police has stated that the key accused hatched a conspiracy to eliminate Kole and roped in 5 others for it. He promised them to give 10,000 rupees and a safe escape in a car.
The murder of Umesh Kole in Amravati on June 21 has shocked the nation. The family is still shaken.
जैसे वो दुकान से निकले तो 3 लोग एक कॉर्नर पे थे। अभी हमें तो मालूम नहीं था कि, लेकिन वो CCTV कैमरा में हमने भी देखा कि 3 लोग यहाँ से बता रहे हैं और 3 लोग वो स्पॉट पे थे, जिसमें से एक जो था वो एक गाड़ी पे बैठा था और 2 लोग जो है वो नीचे चाकू लेके रेडी थे। लेकिन अंधेरा था तो एकदम से कुछ दिख नहीं सकता था, तो शायद उन्होंने गाड़ी की स्पीड कम हुई वहाँ पर, तो उस चीज़ का फ़ायदा उठा लिया। और एक ही वार हुआ है, वो बहुत यहाँ एक नेक में लेफ्ट साइड में हुआ है और वो ऑन स्पॉट ही उनकी डेथ हो गई उसकी वजह से।
Now at least 7 arrests have been made.
दोपहर में उसको नागपुर से ताबे में लिया है और उसके बाद में रात में उसको अरेस्ट किया है। 7 आरोपी अरेस्ट हो गए हैं और अभी स्टेटमेंट से अभी जो मेन आरोपी है उसको अरेस्ट करने के बाद में शायद और बढ़ भी सकते हैं।
High-level police meetings have taken place. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra is saying a foreign angle will also be probed.
ये बहुत ही क्रूरतापूर्ण इस प्रकार का सारा व्यवहार है। अभी इसमें आरोपियों को पकड़ा गया है, जो मास्टरमाइंड है उन्हें भी पकड़ा गया है। NIA भी अब इसकी तफ्तीश कर रही है, इसके कोई बाहरी कनेक्शन है क्या, क्योंकि ऐसा ध्यान में आ रहा है कि देश के अंदर एक तनाव पैदा हो, इसलिए कुछ विदेशी ताकतें भी प्रयास कर रही है।
The opposition is seeking accountability.
NIA को दे दिया गया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। NIA जांच करे, उदयपुर की जांच करे, अमरावती की जांच करे और जांच इस बात की भी करे कि 8-9 वर्षों में इस देश की फिजा में इतना जहर कहां से घोला गया है कि आए दिन हिंसा हमारे समाज का हिस्सा हो चली है। एक धर्मांधता दूसरे धर्मांधता को क्यों पोस रही है और उसके पीछे वजह क्या है, ये भी NIA को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना चाहिए।
बहुत गलत है जो भी हो रहा है। इस तरह से तो देश आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता। देश में शांति होनी चाहिए, सब लोग मिलजुल के रहें और इसकी हम कड़े से कड़े शब्दों में निंदा की है। मैंने
सवाल हमने जब सभी लोगों ने, आम लोगों ने, नेशनल मीडिया ने जब ये सवाल उपस्थित किए, तब जाके कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस बाहर आके कहती है यस ये रिलेट करता है नुपुर शर्मा के साथ में, यस ये रिलेट करता है एक हिंदू विचारधारा रखने वाले व्यक्ति के साथ में। ये अगर 12 दिन पहले आ जाती घटना बाहर और लोगों को और प्रशासन को अलर्ट करती, तो शायद उदयपुर की घटना वो टेलर को खुलेआम आकर कोई मार नहीं देता।
With more details emerging and a deeper probe on, question is, why was there an attempt to play down the shocking and barbaric murder so far? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut was summoned by a court in connection with the defamation case that was filed by Medha Somaiya, the wife of BJP leader Kirat Somaiya.
After facing the Enforcement Directorate for more than 10 hours, trouble has increased for Shiv Sena MP and Samna Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been summoned by Suri Court in connection with the defamation case filed by Medha Somaiya, wife of BJP leader Kirat Somaiya. The Shiv Sena MP has been directed to appear before the court today. In her defamation case, she alleged that Raut made malicious and unwarranted statements against her, which were printed and published in general public that has harmed her standing in the society. According to the ruling by Magistrate Court on June 11, the complainant proved prima facie that Raut's statement harmed her reputation. Highlighting that the lawsuit may take considerable amount of time, Medha Somaiya has demanded that the former Sena spokesperson publish a complete, unqualified apology and retract the allegations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Quick roundup of all that's making news. In a first big win for Eknath Shinde camp, NDA candidate and BJP's Rahul Narvekar has been announced as the new Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Now it's a crucial day in the Maharashtra politics today, as Eknath Shinde-led government will face a floor test in the Assembly today. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Republic has accessed the disqualification petition of Uddhav camp that has filed a disqualification petition against rebel MLAs with Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and all MLAs held a meet in Taj Hotel in Mumbai. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, BJP MLAs and other party leaders were also there to chalk out a strategy for the floor test today. Nationalist Congress Party Chief Sharad Pawar called for a meet to discuss a trust vote when the Eknath Shinde-led government would need to prove its majority. Meanwhile, the NCP is also eyeing the post of the leader of the opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly. After a power-packed mega rally in Hyderabad, Prime Minister is all set for the next stop. Prime Minister will visit the Bhimavaram in Andhra Pradesh to launch the year-long 125th birth anniversary celebration of legendary freedom fighter Alluri Sitarama Raju today. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Varanasi District Court set to resume hearing Gyanvapi case today. And Yogi Adityanath Sarkar 2.0 marks the completion of 100 days.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Abused, stones pelted, a clash and tear gas shells fired. This is what happened when bulldozers rolled in Patna earlier today. Visuals on your screen are of the demolition drive that happened in the Nepali colony of Rajiv Nagar in Patna. These bulldozers were rolling on 70 illegal structures with a court's order, but the local residents did not cooperate. A clash broke out during the demolition drive and the police was injured during the clash.
इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि यहाँ पर काम चलता रहे, फोर्स ज्यादा अग्रेसिव ना हो। सर जल्दी चलाइए, फोर्स ज्यादा बहुत कटा हुआ। सर आप पर हमला नहीं हुआ? नहीं, मेरे पे हमला नहीं हुआ, ये मेरी गलती का।
The encroachers were notified of the action in advance but refused to accept the court's order. The local residents opposed the demolition drive, pelted stones and attacked the administration. Reports suggest that some locals have also been injured in the clashes.
आज खाली कराने का कार्य चल रहा है जिसमें अधिकांश बाउंड्री वाल है और गैर आवासीय भवन है मुख्य रूप से, जिसमें कि बाउंड्री वाल किया हुआ है, अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। उन्हीं को इस 40 एकड़ में से खाली कराया जा रहा है। इसको लेकर के सुबह कुछ लोग इकट्ठा हो गए, पथराव किए जिसमें कुछ लोग घायल हुए और कुछ जवान भी घायल हुए, सिटी एसपी भी घायल हुए। और उसके बाद हम और एसएसपी साहब यहाँ पहुँचे हैं और स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया गया है। सभी लोगों को खदेड़ दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से इसको हम लोग अपने कब्जे में ले लिए हैं और बाकी जो अतिक्रमण है उसको तोड़ने की कार्रवाई चलती रहेगी जब तक ये अतिक्रमण सब समाप्त नहीं हो जाते।
In fact, this is not the first time that the administration tried to crack down on the encroachment in the area, but the action could not be taken due to strong opposition by the local residents. A large number of police personnel were deployed shortly after the clashes and the situation remains tense. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The anger against the Udaipur killing, the gruesome murder of Kanhaiya Lal, and in fact the police have also deployed to maintain the law and order situation. They are also raising the alarm that if that not happened, that this protest might spread to the another roads of the Chandigarh and the entire Chandigarh can be blocked by the youth the way they have blocked right now the roads.
Protesters marched into the streets of Libya, blocking roads and setting tires ablaze. The protesters, frustrated by years of chaos and division, called for the removal of the current political class and elections to be held. Protests have also been carried out against dire economic conditions in the oil-rich nation, where prices have risen for fuel and bread, and power outages are a regular occurrence. Hundreds gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against rising prices in Israel. Protesters carried signs blasting the rising gas and housing prices, disruption during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the war in Ukraine have driven prices up in the country that already rank as one of the most expensive places to live in. US Vice President Kamala Harris said that the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe vs. Wade was outrageous. She described the ruling as the first time in US history that a recognized constitutional right had been taken away from American women. Harris added that the ruling caused concern for other constitutional rights enshrined in the law.
Welcome back. Now today the Varanasi District Court will resume hearing the maintainability of petition filed by 5 Hindu women seeking permission for daily worship of Shringar Gauri Sthal within the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi complex. The Hindu women have sought year-round prayer access to the Shringar Gauri Sthal in Gyanvapi complex.
It's a crucial day in the ongoing Gyanvapi case. The Varanasi court will resume hearing over the maintainability of a petition filed by 5 Hindu women seeking permission for daily worship of the Shringar Gauri Sthal within the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi complex. Notably, Hindu women have sought year-round prayer access to the Shringar Gauri Sthal. The Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid Committee had argued against the maintainability of the plea. Notably, the suit in the Ma Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi case was filed by 5 Hindu women in August 2021. The maintainability plea came after the Supreme Court issued order to transfer the case from the court or civil judge to the district judge of Varanasi and start hearing on its maintainability under Order 7, Rule 11 of the Civil Procedure Code. The hearing began on May 24th in the District Judge's Court of Varanasi. On May 30, District Judge A.K. Vishwesh posted the matter for further hearing on July 4, that's today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now in news from Manipur, a tragic development. More bodies have been recovered from landslide location in Manipur's Noni district. Many are still said to be trapped under the debris.
On 29th of June, triggered by incessant rain, a massive landslide hit a railway construction site at Tupul station in Manipur. In a key update on the tragic landslide, more bodies of army personnel and civilians have been recovered. According to the defense officials, amid the ongoing search operations, a total of 27 bodies of territorial army personnel and 15 bodies of civilians have been recovered so far. Jawan Sanjay Raut of Tripura was one of the army personnel found dead under the debris.
सारे आर्मी के जवान, एनडीआरएफ के जवान, एसडीआरएफ के जवान, बंगाल पुलिस सबको मिलकर बहुत ही अच्छा जो रेस्क्यू जो वर्क ये चल रहा है और इसके कारण आपने देखा दे आर माने ऑल डे एंड नाइट्स टुगेदर, यहाँ से एकदम हटे नहीं, दे आर स्टिल 24 आवर्स दे आर हियर.
The Indian Army, Assam Rifles, Territorial Army, SDRF and NDRF have been conducting relentless search operations. However, torrential rains and recent landslides in the Tupul area continue to hinder those efforts. Meanwhile, Manipur Chief Minister said that the centre is continuously monitoring the situation. Notably, Centre has deployed NDRF, Indian Army, State Disaster Management Special Teams to beef up rescue operations of this fatal landslide. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is all set to expand his cabinet today as 5 MLAs are expected to be inducted as ministers in Mann's cabinet. The swearing-in ceremony is expected to take place at 5 p.m. at the Raj Bhavan.
After declaring the historic decision of granting 300 units of free electricity to Punjab, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is all set to expand his cabinet today. According to sources, the swearing-in ceremony will take place today at Punjab Raj Bhavan at 5 p.m. This will be the first cabinet expansion of the CM Mann-led government. With the induction of 5 more ministers, the strength of the Mann-led cabinet will reach 15, including the Chief Minister. After the Aam Aadmi Party formed the government following its resounding victory in 2022 assembly polls, 10 MLAs were inducted as ministers in the Mann-led cabinet. However, there is no word from the party on the names of the MLAs who will be inducted as ministers in the cabinet expansion. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News from the world of sports. In the ongoing Wimbledon, here are the major updates where on day 7, Djokovic entered his 13th Wimbledon. Yannick Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz and Ons Jabeur reached quarterfinals of the Wimbledon for the first time.
On day 7 of the Wimbledon 2022, here is a recap and few updates of the Grand Slam 2022 this week. Djokovic reached his 13th Wimbledon quarterfinal by beating Dutch wildcard. Facing an unexpectedly tough opponent and pending curfew, Novak put his game into another gear to beat both. Yannick Sinner outdueled Carlos Alcaraz in a match of up-and-comers to reach his first Wimbledon quarterfinal, although he needed 6 match points to put his opponent away.
Sinner takes it in the battle of...
Third-seeded Ons Jabeur saved 5 set points and beat Elise, reached her second straight Wimbledon quarterfinal. Jabeur will face unseeded Marie, both players trying to reach their first Grand Slam semi-final. Cam Nuri became the first British man in 5 years to reach the Wimbledon quarter-finals, beating Tommy Paul in straight sets on number 1 court. He is the first British male quarter-finalist since Andy Murray in 2017. The race to the top has begun as the spectators witness day 7 of the championships at the All England Club. Agency report for Republic TV.
Well, for a young German called Euler.
That's all we have for you on This Morning. World This Morning coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on World This Morning, Zelensky meets Australian Prime Minister, expresses gratitude for Australia's support to Ukraine. And 3 killed, several others injured after 22-year-old Danish man opens fire in a shopping mall in Copenhagen.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं। The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very confident.
See the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow. Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी उस राजभवन के अंदर भी.
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power.
Silence in Batoshi where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
Beginning of his speech, Amit Shah ji has drawn the attention of recent Supreme Court verdict on the various cases or basically on the Gujarat riot case, and he has said that Supreme Court has cleared Modi ji completely and also exposed the conspiracy of various individual ideologically oriented media person and NGO who all along conspired to defame Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. He also mentioned that how throughout these years Modi ji completely maintained his silence. He drank poison the way Nilkantha drank poison during the Amrit Manthan, but he continued to cooperate with the SIT.
Abused, stones pelted, a clash and tear gas shells fired. This is what happened when bulldozers rolled in Patna earlier today. Visuals on your screen are of the demolition drive that happened in the Nepali colony of Rajiv Nagar in Patna. These bulldozers were rolling on 70 illegal structures with a court's order, but the local residents did not cooperate. A clash broke out during the demolition drive and the police was injured during the clash.
इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि यहाँ पर काम चलता रहे फोर्स ज़्यादा अग्रेसिव न.
Top headlines on World This Morning. Zelensky meets Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev, expresses gratitude for Australia's support to Ukraine. 2 Russian planes depart from Bulgaria with scores of Russian diplomatic staff amid mass expulsion in wake of Russia-Ukraine war. 3 killed and several others critically injured after 22-year-old Danish man opens fire in a shopping mall in Copenhagen. After 21 was shot dead in Texas school shooting, ULAID police chief steps down over delay in actions. Ferrari Carlos Sainz bags British Grand Prix at the Silverstone circuit that began with a major crash. Thanks for staying tuned. You're watching World This Morning and I'm Samiksha Srivastava, starting with news from Ukraine, where the forces recently carried out an attack on Russian cities in the areas of Belgorod and Kursk as Russians focus on their offensive in the Donbas region, having almost occupied a major city in the Donbas region. Meanwhile, Belarus was recently reported to be reinforcing their air defense systems with the help of the Russians.
Ukraine has taken the offensive to Russia amid the invasion. Russia's defense ministry chief spokesperson said that Ukraine had launched missile and drone attacks in western Russia on the cities of Kursk and Belgorod.
До 3:30 московского времени киевским режимом был совершен преднамеренный удар баллистическими ракетами .У с кассетными боеприпасами и беспилотниками Ту-143 «Рейс» по жилым кварталам Белгорода и Курска, где нет никаких военных объектов. Хочу подчеркнуть, данный ракетный удар целенаправленно планировался и был осуществлен против мирного.
The ministry's chief spokesperson elaborated on how the attack was intercepted by Russian forces.
Российскими средствами противовоздушной обороны все три запущенные украинскими националистами по Белгороду баллистические ракеты .У с кассетными головными частями уничтожены в воздухе. В результате поражения украинских ракет обломки одной из них упали на жилой дом в городе. Также российскими средствами противовоздушной обороны на подлете к Курску были уничтожены.
Meanwhile, the ministry added that the Russian forces had encircled Lysychansk and were fighting inside the Ukrainian city.
Вооруженные силы Российской Федерации продолжают успешное наступление в районе Лисичанска. За прошедшие 3 суток взяты под контроль Лисичанский нефтеперерабатывающий завод, шахта Матросская, желатиновый завод, населенный пункт Тополевка. Союзные силы вышли непосредственно к городу Лисичанску.
Ukrainian fighters have spent weeks trying to defend the city of Lysychansk and to keep it from falling to Russia, as neighboring Severodonetsk did a week ago.
За наявною інформацією, з 1 липня 2022 року розпочато ротацію підрозділів Збройних сил Республіки Білорусь в Брестській області. Посилюється система протиповітряної оборони за рахунок підрозділів Східного військового округу Збройних сил Російської Федерації.
Spokesperson for the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine also said that the movement of Belarusian military units along the Ukrainian border had increased, saying that their air defense systems were being reinforced by Russian forces.
В північно-західній частині Чорного моря корабельне угруповання Чорноморського флоту продовжує виконувати завдання з блокування морських комунікацій України та ведення розвідки. У готовності до застосування ракетного озброєння в акваторії Чорного моря перебуває 2 носії крилатих ракет морського базування типу «Калібр».
Russia remains active in the Black Sea, blocking Ukraine maritime actions and posing as an active threat to Ukraine's port cities.
На Донецькому напрямку основні зусилля окупанти зосереджують на закріпленні на позиціях в районі міста Лисичанськ та Верхньокам'янки. Вели наступальні дії поблизу Білогорівки. Успіху не мали, змушені відійти.
With the battle raging in varying degrees across the provinces in the country, a large part of the offense against Ukraine at the moment stays focused in the Donbas region and has remained so since Russian forces retreated from the Kyiv region. Agency report, Republic TV.
Ukraine President Zelensky met his Australian counterpart, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, in Kiev, praising Australia for its support in wake of Russia's offensive. Take a look at all the developments.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing the Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel.
It's devastating. What you know is that this isn't a building, this homes, and these are livelihoods and indeed lives that have been lost here in this town. And the fact that you had such a significant force, you can see the use of tanks, missiles, heavy artillery being used in a civilian area. It's just devastating.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Kiev's forces were still battling Russian soldiers on the outskirts of Lysychansk. Zelensky was speaking at a joint press conference with the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, who also announced further Australian military aid for Ukraine.
Australia will today announce an additional $100 million of military support, bringing our total spending to almost $390 million. We will provide an additional 14 armoured personnel carriers, an additional 20 Bushmasters, the protected mobility vehicles that we have provided, taking that number up to 60. We'll provide additional other military equipment, including drones and other equipment that has been requested by Ukraine.
Albanese also announced the expansion of the sanction list for the Russian ministers and oligarchs. Agency report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, the Russian diplomats arrived at Sofia airport after being expelled from Bulgaria. 2 Russian airplanes departed Bulgaria with scores of Russian diplomatic staff and their families amid a mass expulsion that has sent tensions soaring between the historically close nations.
Russian diplomats arrived at Sofia airport after being expelled from Bulgaria. Two Russian airplanes departed Bulgaria with scores of Russian diplomatic staff and their families amid a mass expulsion that has sent tensions soaring between the historically close nations. A high-ranking Russian diplomat, Philip, told that he was among the 70 Russian diplomatic staff declared persona non grata last week and ordered to leave the country.
Надявам, сигурен съм, че кажа ви повече, че няма никаква криза, проблем в отношенията между нашите народи. Да, защото никой не може да развали руско-българските отношения. Никой.
Bulgaria's expulsion decision was announced by acting Prime Minister Kirill Petkov, who took a strong stance against Russia after it invaded Ukraine. Petkov has said that Russia will retain 43 of its employees after the expulsion and noted that Bulgaria has just 12 diplomatic staff in Moscow. The expulsion, which has severely strained diplomatic ties, is the greatest ever number of Russian diplomats expelled by Bulgaria, which has European Union and NATO membership. Bulgaria has strongly backed the West's sanction against Moscow since it launched its war on Ukraine more than 4 months ago. Agency report for Republic TV.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city's city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 450 meters. More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. And in more news, on May 24th, a tragic incident that unfolded in US states of Texas, wherein an assailant opened fire at the students of an elementary school, killing 19 children and 2 teachers. Now, the police chief, who was held responsible for the delay in action, stepped down from his post. Here's a full report.
Following allegations that he erred in his response to the mass shootings at Robb Elementary School that left 19 students and 2 teachers dead, the Uvalde School District's police chief has stepped down from his position in the city council just weeks after being sworn in. Chief Pete Arredondo told Uvalde leader that his resignation is the best decision for Uvalde.
As of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know, once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference.
He was elected to the District 3 Council position on May 7th and sworn in on May 31st. The director of the Texas Department of Public Safety told the Senate hearing last month that Arredondo made terrible decisions as the massacre unfolded on May 24th and that the police response was an abject failure. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on World This Morning on the other side. 3 killed and several others injured after 22-year-old Danish man opens fire in a shopping mall in Copenhagen. And Ferrari's Carlos Sainz bags British gold bricks at the Silverstone circuit that began with a major crash.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
A person using a flamethrower set fire to a Pan-African flag which was flying on a pole outside the headquarters of the Uhuru movement. Remember, Uhuru movement is part of the African People's Socialist Party, which says it is uniting African people as one people for liberation, social justice, self-reliance and economic development. St. Petersburg police said that they are investigating the fire and are working to identify a suspect. Russian state TV released footage of an office issuing Russian passports. The building is situated in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. According to the Russian state TV, more than 100 people have obtained a passport on the first day of the office's operation. The report said that the whole procedure takes 10 minutes and it includes fingerprinting and pronouncing an oath of abiding by the Russian constitution. China's first typhoon this year hit the country's southern coast, prompting port closures and the suspension of some trains and flights. Typhoon Chaba made landfall in Maoming city in the Guangdong province and brought with it stormy weather. Heavy rains and gales also battered the cities, forced ships to be anchored, trains to be cancelled, and tourist sites and highways to close.
He's got a mask, and all his workers are here as well.
Live from right outside this Thane residence of Eknath Shinde.
हम इस समय गवर्नर ऑफिस पे हैं. यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी बिल्कुल चाक चौबंद.
Eknath Shinde has arrived in a carcage from Mumbai airport. Eknath Shinde is now reaching here at Kamakhya temple.
All the BJP MLAs has been assembled and senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are present here.
इंडिपेंडेंट विधायक थे जो सूरत एयरपोर्ट पर आने वाले थे, वो सारे विधायक भी अब यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं.
The instruction that has been given by Uddhav Thackeray is very much clear. You can see that more and more Shiv Sainik that has been reaching here.
Today at Govt, there was a massive public meeting which had taken place. A huge show of strength.
The internal contradictions within the MVA led to the fall of Uddhav government.
मेरे पीछे ये वो गाड़ी है, ये वो बस है. एकनाथ शिंदे इस बस में सबसे आगे बैठे हुए हैं. Right now outside the hotel Radisson Blu where the MLAs are camping and all the rebel MLAs will be coming out.
The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. They believe that the Chief Minister, even if it is a difficult decision, needs to take a conscious call.
Right now I am at Matashri and there is pro-Shiv Sena protest.
We're broadcasting outside Taj President. No word right now as far as the Shinde camp is concerned.
आज देवेंद्र फडणवीस और एकनाथ शिंदे आज ही sworn in किए जाएंगे.
On to some sports news then. The British Grand Prix at the Silverstone circuit began with a major crash with Alfa Romeo's Joao Guano suffering a major hit, saved the vehicle's safety measures. The race was eventually won by Ferrari's Carlos Sainz, making it the racer's first ever F1 win.
For the first time in Formula One, Carlos Sainz is victorious. He wins the British Grand Prix.
Carlos Sainz bagged his first Formula One victory at the British Grand Prix held at the Silverstone. The win, however, brought Ferrari's strategy to question, with the win arguably achieved at the cost of a win for Charles Leclerc. Red Bull's Perez came in second, while Lewis Hamilton had to settle for third. The race was delayed for an hour after a huge pileup on the first corner that saw Alfa Romeo slide upside down across a gravel trap, then flip over the safety barrier. His car ended up wedged between a tire wall and a chain link fence. The incident was triggered by George Russell and Pierre Gasly, who touched just after the start. The race that was undertaken under rainy conditions was restarted after the drivers were asked to return to the pits following the crash. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in more sports news, in the ongoing Wimbledon, here are the major updates where on day 7, Djokovic entered his 13th Wimbledon, whereas Yannick Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz and Jabeur reached quarterfinals of the Wimbledon for the first time.
On day 7 of the Wimbledon 2022, here is a recap and few updates of the Grand Slam 2022 this week. Djokovic reached his 13th Wimbledon quarter-final by beating Dutch wildcard. Facing an unexpectedly tough opponent and pending curfew, Novak put his game into another gear to beat both. Jannik Sinner outdueled Carlos Alcaraz in a match of up-and-comers to reach his first Wimbledon quarter-final, although he needed 6 match points to put his opponent away.
Sinner takes it in the battle.
Third-seeded ONS Jabeur saved 5 set points and beat Elise, reached her second straight Wimbledon quarter-final. Jabeur will face unseeded Marie, both players trying to reach their first Grand Slam semi-final. Cam Nuri became the first British man in 5 years to reach the Wimbledon quarter-finals, beating Tommy Paul in straight sets on number 1 court. He is the first British male quarter-finalist since Andy Murray in 2017. The race to the top has begun as the spectators witness day 7 of the championships at the All England Club. Agency report for Republic TV.
For a young German called Euler.
Now, with the Pride Parade that kicked off in Germany, a huge turnout was witnessed with over 1 million people either participating or watching the event.
More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade on Sunday, either to participate or to watch the colorful performances.
Es ist schon wichtig, also gerade wenn man Sachen sieht wie Oslo oder einfach Kommentare in den sozialen Medien unter bestimmten Bildern, ist es wichtig, dass man weiter dafür kämpft, dass es eine Normalität ist und dass jeder so akzeptiert wird, wie er ist.
Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part into the parade, also known as Christopher Street Day or CST Street Festival, more than ever before. According to the organizers, about 1.2 million people gathered to celebrate the event, while the police estimated the crowd at around 1 million. Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now in Copenhagen, a 22-year-old shot at a crowd leading to the death of several people in the Denmark capital. Though the shootout left many casualties at the mall where people had gathered for Harry Styles' concert, the police chose to restrict the details of the incident shared with the public.
A gunman opened fire inside a busy shopping mall in the Danish capital, killing several people and wounding several others.
It's pure terror. This is awful, you know. You might wonder how a person could do this to other human beings, but it's beyond, you know, anything that's possible.
A 22-year-old Danish man was arrested, adding there was no indication that anyone else was involved in the attack, though they were still investigating. Gun violence is relatively rare in Denmark, and police said it was too early to speculate on the motive for the shooting. The shooting happened in the late afternoon at Fields, one of the biggest shopping malls in Scandinavia, located on the outskirts of Danish capital. When the shots rang out, some people hid in shops while others fled in a panicked stampede.
My oldest daughter, who's 18, she's barely holding it together. My other daughter, she got in the stampede that started when the perpetrator was firing shots everywhere apparently. She got cut in several places as well from people and falling off the chairs and all that kind of stuff. So, awful.
Stolz was bringing his daughters to see former One Direction band member Harry Styles' performance at a concert scheduled for Sunday night near the mall.
Food, because we were going to Harry Styles concert.
And then we were just done, and then everyone came running, and we thought, oh, maybe they have seen Harry Styles since he's in town. So we just, but it's just a fun thing. But then when people started running and we saw the panic, and a guy with a pushing cart, he had a child in it, and it just fell over everything. So he just took the child and ran, and it's not a joke anymore, because then it was like quite serious.
Organizers called off the concert, which had been scheduled at the nearby Royal Arena by order of police. Police gave no specific casualty count beyond several people were dead and several wounded. Agency report for Republic TV.
That's all we have for you in this edition of our broadcast. Don't go anywhere. The Morning Express coming up on the other side. After a mega change of guard, another action-packed day for Maharashtra. Countdown to numbers test has now begun. Umesh Kole's family claims newspaper misled with robbery claim. Was there a deliberate cover-up?
The anger against the Udaipur killing, the gruesome murder of Kanhaiya Lal, and in fact the police have also deployed to maintain the law and order situation. They are also raising the alarm that if that not happened, that this protest might spread to the another roads of the Chandigarh, and the entire Chandigarh can be blocked by the youth the way they have blocked right now the roads.
Protesters marched into the streets of Libya, blocking roads and setting tires ablaze. The protesters, frustrated by years of chaos and division, called for the removal of the current political class and elections to be held. Protests have also been carried out against dire economic conditions in the oil-rich nation, where prices have risen for fuel, and bread and power outages are a regular occurrence. Hundreds gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against rising prices in Israel. Protesters carried signs blasting the rising gas and housing prices, disruption during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the war in Ukraine have driven prices up in the country that already rank as one of the most expensive places to live in. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris said that the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe vs. Wade was outrageous. She described the ruling as the first time in U.S. history that a recognized constitutional right had been taken away from American women. Harris added that the ruling caused concern for other constitutional rights enshrined in the law. Tens of thousands have massed outside government offices in Macedonia to protest French proposal aimed at solving North Macedonia's dispute with Bulgaria. The demonstrators waved flags and lit flares, calling on the government to resign over the standoff with Sofia. The dispute is also blocking the country's membership talks with the European Union. A person using a flamethrower set fire to a Pan-African flag which was flying on a pole outside the headquarters of the Uhuru movement. Remember, Uhuru movement is part of the African People's Socialist Party, which says it is uniting African people as one people for liberation, social justice, self-reliance and economic development. St. Petersburg police said that they are investigating the fire and are working to identify a suspect. Russian state TV released footage of an office issuing Russian passports. The building is situated in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. According to the Russian state TV, more than 100 people have obtained a passport on the first day of the office's operation. The report said that the whole procedure
After a mega change of guard, another action-packed day for Maharashtra today. Countdown to the numbers test has just begun. Another setback to Uddhav. Shinde is appointed as the leader of the Legislative Assembly. Ajay Chaudhary and Sunil Prabhu's appointment is declared invalid. Umesh Kole's family claims newspaper misled with robbery claim. Was there a deliberate cover-up? The Amravati murder case mastermind Irfan Sheikh is remanded to 4 days of police custody. the Varanasi district courts to resume hearing the Gyanvapi case today. And the Yogi Adityanath government marks 100 days of completion. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. And after a week-long drama, the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary has been revoked and Eknath Shinde has been reinstated as the leader of the Maharashtra Shiv Sena Legislature Party today. But today, all eyes will be on the Maharashtra Assembly as it faces a big floor test.
The BJP plus Shinde camp claimed stake to the government. They ensured their speaker nominee becomes chair of the Maharashtra Assembly. They declared that a Shiv Sena plus BJP government is in power. But the Uddhav camp of the Shiv Sena is questioning the legitimacy of it all.
पहले भी कहा था कि फ्लोर टेस्ट हो या स्पीकर की इलेक्शन हो, वहाँ तो हमने हमारा विरोध दर्शाया है कि व्हिप उन्होंने माना नहीं है, लेकिन उसके आगे भी जाके मैंने कल भी कहा था, पहले भी कहा है और आज भी कहा था, पहले तो मोरालिटी टेस्ट थी और मैंने सिर्फ यही कहा था मैं शांत बैठूंगा, आंखों में आंखें डाल के पूछूंगा कि हमने गलत क्या किया और आप कैसे गए। एक भी जो भाग के गए हैं उन्होंने आंख में आंख डालने की हिम्मत नहीं की।
The Uddhav camp has already submitted a disqualification petition with the newly elected Assembly Speaker. Parallelly, the Shinde camp chief whip Bharat Gogavle said he is moving towards disqualification of 16 Uddhav camp MLAs. All eyes are on the big floor test where BJP now holds 105 votes, the Shinde camp holds 39 votes, the Uddhav camp holds 16 votes alongside the NCP and Congress's 112 votes. Curiously, one has to see which way the Samajwadi Party and AIMIM that chose to abstain in the speaker elections will go. Their silence is a further dent to the MVA.
औरंगाबाद उस्मानाबाद का नाम चेंज किया, मुझे बताएं क्यों चेंज किया, क्या वजह हो सकती है। अगर ये कहते हैं कि औरंगजेब रहमतुल्लाह अलैह गलत राजा थे, उनकी लड़ाई संभाजी से हुई थी, अरे ये लड़ाई राज्य की लड़ाई थी, मुस्लिम हिंदू की लड़ाई नहीं थी।
Not taking the victory for granted, the BJP and Shinde camp held a meeting at Taj President Hotel strategizing ahead of today's floor test. 4 minutes and 1.4 kilometers away, the NCP was chalking out its own floor test plan of action.
विश्वासदर्शक ठराव मांडला जाणार आहे आणि त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची आणि महाविकास आघाडीची काय भूमिका असणार आणि काय नियोजन करायचं याच्या संदर्भामध्ये बैठकीमध्ये आम्ही चर्चा करू.
But even before the floor, they seem to have accepted their only place will be in the opposition. 3 hours to the floor test, it remains to be seen what the final numbers will look like. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, after accusing the Amravati Police Commissioner, Aarti Singh, of attempting to cover up the murder of 54-year-old chemist Umesh Kole in her jurisdiction, Amravati MP Navneet Rane visited the victim's family. Meanwhile, breaking his silence on the barbaric murder, the former Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Valse Patel has said that there is nothing to hide. Here's more on what's happened.
Days after being appointed, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, on Sunday reacted to the raging issue over the murder of a medical shop owner in Amravati.
NIA भी अब इसकी तफ्तीश कर रही है, इसके कोई बाहरी कनेक्शन है क्या, क्योंकि ऐसा ध्यान में आ रहा है कि देश के अंदर एक तनाव पैदा हो, इसलिए कुछ विदेशी ताकतें भी प्रयास कर रही है, उससे इसका कोई कनेक्शन है क्या, इसकी भी तफ्तीश होगी और साथ ही में शुरुआत में इसको एक डकैती का रूप दिया गया था, उसकी भी जानकारी ली जाएगी कि क्या जेन्युइनली ऐसा लग रहा था या बाद में तथ्य सामने आए।
After accusing Amravati Police Commissioner Aarti Singh of attempting to cover up the murder of 54-year-old Umesh Kole in her jurisdiction, Amravati MP Navneet Rana visited the victim's family.
After meeting the family members of the murder victim, independent legislator Navneet Rana has now demanded that the case should be fast-tracked to the National Investigation Agency. She's also hit out at the Congress party as well as the Mahavikas Aghadi for delaying or rather inaction on this particular case.
Navneet Rana also said that the case was suppressed for several days as the MVA government was in power 10 days ago.
जो खून जिस तरीके से बहा और पीएम करने के समय में जब पीएम करने वाले डॉक्टर ने कहा कि इट इज़ अ प्रोफेशनली डन बाय समबडी, जो प्रोफेशनल थे उन्होंने ये काम किया, ये घटना को अंजाम किया हुआ है। तो मुझे लगता है अभी जो फैमिली की सिर्फ एक ही व्यथा है कि अब ये जो आरोपी हैं और ऐसे कई 10 जने हैं हमारे अमरावती में जिनको थ्रेटिंग कॉल्स आए हैं।
Addressing the fearful atmosphere of Amravati, independent MP Navneet Rana said,
उनके स्टेटस पे भी डाला है कि भाई मुझसे ये हिंदू विचारधारा की स्टेटस मैंने वायरल की थी और फॉरवर्ड मैसेज भी किए थे, तो मुझे माफ़ करना, ये गलती से हुआ है। इतना डर निर्माण यहाँ पर हुआ है।
The National Investigation Agency has started its investigation into the brutal killing of a medical shop owner in Maharashtra's Amravati by lodging a first information report in the case. The FIR has been registered under the relevant sections and further probe is underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, news just coming in, we're learning that the Delhi police has busted an interstate gang of high-tech fraudsters and arrested 4 people who allegedly used to cheat gullible people on the pretext of facilitating online loans. Now, according to the police, the gang used to deal in cryptocurrency, and what we are given to understand is that they were also in touch with Chinese nationals on Telegram, and they were also using YouTube for this elaborate scam. So the Delhi police, of course, now investigating this huge interstate gang of high-tech fraudsters. Now, this is being seen as another online fraud that's taken place. Let me go across to Sambhav, who's reporting on this. Sambhav, good morning. Give us more details of what you're learning in this case.
Very good morning. Yes, so the Delhi police has busted another cyber crime here, wherein the accused used to deal with the cryptocurrencies, and they had an alleged link with Chinese nationals. The arrested accused are Deepak Patwa, who is 23 from Rajasthan. Another is Dev Kishan, who is also from Rajasthan. Third is Suresh Singh from Rajasthan, and fourth one is Sunil Kumar Khatik, 34. He is also from Rajasthan. So these are the 4 accused in the case, and the case was busted after a cyber cell of Rohini investigated the matter, and they they got an alleged link between China and these people. So through Instagram. So that's the story.
Sambhav, as you're pointing out,
these people
the Delhi police. Sambhav, as you're pointing out, the Delhi police, of course, is looking at this very closely. Thank you. And here's a look at some news in brief. The NCP chief Sharad Pawar on Sunday said that midterm polls are likely in Maharashtra as the government led by rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde may fall in the next 6 months. He made the statement while addressing the NCP legislators and leaders of the party in Mumbai. The Samyukt Kisan Morcha on Sunday expressed its disappointment against the central government, accusing it of completely reneging on written promises made to farmers when their protest was lifted on the 9th of December last year. Former Lok Janshakti chief Chirag Paswan has alleged that the JDU and its ally, the BJP, were in search of their own Eknath Shinde, who could pull the rug from under their feet of their own party to benefit the rival. The Kerala State Committee of Students' Federation of India has decided to dissolve its Wayanad District Committee in connection with vandalism of Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi's office, allegedly by some of its activists. The leader of the opposition in Assam in the Legislative Assembly has written to the Prime Minister regarding quick evacuation of trapped workers in the Manipur landslide, along with immediate relief for the family of the deceased. Well, Punjab's Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is all set to expand his cabinet as 5 MLAs are expected to be inducted as ministers. Now, the swearing-in ceremony will take place at the Punjab Raj Bhavan at 5 this evening.
After declaring the historic decision of granting 300 units of free electricity to Punjab, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is all set to expand his cabinet today. According to sources, the swearing-in ceremony will take place today at Punjab Raj Bhavan at 5 p.m. This will be the first cabinet expansion of Chief Minister Mann-led government. With the induction of 5 more ministers, the strength of Mann-led cabinet will reach 15, including the Chief Minister. After the Aam Aadmi Party formed the government following its resounding victory in the 2022 Assembly polls, 10 MLAs were inducted as ministers in the Mann-led cabinet. However, there is no word from the party on the names of the MLAs who will be inducted as ministers in the cabinet expansion. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Well, we are now getting the inside details on the Punjab cabinet expansion that's scheduled for today. What we are learning is that Anmol Gagan Maan, Aman Arora, Chetan Jormajra and Forja Singh are frontrunners to take oath as cabinet ministers today. 5 MLAs will be inducted in the Maan cabinet. So the numbers that are doing, the names, I beg your pardon, that are doing the rounds right now are of Anmol Gagan Maan, Aman Arora, Chetan Jormajra and Forja Singh. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reiterated the mantra of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas or Sabka Prayas while addressing an audience after the BJP's National Executive meeting that was held in Hyderabad.
It was a mega event as the top brass of Bharatiya Janata Party landed in Telangana's Hyderabad for the BJP's National Executive meet. As Telangana prepares for the assembly elections ahead, the top BJP leaders spared no chance to slam the current state's regime.
लोग केसीआर की सरकार से त्रस्त हैं, उनके भ्रष्टाचार से त्रस्त हैं, उनके सरकार के अनाचार से त्रस्त हैं और जिस तरीके से विपक्षी दलों को कुचलने का कुत्सित प्रयास कर रहे हैं, तेलंगाना की जनता जो बड़ी जागरूक जनता है उसने तय कर लिया है कि केसीआर को घर बैठाना है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लाना है, इस बात को तय कर दिया.
Senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad complimented BJP's journey so far and said how the party was democratic in its functioning.
हमारी सोच डेमोक्रेटिक है, लेकिन हाँ, इसीलिए हमने जब प्रधानमंत्री का म्यूजियम बनाया तो देश के सारे पीएम को स्थान दिया, इंक्लूडिंग दोज प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स हु हैड अनलीश्ड फ्यूरी अगेंस्ट आवर पार्टी. ये हमारी डेमोक्रेटिक सोच है.
But it was PM Narendra Modi ji's speech that enthralled the audience. PM Modi highlighted how in the past 8 years BJP had worked to bring positive change in the lives of citizens. Reflecting how in other states too, it has been seen that the double-engine government of the BJP has won the increasing trust of people, Prime Minister Modi said.
भाजपा ने जितना समर्थन तेलंगाना में हासिल किया उसमें निरंतर वृद्धि होती रही है और ये वृद्धि ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति आपके प्यार को दर्शाती है। आपकी निरंतर प्यार बढ़ता रहा है, निरंतर वृद्धि होती जा रही है। हम देश में 7 मेगा टेक्सटाइल पार्क बनाएंगे। टेक्सटाइल पार्क जब लगता है तो किसान को भी फायदा होता है, मजदूर को भी काम मिलता है, व्यापार कारोबार भी फलता फूलता है। इनमें से एक मेगा टेक्सटाइल पार्क का निर्माण तेलंगाना में भी होने वाला है।
Prime Minister Modi also lauded the cadres of BJP, especially those working in trying circumstances like West Bengal and Telangana. He said that it was remarkable that despite the times, they had not ever given up their cause. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Well, in fact, sources are telling Republic TV that a crucial meeting will be taking place at Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister's residence, this evening at 7. Now, Piyush Goyal and Eknath Shinde will be present at that meeting. We're also learning that this meeting is going to be about the portfolios and each party's designated number of portfolios that they're likely to get. So this, of course, is being seen as a crucial meeting. Do remember that this new government faces a floor test today. Alisha is reporting on this. Good morning, Alisha. Tell us more in terms of what this meeting is going to be about, even as, of course, the crucial Maharashtra floor test takes place today.
Well, of course, the floor test is going to take place at 11 a.m. and we know that the Eknath Shinde is feeling very much confident about, and we are clearly stated that this is just a formality. Even yesterday of the speaker election, we saw that Eknath Shinde and BJP has voted for Rahul Narvekar, and that was a 164 vote. Where after Rahul Narvekar has been elected as the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. But what we got to know that right after the floor test is what the sources suggested, that it's a crucial meeting to take place at Devendra Fadnavis, that is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, at his residence today at 7 p.m. Sources also said that Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to be present at this meeting, as the meeting is about cabinet portfolio sharing. So this is something clearly giving an indication by the Shinde and the BJP government saying that they are going to get a majority in the floor test, and since yesterday they have been very much sure about it, because that was 164 number, that was the 164 MLAs that had voted for Rahul Narvekar. But right after that there could be a cabinet portfolio sharing meeting that is going to be held at the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis resident in Malabar, where Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to be present in that meeting.
All right, stay with us. Let's also go across to Piyush Shori, who's reporting today. Piyush, it will be very interesting today to watch out for how this test actually plays out, because the people to be watching out for will be the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction of the Shiva Sena, which has about 16 MLAs. Now, with the new chief whip issuing a whip saying that everybody from the Shiva Sena must be present at that floor test, things are going to get complicated and interesting, aren't they?
Well, definitely, it is going to become very interesting. And as I speak to you, I would like to tell you that the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde camp has already issued a notice to the speaker saying that the 16 MLAs of Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp should be disqualified. So it is going to be very interesting to see that how all this plays out. It is most likely that this is going to come out in the court, and if nothing gets sorted out, this is going to go out in the court, and the judgment of it is going to determine of what is going to be the fate of these MLAs. But having said that aside, today is a very important day because there is a floor test, and Eknath Shinde camp has said that this is a formality, and after that the most important priority of the government is going to come in, that is the governance. For last so many days, Maharashtra has been, not governed. There are a lot of natural calamity which has happened. There are a lot of natural crises that happened. In Mumbai only, there have been a lot of, buildings that have just marked down because of the rains. So now the most important priority of the new government is now going to govern the city. After the floor test, there is going to be a meeting at Devendra Fadnavis's residence where there is going to be allocation of portfolios. So all this is going to be played out, and all of these developments are going to be tracked by us. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. Also joining us, I think, is... Okay, we don't have Priyanka yet. We'll get her in just a bit. But Piyush, what I also wanted to ask you was, it's going to be interesting in terms of who gets what portfolio and the number of ministries that the two major parties get, because it will be a delicate balance of power.
Well, definitely, you definitely said that it is going to be a delicate balance of power. And, as you know, to begin with, Devendra Fadnavis in his press conference did say that he will be supporting Eknath Shinde camp from outside. And it was only after JP Nadda, the BJP president, when he said that, Devendra Fadnavis should come into the government, he should be made the deputy chief minister. Thereby, it is going to be the government which is going to be there of Shiv Sena as well as of BJP. So yes, there is going to be a delicate balance of power. There has to be a lot of adjustments that has to take place, and there has to be a proper allocation of portfolios between the Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde camp as well as the BJP. Mind you, BJP has never, for a long time, BJP has not been, governing Maharashtra. It was only in 2014-2019 when BJP got its first chief minister. So yes, for them, governing Maharashtra also is important. So at the end of it, Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde camp should be made happy. The MLAs, they have to be made happy. They have to be adjusted. And at the same time, the BJP, which is the single largest party, also their MLAs need to be adjusted. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. Piyush Ori, of course, getting us all those details. Thank you for joining us for the moment. Well, Republic TV is the only channel that is bringing and breaking down to the story for you from Leh. Republic is bringing details of MLAs from Karnataka presently in Leh for what they call is a study tour amid floods that have hit Karnataka's coastal cities, flooding districts such as Dakshin Kannada and Udupi.
We're joined by the group of MLAs from the state of Karnataka, and they are on a study tour here in the region of Leh Ladakh. So we'll ask a few questions that are being raised. There's a controversy now boiling around your tour, because the timing of the tour is being questioned, because there's a flood-like situation in the state, and a lot of critical a lot of critique is coming forward, and this entire tour is being questioned that you all should be there when the state is in a dire situation.
First of all, now flood is not there. Day before yesterday there was rain in Udupi. We both are Udupi. I am from Udupi, he is also from Udupi. See, in our Udupi district and our Anmore MLAism, the South Canada, this is a common thing in the rainy season. We prepare earlier to the rain to handle the rain. So when we start, there was no rain. When we were reaching late, one day there was heavy rain. That was not flood. Flooding is, it had not come till today. Yesterday and today there is no rain in Udupi, first of all. Then if rain come also, that day we were all with touch with the DC, Tahsildars and our all party workers. But I'll tell you, I'll complete. Our all team is in the field and they were handling the flood. There was nothing problem for the people. And in our for the flood we have already prepared everything.
Anything happened, tomorrow morning we will go back. Anything happened. Yes. No heavy rain. No. Only one day. In the coastal area, every 3 months heavy rain. But my God bless me, no rain last 3 days, only one day. Oh, no any damage in coastal. Any information for you? Damage? No.
Sir, there are also questions that are being raised that your family is accompanying you in this study tour. How would you like to react to this particular comment?
So you have to react that the family, some of the MLA's families have been accompanied. Not all. My family has come. Some of the MLAs have not come. But we have paid from our pocket. No single money from the government have been spent for it.
But sir, the timing of this entire tour is being questioned because of course there's a flood-like situation. and it could get aggravated.
You talk to your president.
Sir, but any comment?
To my thinking, there is no flood at all in my place.
Okay, sir.
They're really tired right now, and they will interact tomorrow with you.
But if I could get a statement, because the entire questioning,
The statement, like, it's a question of decency that they're really tired after a long trip.
But sir,
and
a lot of
you're being very
questions are
intrusive.
It's not about being intrusive.
You're being intrusive.
It's not about
no,
being
you are
intrusive.
being intrusive.
It is about the situation
Ma'am, it's
is quite
respecting
worrisome.
each other's privacy and each
The
other's.
situation is quite worrisome.
Yeah, for
there
whom?
in
For whom?
Karnataka,
Yeah.
and this tourist timing is being
we will
questioned,
respect.
and that is,
We
and that is
respectfully request your cooperation in this regard,
So
and we
when
will
can-
interact tomorrow.
And here's a look at some news in brief. A gunman opened fire inside a busy shopping mall in the Danish capital of Copenhagen, killing several people and wounding several others. Copenhagen police has confirmed that a 22-year-old Danish man was arrested and further investigation is underway. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has met International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach in Kyiv. Zelensky thanked Bach for the decision to allocate a new support package for Ukrainian Olympics. Now, the IOC also proposed holding a special donor conference to restore the sports infrastructure in Ukraine. The Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko has claimed that Ukraine has tried to attack Belarus with missiles. Lukashenko said that he'd ordered Belarusian forces to target decision-making centers in Ukraine, and any attack on Belarus would trigger an instant response. West African leaders have attended a regional summit and lifted sanctions against three neighbors led by military governments that are now promising a return to democratic rule. Mali, Guinea and Burkina Faso were suspended from the regional bloc, the ECOWAS, following military coups and are under international pressure to hold democratic elections. Akron police officials released a video that showed an unarmed man who allegedly killed a 25-year-old Jalen Walker. A handgun, a loaded magazine and a wedding ring were found on the seat of the car of the man. Water levels have risen in major rivers in Bangladesh's northeast regions, which were badly hit by floods and remain partially submerged. The flooding displaced hundreds of thousands, and roads leading to Sylhet and Sunamganj areas were largely cut off after torrential monsoon rains last month. Now, according to official figures, more than 100 people have died and more than 7 million people in Bangladesh are in desperate need of shelter and emergency relief.
Another test for Maharashtra government would start as it prepares for the float test. And from there on, the governance would start with allocation of portfolios. What is going to be the updates? All these updates are going to be given to you by Republic Media Network. Stay tuned.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Abused, stones pelted, a clash and tear gas shells fired. This is what happened when bulldozers rolled in Patna earlier today. Visuals on your screen are of the demolition drive that happened in the Nepali colony of Rajiv Nagar in Patna. These bulldozers were rolling on 70 illegal structures with a court's order, but the local residents did not cooperate. A clash broke out during the demolition drive and the police was injured during the clash.
इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि यहाँ पर काम चलता रहे, फोर्स ज़्यादा अग्रेसिव ना हो, ठीक है सर, जल्दी चलाइए, फोर्स ज़्यादा अग्रेसिव, बहुत कटा हुआ सर, आप पर हमला नहीं हुआ, नहीं मेरे पे हमला नहीं हुआ है, ये मेरी गलती का होगा।
The encroachers were notified of the action in advance but refused to accept the court's order. The local residents opposed the demolition drive, pelted stones and attacked the administration. Reports suggest that some locals have also been injured in the clashes.
आज खाली कराने का कार्य चल रहा है जिसमें अधिकांश बाउंड्री वाल है और गैर आवासीय भवन है मुख्य रूप से, जिसमें कि बाउंड्री वाल किया हुआ है, अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। उन्हीं को इस 40 एकड़ में से खाली कराया जा रहा है। इसको लेकर के सुबह कुछ लोग इकट्ठा हो गए, पथराव किए, जिसमें कुछ लोग घायल हुए और कुछ जवान भी घायल हुए, सिटी एसपी भी घायल हुए। और उसके बाद हम और एसएसपी साहब यहाँ पहुँचे हैं और स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया गया है। सभी लोगों को खदेड़ दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से इसको हम लोग अपने कब्जे में ले लिए हैं और बाकी जो अतिक्रमण है उसको तोड़ने की कार्रवाई चलती रहेगी जब तक ये अतिक्रमण सब समाप्त नहीं हो जाते।
In fact, this is not the first time that the administration tried to crack down on the encroachment in the area, but the action could not be taken due to strong opposition by the local.
Top headlines this morning after thumping victory in speaker election. Will Shinde government sail through the floor test today? Another setback to Uddhav. Shinde appointed as the leader of Legislative Assembly. Ajay Chaudhary and Sunil Prabhu's appointment declared invalid. Umesh Kohli's family claims newspaper misled with robbery claim. Was there a deliberate cover-up? Amravati murder case mastermind Irfan Sheikh remanded to 4-day police custody. Varanasi District Court to resume hearing Gyanvapi case today. Yogi Adityanath Sarkar 2.0 marks the completion of 100 days. Good morning viewers, thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching the Morning Express. The big story of today, all eyes on the floor test which will take place, a big test for the Shinde government. Now sources telling us that a crucial meeting will take place at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' residence at 7 p.m. We're also told that Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be present in this meeting that is most likely will be about cabinet portfolio sharing. We have our reporters on the ground. We'll go across to Alisha as well as Piyush, Ori and Priyanka too, who are on the ground getting us updates by the minute. But all eyes on the cabinet, on this meeting, crucial meeting that will be held this evening at Devendra Fadnavis' residence, where Union Minister Piyush Goyal will also be present in this meeting, which is most likely be about the cabinet portfolio discussion. Alisha is joining us, getting us all those details. Alisha, what more can you tell us about this crucial meeting, which will take place at 7 p.m. this evening?
Well, yes, Samiksha, because today is a floor test and we know that Eknath Shinde and Bharatiya Janata Party is very much confident enough, and the number has already been showed in the floor yesterday during the speaker election. But what we know that after this floor test, where there is a crucial meeting that is going to take place at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' residence in Mumbai today at 7 p.m. And what we have been told that Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to be present. The meeting is about the cabinet portfolio sharing. So it will be a very important and very crucial meeting that is going to take place today at 7. But earlier to that, where we know that Eknath Shinde and Bharatiya Janata Party is going to even face a floor test. The assembly that is going to start at 11 a.m. Even yesterday, while talking about the speaker post, because now Rahul Nalvekar, who is being elected as the speaker of the Legislative Assembly, with winning with 154 votes. So this is something that has really gained a confidence for the Shinde BJP government today, and that is really going to show up in the assembly at starting from 11 a.m. But yes, this is something, a meeting that we have been talking about, a very crucial meeting, and this meeting is about the cabinet portfolio sharing, where Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to be present at the Devendra Fadnavis residence.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. We'll also go across to Piyush, who's also reporting on the ground, getting us all those details. So, crucial meeting, as Alisha was pointing out, will take place after the floor test, which happens today, which will happen today, that will decide the fate of the Shinde government. Of course, the numbers are in favor of the newly elected government of Maharashtra. We have Piyush joining us, getting us all those details. Piyush, if you could give us the breakup of the numbers as they stack up at this point in support of the Shinde government.
So definitely, the numbers are in favor of Eknath Shinde camp. As far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, he has 50 MLAs and BJP has around 123 MLAs. So that makes around 173 MLAs. So that is, quite a comfortable majority for the Eknath Shinde camp plus BJP government. But now the most important test for this government comes in. After the floor test is done, it is going to be the allocation of portfolios. Mind you, to begin with, as Devendra Fadnavis in his press conference had said that he would support Eknath Shinde government from outside. And it was only after JP Nadda, the BJP president, came in and said that BJP should be made a part of the government and Devendra Fadnavis should be given the role that he was made the deputy chief minister. So now it is going to be very interesting to see that what is going to be the allocation of portfolios. Yes, Eknath Shinde has been made the chief minister, but now all these MLAs who have deflected from the Uddhav camp to Eknath Shinde camp would also demand that they be given meaty portfolios, they be given good portfolios. And it is also going to be important to see that BJP, which is the single largest party in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, how are they going to be accommodated? Would they be given good portfolios or not? So yes, today all eyes would be first on the floor test, which Eknath Shinde camp says is a formality for them. They have the majority, they are going to win it. And after that, the action is going to shift at Sagar, which is Devendra Fadnavis' official bungalow, where there is going to be an important discussion on the allocation of portfolio. So all eyes on that today in the evening. Back to you, sir.
Piyush and Alisha, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll keep going back to Alisha as well as Piyush and Priyanka as well, who is on the ground getting us minute by minute updates. So all eyes on the floor test, which will take place tomorrow. Significant to note that the SP as well as the AIMIM, they abstained from voting for the election of the speaker yesterday, and it remains to be seen if the AIMIM as well as the SP will abstain today. It's today as well from taking part in the floor test. So the numbers are definitely in favor of the newly elected government in Maharashtra, which is the new government that has been formed, beg your pardon, in Maharashtra, which is the Devendra Fadnavis and Shinde-led government in Maharashtra. On to breaking news coming in, hitting out at the KCR. BJP has now questioned the Telangana government, saying that why is the chief minister scared of BJP meetings in Hyderabad? So that is the latest coming in. BJP trailing guns at the KCR government, saying that why is it scared of BJP's meetings in Hyderabad. Remember, a two-day national executive meet was held in Hyderabad. In fact, Prime Minister also addressed a party meeting in Secunderabad on Sunday. And of course, in the backdrop of this, we have the BJP hitting out at the KCR government, saying that why is KCR scared of BJP's meet in Hyderabad. Remember, crucial Telangana polls is set to take place next year. So all eyes will be on the next year polls that is all set to happen in Telangana. And just ahead of that, a crucial national executive meet that was held by the BJP in Hyderabad yesterday. And back-to-back attacks by the BJP. Significant to note that Chief Minister KCR did not receive Prime Minister upon his arrival to Hyderabad for this two-day national executive meet, which was held in Secunderabad. So BJP there questioning the KCR government, asking if it is scared of the BJP and why is it scared of BJP holding meets in Hyderabad. And we'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But as of now, we have the BJP mounting attack at the KCR government, questioning the KCR-led government in the state of Telangana as to why is it scared of BJP holding meets in the state of Telangana. Remember, a two-day national executive meet happened in Hyderabad. There was a mass. Prime Minister Modi also addressed a party meet in which saw thousands and hundreds and thousands of attendees as well. And in the wake of this two-day national executive meet that was held, BJP hit out at the KCR government. And we'll go across to our reporters as well who are tracking all the latest from Telangana. But as of now, the latest coming in with respect to the BJP questioning KCR government. Remember, Telangana is all set to go for polls in 2023. A national executive meet that was held yesterday in Hyderabad was attended by various chief ministers of BJP ruled states as well. And Prime Minister even attended a rally, addressed a party meet, and there were thousands of attendees who took part in this PM's address, in which the Prime Minister also hit out at the dynasty politics by the KCR-led government in the state of Telangana. We'll also play out the bite of Tom Vadakan, in which he has said that the BJP is strengthening BJP in the south. We have Aneri tracking all those details. Aneri, how do you read into these developments? There was a crucial national executive meet that was held. Of course, Chief Minister KCR did not receive the Prime Minister, and now we have the BJP trailing guns at the KCR-led government.
Definitely, many developments coming in after Telangana Chief Minister Sanjay Raut skipped to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Hyderabad, and that is not the first time which has happened. And we also saw leaders like Smriti Irani and Piyush Goyal and many other leaders at the BJP's national executive meeting had it out at Telangana Chief Minister Sanjay Raut for not receiving Prime Minister Modi in Hyderabad. And now, once again, we see that Tom Vadakan has it out at KCR, saying that BJP has now questioned the Telangana government, saying that why the Chief Minister is scared of BJP.
Aneri, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Stay with us. Let's also play out that soundbite of Tom Vadakan of the BJP.
This meeting was essentially to direct us on strategies. And this strategy, as I said, I can't discuss it right now. But you will see in the coming future, the strategies will be taken into an actionable mode, and then of course we can discuss it, the ups and downs or the fruitfulness of these strategy. B, there was a lot of criticism from leaders of Telangana of the situation in Telangana, and interestingly, our leaders who are working here for the last 48 hours have reported back to us saying there's great interest in Modi ji and his double engine method of working, and of course one thing that was visible, the poster war and the campaign that was running in the state, and the Chief Minister has no time to come to the airport even. He is a very desperate man. All we have done is we have had a adhivation here. And in an adhivation, which is natural for any political party to have adhivation in any part of the country. But yes, Telangana Chief Minister is a very disturbed man because he realizes the floor under him is collapsing. So that's the situation in Telangana. And the other matter is about Kerala. There are ideas, impressions. There was nothing specific on Kerala mentioned. But at the same time, there are things which I can't mention right now because they need to be activated. So that there it stands. And we are very confident that we will be able to show results in southern India, and very soon.
So Tom Vadakan of the BJP saying that the party is trying to consolidate its position in the south, especially, of course, in the backdrop of the upcoming Telangana polls in 2023. Here's a look at the top stories in brief. Hearing on Gyanvapi case will resume today in Varanasi court. Muslim side will continue with its arguments. Advocate V. Jain, Hindu side's lawyer, informed that the Muslim side had claimed that the case is not maintainable. The Punjab government chief minister is going to expand their cabinet for the first time today. The oath-taking ceremony will be conducted at the Raj Bhavan at 5 p.m. 5 to 6 ministers are likely to be inducted in the cabinet. Draupadi Murmu, the NDA presidential candidate and former Jharkhand governor, will visit Ranchi today to seek support of the ruling Jharkhand Mukti Morcha that is yet to inform of their stand. The opposition candidate, meanwhile, Yashwant Sinha, had already spoken to Chief Minister Hemant Soren seeking his support. The Student Federation of India on Sunday decided to dissolve the Wayanad District Committee after being accused of vandalizing Rahul Gandhi's office in the region. In the Facebook post, the state committee said that Wayanad committee had staged the protest without informing and that the violence had brought the shame upon the entire organization. Delhi police busted an interstate gang of high-tech fraudsters and arrested 4 persons who allegedly used to cheat gullible people on pretext of facilitating online loans. According to Delhi police, the gang used to deal in cryptocurrencies as well. They learned tactics from YouTube and got in touch with Chinese nationals as well on Telegram. Around 75 lakhs was transferred to the accounts of cheaters in the past 2 days itself. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar on Sunday said that mid-term polls are likely in Maharashtra as the government led by rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde may fall in the next 6 months. He made the statement while addressing NCP legislators and other leaders of the party in Mumbai this evening. The Samyukt Kisan Morcha on Sunday expressed its disappointment against the central government, accusing it of completely reneging on the written promises made to the farmers when their protest was lifted on December 9th last year. Former Lok Jan Shakti Party chief Chirag Paswan has alleged that JDU and its ally BJP were in search of their own Eknath Shinde, who could pull the rug from under the feet of his own party to benefit his rival. Leader of opposition in Assam in the Legislative Assembly, Debar Abarata Sakia wrote to Prime Minister Modi regarding quick evacuation of trapped workers in Manipur landslide along with immediate relief for the family of the deceased. Maharashtra reported over 2,900 fresh COVID cases on Sunday along with 1 more patient testing positive for BA4 subvariant of Omicron. The state further reported 6 COVID-related deaths in past 24 hours, while the fatality rate has risen to 1.85%.
Out of all these leaders, all these updates, get you to Republic, we get at work.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं. The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
This is the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow. Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी उस राजभवन के अंदर भी.
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power. Silence in Batoshi where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
Beginning of his speech, Amit Shah ji has drawn the attention of recent Supreme Court verdict on the various cases or basically on the Gujarat riot case, and he has said that Supreme Court has cleared Modi ji completely and also exposed the conspiracy of various individual ideologically oriented media person and NGO who all along conspired to defame Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. He also mentioned that how throughout these years Modi ji completely maintained his silence. He drank poison the way Nilkantha drank poison during the Amrit Manthan, but He continued to cooperate with the SIT.
Abused, stones pelted, a clash, and tear gas shells fired. This is what happened when bulldozers rolled in Patna earlier today. Visuals on your screen are of the demolition drive that happened in the Nepali colony of Rajiv Nagar in Patna. These bulldozers were rolling on 70 illegal structures with a court's order, but the local residents did not cooperate. A clash broke out during the demolition drive and the police was injured during the clash.
इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि यहाँ पर काम चलता रहे, फोर्स ज़्यादा अग्रेसिव ना हो, ठीक है सर, जल्दी चला फोर्स ज़्यादा अग्रेसिव, बहुत कटा हुआ सर, आपको हमला नहीं हुआ? नहीं, मेरे पे हमला नहीं हुआ, ये मेरी गलती का।
The encroachers were notified of the action in advance but refused to accept the court's order. The local residents opposed the demolition drive, pelted stones and attacked the administration. Reports suggest that some locals have also been injured in the clashes.
आज खाली कराने का कार्य चल रहा है जिसमें अधिकांश बाउंड्री वाल है और गैर आवासीय भवन है मुख्य रूप से, जिसमें कि बाउंड्री वाल किया हुआ है, अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। उन्हीं को इस 40 एकड़ में से खाली कराया जा रहा है। इसको लेकर के सुबह कुछ लोग इकट्ठा हो गए, पथराव किए, जिसमें कुछ लोग घायल हुए और कुछ जवान भी घायल हुए, सिटी एसपी भी घायल हुए। और उसके बाद हम और
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं।
The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
See the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow. Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी, उस राजभवन के अंदर भी।
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power.
Silence in Matoshi where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
News in brief, Draupadi Murmu, the NDA presidential candidate and former Jharkhand governor, will visit Ranchi today to seek support of the ruling Jharkhand Mukti Morcha that is yet to inform of their stand. The opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha meanwhile had already spoken to Chief Minister Hemant Soren seeking his support. A district court in Amravati on Sunday sent the key accused and the mastermind in the murder of a chemist Umesh Kolye to police custody. Till 7th of July, a police official on Sunday said that the number of arrests may increase. Samiullah, member of Jamia Masjid, the Jamia Masjid was stabbed last night by a youth named Nuthan Goda. We are told that there was an altercation that led to him being stabbed. The police informed that there had been enmity between the two since last year, while the SDPI wanted to give a communal angle, claiming that Nuthan was a Bajrang Dal activist. The police had denied the same. Leader of opposition in Assam in the Legislative Assembly, Debarabrata Saikia, wrote to Prime Minister Modi regarding quick evacuation of trapped workers in Manipur landslide along with immediate relief for the family of the deceased. Hearing on Gyanvapi case will resume today in Varanasi court. The Muslim side will continue with its arguments. Advocate Jain, a Hindu side's lawyer, informed that the Muslim side had claimed that the case is not maintainable. Breaking updates coming from Maharashtra after thumping victory in speaker election. Remarks made by NCP chief Sharad Pawar saying that mid-term polls are likely in Maharashtra as the government led by rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde may fall in the next 6 months. He made the statement while addressing the NCP legislators. We have Alisha also to give us more details. Alisha, how do you read into these remarks? Because these remarks of course come after their own government could not stand for complete 5-year term.
Well, of course, Amish, it's very important that has been coming in from NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. So yesterday he called for a meeting at 7 p.m. with all the NCP leaders, the senior leaders who were present in that meeting in YB Chawan. And what we have been informed that in the same meeting, Sharad Pawar has informed that there could be the possibility of a midterm polls in Maharashtra, because there is something this isn't between the Eknath Shinde. There are many of the MLAs who are upset with this, and that is the reason this government may fall. So this is an indication that has been given by NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, and of course he has also asked his NCP leaders to work upon even on the strategy, because today where
yes, Alicia, stay with us. Just hold your thoughts there. More breaking updates coming in. We're getting to know that Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meet of district chiefs at Sena Bhavan this afternoon at 1 p.m. What is the latest you're picking up on that?
Well, yes, at one side there is a crucial meeting of Bharatiya Janata Party where the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, Piyush Goyal will be present over the portfolio sharing, where we got to know that now even Uddhav Thackeray, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has called for a meeting at Sena Bhavan with the district chief at 1 p.m. So it's going to discuss, so there could be many of the discussions. This is specifically, we know that now Shiv Sena from the Uddhav Thackeray camp is now focusing on the local election, because we saw that there are some of the statements that was coming in from Devendra Fadnavis, who was clearly stating, and all eyes of Bharatiya Janata Party is on BMC election, that is a local election. So this is the reason where at the one side there will be a protest in the Vidhan Bhavan. On the other hand, Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting with the district chief, and this could be over the municipal corporation that is going to take place in Maharashtra.
All right, Alicia, thanks for getting us all those details. So, a meet that has been called by former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, at 1 p.m. Simultaneously, we have a meeting lined up at Devendra Fadnavis' residence at 7 p.m. in which cabinet portfolio is going to be discussed. And before all this, we have the crucial floor test which will take place this morning. So, all eyes on the floor test which will decide the fate of the new government of Maharashtra. Numbers are in favor of Shinde government, but all eyes will be on the floor test. Shinde government will most likely sail through this floor test. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side we'll get you the details of Amravati murder case where mastermind Irfan Sheikh has been remanded to 4-day police custody.
A person using a flamethrower set fire to a Pan-African flag which was flying on a pole outside the headquarters of the Uhuru movement. Remember, Uhuru movement is part of the African People's Socialist Party, which says it is uniting African people as one people for liberation, social justice, self-reliance and economic development. St. Petersburg police said that they are investigating the fire and are working to identify a suspect. Russian state TV released footage of an office issuing Russian passports. The building is situated in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. According to the Russian state TV, more than 100 people have obtained a passport on the first day of the office's operation. The report said that the whole procedure takes 10 minutes and it includes fingerprinting and pronouncing an oath of abiding by the Russian constitution. China's first typhoon this year hit the country's southern coast, prompting port closures and the suspension of some trains and flights. Typhoon Chaba made landfall in Maoming city in the Guangdong province and brought with it stormy weather. Heavy rains and gales also battered the cities, forced ships to be anchored, trains to be cancelled and tourist sites and highways to close.
He's got a mask, and all his workers are here as well.
Live from right outside this Thane residence of Eknath Shinde.
हम इस समय गवर्नर ऑफिस पे हैं, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी बिल्कुल चाक चौबंद.
Eknath Shinde has arrived in a carcage from Mumbai airport. Eknath Shinde is now reaching here at Kamakhya temple.
All the BJP MLAs has been assembled and senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are present here.
This is Matushri. Uddhav, can we expecting some movement as of this point?
Casting outside Taj President, this is the very place where you would find a bunch of legislators. Every indication now is being made to make sure that the floor test does not go through.
The buses have arrived in which the rebel MLAs and Eknath Shinde will be leaving for the airport.
Currently at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray will address the National Executive.
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं।
The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
See the picture from out. Ahead of a floor test in Vidhan Bhavan, crucial meeting has been called in at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' residence, where Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to be present. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. Will be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
This is the anger against the Udaipur killing, the gruesome murder of Kanhaiya Lal, and in fact the police have also deployed to maintain the law and order situation. They are also raising the alarm that if that not happened, that this protest might spread to the another roads of the Chandigarh, and the entire Chandigarh can be blocked by the youth the way they have blocked right now the roads.
Protesters marched into the streets of Libya, blocking roads and setting tires ablaze. The protesters, frustrated by years of chaos and division, called for the removal of the current political class and elections to be held. Protests have also been carried out against dire economic conditions in the oil-rich nation, where prices have risen for fuel, and bread and power outages are a regular occurrence. Hundreds gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against rising prices in Israel. Protesters carried signs blasting the rising gas and housing prices, disruption during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the war in Ukraine have driven prices up in the country that already rank as one of the most expensive places to live in. US Vice President Kamala Harris said that the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe vs. Wade was outrageous. She described the ruling as the first time in US history that a recognized constitutional right had been taken away from American women. Harris added that the ruling caused concern for other constitutional rights enshrined in the law. Tens of thousands have massed outside government offices in Macedonia to protest French
victory in the speaker elections. Will Eknath Shinde's government sail through the floor test? Countdown to the ultimate test of the Shinde government numbers has begun. It's all down to proving the numbers now. After Shinde's move against the Uddhav Thackeray camp, he has now called for a crucial meeting at 1 this afternoon. Amravati murder case alleged mastermind Irfan Sheikh is remanded to 4 days in police custody. The Varanasi District Court is to resume hearing the Gyanvapi mosque case today. And welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and the biggest story this morning, of course, is the Maharashtra floor test. Well, after a week-long drama, the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary was revoked and Eknath Shinde was reinstated as the leader of the Maharashtra Shiv Sena legislature party. Today, of course, all eyes will be on the Maharashtra Assembly as it faces the big floor test.
The BJP plus Shinde camp claimed stake to the government. They ensured their speaker nominee becomes chair of the Maharashtra Assembly. They declared that a Shiv Sena plus BJP government is in power. But the Uddhav camp of the Shiv Sena is questioning the legitimacy of it all.
पहले भी कहा था कि फ्लोर टेस्ट हो या स्पीकर की इलेक्शन हो, वहाँ तो हमने हमारा विरोध दर्शाया है कि व्हिप उन्होंने माना नहीं है, लेकिन उसके आगे भी जाके मैंने कल भी कहा था, पहले भी कहा है और आज भी कहा था, पहले तो मोरालिटी टेस्ट थी और मैंने सिर्फ यही कहा था मैं शांत बैठूंगा, आंखों में आंखें डाल के पूछूंगा कि हमने गलत क्या किया और आप कैसे गए। एक भी जो भाग के गए हैं उन्होंने आंख में आंख डालने की हिम्मत नहीं की।
The Uddhav camp has already submitted a disqualification petition with the newly elected Assembly Speaker. Parallelly, the Shinde camp chief whip Bharat Gogavle said he is moving towards disqualification of 16 Uddhav camp MLAs. All eyes are on the big floor test where BJP now holds 105 votes, the Shinde camp holds 39 votes, the Uddhav camp holds 16 votes alongside the NCP and Congress's 112 votes. Curiously, one has to see which way the Samajwadi Party and AIMIM that chose to abstain in the speaker elections will go. Their silence is a further dent to the MVA.
औरंगाबाद उस्मानाबाद का नाम चेंज किया, मुझे बताएं क्यों चेंज किया, क्या वजह हो सकती है? अगर ये कहते हैं कि औरंगजेब रहमतुल्लाह अलैह गलत राजा थे, उनकी लड़ाई संभाजी से हुई थी, अरे ये लड़ाई राज्य की लड़ाई थी, मुस्लिम हिंदू की लड़ाई नहीं थी।
Not taking the victory for granted, the BJP and Shinde camp held a meeting at Taj President Hotel, strategizing ahead of today's floor test. 4 minutes and 1.4 kilometers away, the NCP was chalking out its own floor test plan of action.
विश्वासदर्शक ठराव मांडला जाणार आहे आणि त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची आणि महाविकास आघाडीची काय भूमिका असणार आणि काय नियोजन करायचं याच्या संदर्भामध्ये बैठकीमध्ये आम्ही चर्चा करू.
But even before the floor, they seem to have accepted their only place will be in the opposition. 3 hours to the floor test, it remains to be seen what the final numbers will look like. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, even as we are speaking, sources are telling Republic TV that there's going to be a crucial meeting that will take place at Fadnavis's residence. That is at 7 this evening, but we're going to talk about that meeting later on. Let's go across to Alicia and Piyush Ori. Both of them are reporting on this. Alicia, to you first. I understand that the Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, the newly appointed Speaker, just made his way inside the Vidhan Bhavan. Give us more details and what are we looking at?
Well, yes, we just saw that Speaker Rahul Narvekar who just entered Vidhan Bhavan, and we know that the assembly is going to start at 11 and it will be a very important day today because it is something, a vote of confidence that has been asked by the governor to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The day Eknath Shinde, who took a oath as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the letter that was given by governor asking him to prove his majority, and that is the reason where the 2-day session that has been called in. We know that yesterday the majority is something like it is very much cleared because yesterday Rahul Narvekar, who was placed a candidate for the speaker post, he won with a 164 majority, and this is clearly giving an indication in the house as well. And this is the reason where Eknath Shinde, who is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has been very much confident enough, and he already gave a statement earlier before this assembly stating that this assembly, the session that has been called in, is something just a formality because they have the number. No doubt he already claimed that he got a number of 170 to 175 numbers, but yesterday we saw that the number that was in front of everyone during the elections of the speaker post for the legislative assembly, where Rahul Narvekar was fielded for Shinde and BJP alliance in Maharashtra, where we know that he already won with a 164, whereas Uddhav Thackeray, the candidate from Mahavikas Aghadi, who got 107. So this is something, the clarity of the numbers has already been given in the assembly. So today by 11 a.m. where there is going to be a vote of confidence, and of course it is something very important, but the statement has already been given by Chief Minister, clearly stating this is just a formality because we have the number and we have the majority.
Alisha, of course, it does look that they do have the numbers on their side. Let's also go across to Shivangi, who's reporting from outside Matoshri. Now, Shivangi, it's going to be very interesting to watch for how those 16 MLAs vote, because essentially they are from the Thackeray group, but the new chief whip of the Shiva Sena has asked them to vote in favor of the government. Otherwise, they could perhaps face disqualification. So, interesting dynamics at play in the assembly today.
Countdown to the floor test. It's very crucial now for both. It's not only crucial for Uddhav Thackeray, it's also crucial for Eknath Shinde. More so for Eknath Shinde. When we talk about disqualification, something very interesting happened yesterday when we got the news. Even the Shinde camp wants some MLAs from the Uddhav camp to be disqualified. Now, this is very, very interesting development. So, from both the sides, both the camps want MLAs to be disqualified, and the reason that they are gunning for this is that that really makes a big difference when it comes to numbers. For now, of course, nothing has happened in terms of from the Uddhav camp's request for disqualification, because that will be heard by the top court later on, which is around July 11th. But for now, it's a big development. Now, I'm outside Matoshri, and we'll keep a very close eye here, because right now the Uddhav camp is on a back foot. Let's talk about the reaction which is coming from the Shiv Sena. See, today in the morning, what happened was that in the editorial, which is it's called Samna, it's the mouthpiece of the Shiv Sena. Once again, Sanjay Raut has hit back at the Shinde camp. Now, the line that they are taking is that the law and order situation, the law situation is not being followed.
So that's a telling editorial that Samna has come out with. I'm going to come back to you. Alisha continues to be with us. Now, Alisha, there are lots of meetings that have been called today, but I wanted to bring your attention to the statement that's come in from Sharad Pawar, where he says that this government, even before it takes the floor test, will only last for the next 6 months, asking his MLAs to return back to their constituencies. How do you read this?
Well, of course, we know that there are a series of meetings that has already been lined up at one side at 1 p.m. Where former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is going to hold a meeting with the district president, and this is of course something over the local election that is going to take place in the state of Maharashtra. On the other hand, there is a crucial meeting that has been called at Devendra Fadnavis residence, where Piyush Goyal and Eknath Shinde is going to be present, and what we have been told by our sources that this is something, a cabinet portfolio sharing is going to be discussed in that meeting. While talking about the statement of Sharad Pawar, yes, yesterday when there was a meeting at 7 p.m. where Sharad Pawar and all the NCP senior leaders who were present at YB Chauhan, and what we have been informed by our sources itself, that Sharad Pawar has clearly indicated, he already hinted at mid-term elections. He clearly stated there are some of the MLAs from Shinde camp who is not happy with the leadership, and there are some of the way that could be the the possibility of the mid-term election. Of course, at this point of time, where Sharad Pawar has asked all his MLAs to get back to his constituency right after the floor test, but we have to wait and watch what is the further course of action, because at this point of time where Eknath Shinde has been very much confident enough of the number, and even we know right after the appointment of Rahul Narvekar as the Speaker of a Legislative Assembly, there was a letter that has been issued which given the approval of Eknath Shinde to be the leader of a legislative Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bharat Gogavle as the chief whip, whereas we know that the Ajay Chaudhary and Sunil Prabhu, respectively their position of leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly or chief whip has been considered as invalid, and now we know that from the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, where the Eknath Shinde is the leader of Shiv Sena, whereas Bharat Gogavle is the chief whip.
So what you're saying is that Rahul Narvekar's election, if one were to go by the numbers over there, the government does clearly have the numbers. But I'm going to come back to Piyush Ori right now. Piyush, it's also going to be interesting to watch out as to how portfolios are divided between these two parties, because at the end of the day the BJP does have 106 in its kitty in terms of just numbers, so it'll be really delicate balancing act for Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis.
it is going to be very important of how this allocation of portfolios is going to occur. Mind you, to begin with, Devendra Fadnavis in his press conference had said that, they will be supporting Eknath Shinde camp from outside and they did not want to be part of government. But only after intervention of JP Nadda, the BJP president, did Devendra Fadnavis came in and became the part of this government. Now let us be very categorical in this, that BJP is the single largest party, and Eknath Shinde has been saying that BJP as well as Devendra Fadnavis have been very magnanimous in giving him the chief minister post. But ultimately now it is also going to come in of how the allocation of portfolios is going to happen. The BJP MLAs would want that they be given some important portfolios, whereas the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs would be demanding that they should be given good post in the Maharashtra government. Amid all this, it is also going to become very interesting of how these portfolios are going to be allocated, taking into consideration that Sharad Pawar has said that this government is going to fall within 6 months, and now there will be a midterm election which is going to happen in Maharashtra. So yes, interesting set of developments. We may feel that Eknath Shinde camp plus BJP may have the numbers, but taking into consideration of the massive twists and turns which we have seen, anything can be made possible. And yesterday, with the political wizardry of Sharad Pawar, having said that the MLAs should go to their constituencies, should now interact directly with the people, and be prepared for the midterm elections, show that there can be more to this saga. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Piyush Ori over there bringing us those updates. I'm going to go back now to Shivangi, who's reporting from outside Matoshri. Now, Shivangi, even as this floor test takes place, we are hearing that Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting of district chiefs at the Sena Bhavan at 1 this afternoon. Now, this is, of course, after the floor test takes place.
Right. So it seems as if Uddhav Thackeray's camp and Uddhav Thackeray is going ahead with daily work. Now, even after he stepped down as the chief minister, if you remember, the party work had continued. They wanted to show that the work should not stop, and they had appealed also as well that the work is more important than the politics. So that is something that we are seeing continuing even today. And after the floor test, he's going to meet the district chiefs. Aditya Thackeray has also been having grassroots level meetings with party workers and with youth Shiv Sainik. So we have been seeing that for the past couple of days. At the same time, it's very important to note that at this point of time, the only recourse that the Uddhav Thackeray camp is taking is legal at this point of time, right? Because if those MLAs are not disqualified, which they're gunning for, the numbers will of course stack in Eknath Shinde's favor. But on the looks of it, what's really happening is that Uddhav Thackeray is continuing with the work and also, kind of hitting back at that decision about RA, which was made by Shinde camp. Remember that Aditya Thackeray had also, in fact, tweeted that how important that project really is and asked the Shinde camp to reverse its decision. So right now, it already seems as if, the politics over even development projects has started. And I think as things go ahead, of course, a lot depends on the floor test today, where the numbers are, of course, to the Shinde side. But we will see more of this, more of borrowed words over even development schemes later on, as things progress from here. But when it comes to the war of words, like we have been talking about, Sanjay Raut, like I was telling you, again hitting back at the Shinde camp, and like I was saying last time when time completed. So basically,
so we are expecting sharp reactions from either side, Shivangi, and that's not going to end yet. Let's also bring in Priyanka now. She's reporting on this from Amravati. Priyanka, even as the floor test really takes place, a lot of what. Okay, I think we seem to have lost Priyanka. We're going to try and get her back. But Alisha, we can see on our screens, of course, several of those leaders beginning to arrive at the Vidhan Bhavan. What are the timelines that we are looking at today?
Legislative Assembly, that is Rahul Narvekar, who has already reached Vidhan Bhavan, and we also saw former Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar in the Assembly. While talking about the timing, well, it is going to start at 11, what we have been told, and it's importantly, it's all about the floor test. Even we know and everyone is aware about, and even yesterday everyone saw the number that Eknath Shinde and Bharatiya Janata Party got, that is 164 number, and which is why Rahul Narvekar, who was candidate for Eknath Shinde and the BJP camp for the speaker post, has been appointed. So this is the very clear that 164 number has already been fixed, because the claim, that is the reason we even saw that the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde was very much confident about of winning, and clearly stating that the session that has been called in is something like a formality, because earlier he stated the number that he has a 50 number, and whereas Bharatiya Janata Party has a 120. So in total they have a 170, 175 number. But that was something very close to. We saw yesterday that Rahul Narvekar, who won and elected as the Speaker of a Legislative Assembly with a majority of 164, whereas the other candidate Rajan Salvi from Shiv Sena, that the candidate from Mahavikas Aghadi, has got 107. So this clearly indicate what can be but of course it's something Maharashtra elections, and we have to really wait and watch what exactly will be happening in the floor test, because this is something about the majority from the beginning Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has been claiming for. So that is now going to be proved in the House, and that is going to start at 11.
All right, Piyush, very, very quickly coming to you now. Now, the Shiv Sena has moved the Supreme Court, asking for the disqualification essentially of 16 MLAs. Now, even if that were to go through, this government still does enjoy the majority of the House, does it not?
Ultimately, it is all going to be, played, first in the legal courts and then politically. Mind you, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp as well as Eknath Shinde camp realize what is at stake. This is, they want to control the party controlled by Balasaheb Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp definitely want to control it by saying that Uddhav Thackeray, is being the son of Balasaheb Thackeray, should control it, whereas Eknath Shinde camp want to control this party based completely on the basis of ideology and of the corruption which they felt, a lot of MLAs of Uddhav Thackeray camp was involved in. So yes, this is going to be very interesting. It is going to be played in Supreme Court, the judgment of which is going to come on July 11th, and after that, all of this is also going to be played politically. Lot at stake. And therefore, it's very important to see what is going to be the ultimate end of this thing.
Absolutely. So as you're pointing out, of course, this floor test may be over today, but the legacy of the Shiv Sena and the fight for it will continue. All three of you, thank you for joining us for the moment. We'll be back with you guys. And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. Draupadi Murmu, the NDA's presidential candidate and the former Jharkhand governor, will visit Ranchi today to seek support of the ruling Jharkhand Mukti Morcha that is yet to inform about their stand. Now, the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha, has already spoken to the Chief Minister Hemant Soren seeking his support. Well, 3 people have been killed in a lightning incident in Sitapur in Uttar Pradesh, further injuring 9 others on Sunday. Now, according to Sitapur District Magistrate Anuj Singh, all the injured were immediately rushed to a hospital and are out of danger. He further extended an ex gratia amount of 4 lakh rupees to the family of the deceased. A district court in Amravati on Sunday sent the key accused and the alleged mastermind in the murder of chemist Umesh Kole to police custody till the 7th of July. A police official on Sunday had said that the number of arrests in this case may now increase. Samayullah, the member of the Jamia Masjid Alur, was stabbed. Well, Samayullah, a member of the Jamia Masjid Alur, was stabbed last night by a youth named Nuthan Gowda. We are given to understand that the police, of course, are investigating the case, but prima facie, it appears to be a case of enmity. Leader of the opposition in Assam Legislative Assembly, Debabrata Saikia, has written to the Prime Minister regarding quick evacuation of trapped workers in the Manipur landslide accord, along with immediate relief for family of the deceased. Well, the hearing in the Gyanvapi mosque case will resume today in Varanasi. Our Muslim side will continue with its argument. Advocate B. Jain which is representing the Hindu side's lawyer, has said that the Muslim side had claimed that the case is not maintainable. The Punjab government chief minister is going to expand their cabinet for the first time today. The oath-taking ceremony will be conducted at 5 p.m. at the Raj Bhavan. 5 to 6 ministers are likely to be inducted today. Well, Maharashtra has reported 2,962 fresh COVID-19 cases on Sunday, along with one more patient testing positive for the BA4 subvariant of Omicron. And now the state further has reported that 6 COVID-related deaths in the past 24 hours, while the fatality rate now stands at 1.85%. The Student Federation of India on Sunday has decided to dissolve the Wayanad District Committee after being accused of vandalizing Rahul Gandhi's office. In a Facebook post, the state committee said that the Wayanad committee had staged a protest without informing, and the violence had brought shame upon the entire organization. Delhi police have busted an interstate gang of high-tech fraudsters and arrested 4 people who allegedly used to cheat gullible people on the pretext of facilitating online loans. According to the Delhi police, the gang used to deal in cryptocurrency.
Well, the floor test is going to start at 11 a.m. and importantly where the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to prove its majority. This is after when Eknath Shinde, who took a swear-in as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the day after where a letter that was given by Governor asking him to prove his majority. We saw in an interview where Eknath Shinde was very much confident enough and clearly stated that the session that has been called in, that is just a formality because he has the number, and of course that has been clearly stated in the Assembly yesterday, where the Speaker post-election that was fielded yesterday, and importantly Rahul Narvekar, who was fielded as a candidate, but we know that he was elected as the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. But on the other hand, there is a crucial meeting that has been called in at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' residence at 7 p.m. where Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to attend the meeting, and sources have suggested that there could be a possible cabinet portfolio sharing information. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
The important test for newly elected Maharashtra government is going to today start with the floor test, and from there on it is going to be allocation of portfolios where senior leaders of BJP as well as Eknath Shinde camp will be present. What is going to be the outcome of all these results? What is going to be the updates for all these? Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 450 meters. More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. Nationalist Congress Party Chief Sharad Pawar called for a meet to discuss a trust vote when Eknath Shinde-led government.
And here's a quick recap of the top headlines at 9:30 this morning. After a thumping victory in the Speaker's election, will Eknath Shinde's government sail through the floor test? Countdown to the ultimate test of the Shinde government numbers has begun. It's all down to proving majority now. After Eknath Shinde's move against Uddhav Thackeray's camp, he has now called for a crucial meeting at 1 this afternoon. Row over Prime Minister's Bhagyanagar response. KTR says rename Ahmedabad first. The BJP hits out at KCR, asks why is he scared of the BJP's national meeting. The Varanasi District Court is to resume hearing in the Gyanvapi mosque case today. Following the murder of a 22-year-old medical shop owner for allegedly backing Nupur Sharma's remarks, the BJP has now called for a Shraddhanjali Sabha in Amravati. Ahead of this Shraddhanjali Sabha, we are learning that security has been heightened across the district. Let me go across to Priyanka, who's reporting on this. Priyanka, good morning. To begin with, give us a sense of what's lined up for today. And in terms of security, we can already see on our screens right now the number of police personnel.
Well, that's right, Nupur. Good morning to you and to all our viewers. Let's take them through what's really happening here in Amravati, because following the entire gruesome killing of Umesh Kole on 21st of June and the entire case coming to light day before yesterday, and us reporting on that, and the local police taking cognizance of the fact that it was in fact because of Nupur Sharma, we have seen that the BJP has now called for a Shraddhanjali Sabha, and moments before that, we are seeing that the Amravati police is in action, and there is a massive deployment of the local police force to make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place here in Amravati, and they are also being briefed by their seniors as to how to react if there is any kind of untoward situation that breaks out. As of now, however, local authorities have confirmed to us that there is no impending threat as of now of a law and order situation deteriorating. But even then, we are seeing that the Amravati police taking all the precautions so that even if there is a large gathering and if the situation gets out of hand, they are on top of it, and that there is a massive deployment to make sure that the message goes out that they are in fact meeting and making sure that their presence is in fact felt as well. We'll try to get in a word from some of the officials, and We'll try to understand what really is the security situation here and what really are the intelligence reports also suggesting. Okay, we'll get in a word from the official in a bit, but we are seeing that there is movement on the ground and we can talk about what really is the situation. Sir, कितने यहाँ पे security deployment की जा रही है, क्या precautions?
हमारे DCP इंचार्ज है। अरे आप DCP इंचार्ज।
So you can see that the security here is being deployed, and this is exactly the venue where the BJP in fact has called for a Shraddhanjali Sabha, and we can expect perhaps a flag march as well that will be carried out by the local authorities so that the message goes across to anybody planning on trying on making the situation worse, that they are on top of it and there is deployment there, and that there will be strictest action taken against anyone who's trying to create any kind of a law and order situation. And we are also expecting that the BJP leaders will also start coming in here, because this is the Rajkamal Chowk, just a few meters away from the Kotwali police station, where the entire matter has also been registered of Umesh Kole. And even there we had seen a lot of deployment and BJP leaders coming in, and they will be gathering here at about 11 a.m. But you know, even as the part of the investigation, we have seen that the nuances of the case details have come to light, and those are sensitive in nature. When we had seen the details of the remand copy that had come to light about how there might have been some links of these accused with the terrorist organizations. So all of that is being taken into consideration on the ground to make sure that the police presence is felt, to make sure that the common man does not suffer because of these kind of delicate situations. And behind me, in fact, is the flag march now that will be carried out by the police officers.
Right now, Priyanka, what I wanted to ask you
and the message that they want to send across.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about the NIA now taking over the investigation, and we are given to understand that they are also investigating this under the stringent UAPA.
Well, that's right. We had seen how details of this entire investigation also told us that there might have been some link that could have been found between Udaipur incident and what happened in Amravati. So let's not forget that Amravati technically was the first incident of such a murder that was being reported in the matter of Nupur Sharma. And then we had seen how terrorist organization links had emerged in Udaipur. So it is natural that the NIA is also treating this similar to that, and they're trying to investigate whether or not there are some links, because they have stated that the modus operandi of the accused seems to be the same, of attacking the neck of the victim and trying to send a message across about Nupur Sharma, about their religious sentiments being heard. And not just that, this is not just conjecture, but the police officials also claiming that they are looking into the bank details of all of the accused to understand where the funding was being given to them. They are trying to link all of the WhatsApp groups as to who really had mobilized this entire plan and had carried out this entire conspiracy of gathering these 6 people and then training them about how to go about killing Umesh Kole. And not just that, there were several days of which there was recce that was involved of 3 to 4 people, the 3 to 4 accused in fact, who had been following Umesh Kole, following his daily routine to understand where he went and when he would be the most vulnerable to attack as well. So these are some details of the investigation that we have gotten to know from the authorities, who have now told us about how there might have been some link of the terrorist organizations as well. So they're not leaving any stone unturned as far as the investigation now goes. They are looking at all parts of the investigation to understand how this entire planning had taken place. Right. And let us not forget, another very crucial part of this entire investigation is that of the WhatsApp groups that had been used for mobilizing this kind of conspiracy, to actually implement this kind of a conspiracy as well. Irfan Sheikh, the main accused, we are being told, had owned an NGO that was being used for getting the funding and using funding for these kind of activities. Now this is something that we have learned from the remand copy that we had exclusive access to as well.
Right.
And all of that really goes to tell us how important and how sensitive this entire nature really is of the cases, and that is why the police officials making sure that at least the common man on the ground does not suffer, and that there is no law and order situation that comes to light out of Amravati. Nupur.
Absolutely. So Priyanka over there bringing us the latest from Amravati, where the police are now actually conducting a flag march to ensure that there is security. Priyanka, stay with us. We're going to be back with you. And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will face the crucial floor test today as the last day of the special two-day session of the House concludes. The test of strength comes a day after the BJP's Rahul Narvekar was elected as the Speaker, a significant move in view of the Sena's pending appeal to disqualify 16 rebel MLAs. With the support of over 50 MLAs, including 38 MLAs from the rebel gang, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will aim to win the floor test today after a successful rebellion against Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde, along with the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, is all set to form the government in Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde made a big statement on their alliance with the BJP and said that the Shiva Sena and the BJP are now back in power in Maharashtra, and together they will take the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray ahead. The Chief Minister promised to work with transparency for the people of Maharashtra. The NCP chief Sharad Pawar took a jibe at the current government and said that midterm polls are likely in Maharashtra as the government led by the rebel Shiva Sena leader Eknath Shinde may fall within the next 6 months. Pawar also added that many rebel legislators who are supporting Shinde are not happy with the current arrangement at the Shinde camp. And a crucial meeting is expected to take place at the residence of Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis at 7 this evening. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the Union Minister Piyush Goyal will attend the meeting. The meeting is aimed at discussing portfolios for the Maharashtra cabinet and strategies of the new government. Now, the Shinde camp chief whip Bharat Gogawale has now given an application to the Speaker Rahul Narvekar regarding them being considered as their whip. Now, it says that their original Shiv Sena party, the application also mentions disqualification of the rest of the 16 MLAs, those supporting Uddhav Thackeray. Let me go across to Alisha. She's on the phone line. Alisha, give us more details of this application that's been submitted to the Speaker.
Well, of course, yesterday, while the Assembly has clearly appointed Bharat Gogawale as the Chief Whip and Eknath Shinde as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, right after that, Shinde camp Chief Whip, that is Bharat Gogawale, has given an application to Speaker Rahul Narvekar regarding considering their whip. We know yesterday when there were 16 Shiv Sena MLA who have voted for Mahavikas Aghadi candidate, that is Rajan Salvi. But right after that, there was a letter that was given, and clearly they wanted to file a petition against the disqualification. So now the letter has already been given to Speaker Rahul Narvekar, clearly stating that they are original Shiv Sena party, and the application that mentions to disqualify rest of the 16 MLAs, those supported Uddhav Thackeray. So yes, it's a big update that has been coming in from Eknath Shinde, that right after Eknath Shinde has been appointed as the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly leader, and Bharat Gogawale as a Chief Whip of Shiv Sena. Now he has already given an application to Speaker Rahul Narvekar, considering their application to disqualify the 16 MLAs who supported Mahavikas Aghadi candidate.
All right, let's also go across quickly to Shivangi, who's reporting from outside Matoshri. Shivangi, I just wanted to ask you about the rest of the Shiva Sena MLAs who are in the Uddhav Thackeray camp. What are you hearing? Are they going to be voting today, and how are they going to be voting? Because the newly appointed Chief Whip says that they have to be present and vote in favor of the government. So what are you hearing?
Right. Well, so this is something that we had known earlier, that they would want the MLAs from the Uddhav camp to be disqualified. Now you're seeing before that the disqualification game is being played from both the sides right now. So right now, like I said, the Chief Whip, like we just said, has said that they want those MLAs to be disqualified. But when we look at it, from the Uddhav camp, they've approached a top court on this as well. So as of now, it's a war of words. In a sense, it's a war of words when it comes to disqualification. Now, calling themselves the real Shiv Sena, that's also very interesting. Like what Alisha told us, that is very interesting because who is the real Shiv Sena? That's the big question. There are two factions right now. Both of them want the other MLAs to be disqualified because it will give them advantage in the floor test. But right now, legally, nothing can be done as of now. We have to wait and watch how this really plays out when that vote of confidence happens later in the court.
Well, absolutely. That question of who the real Shiv Sena is likely to go down to the wire. There's the court involved, and perhaps there'll be the election commission as well. Let me go across quickly to Piyush Ori now. Piyush, the NCP, of course, is already beginning to ask its MLAs to go back to their constituencies. Mr. Pawar yesterday said that I don't think this government is going to last very long. I want everybody back in their constituencies. So in that sense, he is setting afoot a feeling of insecurity right ahead of the floor test.
Well, definitely, before I come to you, I would just like you to, I would just ask my cameraman to just show the fingers over here. The MLAs have now begun to board the bus to go to Vidhan Bhavan. And yes, it is very important, as you said, that, this is the first test of Ekta Shinde camp, wherein to pass the floor test and from there on, begin the important process of governance. Sharad Pawar, through his political wizardry, knows that this is a government that has not been formed through normal circumstances, and he understands that if all does not go well, they still do have a chance of forming the government. And taking this into consideration, he has told his MLAs to go into his constituencies and start connecting directly with the people, because they realize that if this government does not govern now, the real test of this government is going to start begin now, in terms of governance. And yes, if it does not deliver, there is likelihood of NCP forming the government. The first test of this government is going to begin with the floor test, and secondly, then after that, there is going to be an important meeting which is going to be held in Devendra Fadnavis's official bungalow of Sagar, where there is going to be a discussion of allocation of portfolio. Mind you, BJP to begin with was not a part of this government and had said that they're going to support this government from outside. And it was only after the intervention of BJP President JP Nadda that BJP became a part of this government. BJP, being the single largest party, would definitely want that they MLAs be given important portfolios. But then the rebel MLAs of Shiv Sena would also want that they be given important portfolios. So yes, all this is going to be taken into consideration. Will there be differences? Will there be differences? It's all going to be seen in the days to come. So right now, what I'm showing you is that the MLAs are boarding bus. They are going to go to Vidhan Bhavan, where the second most important test for them is going to start with passing the floor test, which according to Ekta Shinde camp say is just a formality. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely, Piyush. We're going to stay with you now. We are, of course, seeing in these pictures that the MLAs are boarding that bus and perhaps going to the Vidhan Bhavan directly. But after that, what are you hearing in terms of what are their expectations in terms of portfolios?
Expectation is there has been a lot of meetings which are being held not only right now in which is going to be held not only in Devendra Fadnavis's house today, but there has also been a lot of meetings that have been held in Taj President, where I'm reporting from, and also in hotels where these MLAs were boarded in Goa and in Guwahati. So yes, there have been a hectic set of negotiations. And it is going to be very interesting now for us to watch that, based on the meeting where, senior BJP Minister Piyush Goyal is going to be present, what portfolio is going to be allocated to not only the Minister of Ekta Shinde, who is the Chief Minister, but also to BJP,
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We are getting breaking news right now. Well, we're just learning that early this morning at about 4 o'clock, Lalu Yadav was admitted to the ICU of a private hospital after his sugar levels shot up. Lalu Yadav, of course, has been unwell for quite some time now. What we're given to understand is that he has been admitted to the ICU of a private hospital in Patna this morning. Prakash Singh is on the phone line. Prakash, good morning. Give us more details, please.
Well, first, the incident took place yesterday when Lalu Yadav fell from a stairs and he injured his shoulder, and then he was feeling restless. And thereafter, all the parameters were right, but we get to know about the reports that early morning he had to be moved to a private hospital in Patna after his sugar level shot up, because he's been a patient of diabetes and multiple diseases that leads to further complications. So maybe because of the injury, his sugar level would have been shot up. So he's been admitted. Arrest parameters are fine as of now. That's what we get to know from the doctors.
All right, Prakash reporting on that, bringing us the latest on Lalu Yadav's health condition. We are given to understand that he has been admitted to a private hospital this morning.
Interesting today to see that how this MLA is going to pass the floor test, and from there on it is going to be again important allocation of portfolios for all these.
Ahead of floor test, a crucial meeting has been called at Devendra Fadnavis residence, that is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, at 7 p.m. where Piyush Goyal and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to be present. Sources that suggested that there could be the possibility of cabinet sharing in the meeting that has been called in Devendra Fadnavis residence. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं.
The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
See the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow.
Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी, उस राजभवन के अंदर भी.
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power. Silence in Batoshi where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the...
Welcome back. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. Even as we wait for that floor test to take place, there have been a lot of developments that have taken place, including the Chief Whip of the Sena, Bharat Gogavle, writing a letter to Rahul Navrekar, the Speaker. And I think we've got Alicia. She's got all the details on what's happening. Alicia, even as those MLAs arrive at the Vidhan Bhavan, we are seeing hectic developments till now.
Well, of course, we are seeing that the leaders has been continuously reaching here, and if I can request my video journalist to show the main entrance from where the leaders is going to start, because this is something of very important where Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has been asked to prove his majority. Right after that, we saw even yesterday during the speaker post, which is clearly stated that the candidate for the Shinde BJP has Rahul Narvekar, who won and has been elected as the speaker with 164 votes. So this clearly gives the indication for the Eknath Shinde and the BJP government in Maharashtra what can be happen in the floor test. But yes, we will wait. And even we heard the statement that was given by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde earlier, clearly stating that they have the majority, and this session that has been called in is just a formality, and that is why they are going to show the visual. They are going to show in the Vidhan Bhavan itself. So yes, all are waiting, but even there are many meetings. There are many meetings that has already been lined up. Of course, we know that Uddhav Thackeray, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who is going to meet the district president at 1 p.m. at Sina Bhavan. Whereas
all right, I'm going to go across to Piyush right now. I think the MLAs are leaving. Yes, Piyush, tell us what's happening.
So definitely, the MLAs have now begun to leave from Taj President to Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan, where, their second important test of, making this government pass with clear majority is going to begin. And from there onwards, the real test of this government is going to start with governing the state. Mind you, for last couple of days, Maharashtra has not been governed, as, there has been this political crisis that has been happening. So, you just saw the visuals right now of the MLAs, just going from Taj President, where they were staying for around 3 days, now to Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan, for making this government pass with clear majority test, which the Eknath Shinde camp says, they have the clear majority of over 170 legislatures in their favor. From there on, it is again going to be an important test with, an important meeting being held in Devendra Fadnavis's official bungalow of Sagar, where senior BJP Minister Piyush Goyal is also going to be present, and where ultimately there is going to be decision of allocation portfolios. Mind you, BJP to begin with was not interested in being a part of this government, but with intervention of BJP President JP Nadda, BJP now became a part of this government. With the single largest party, it is going to be interesting to see that what allocation portfolio is going to be given to them, and how much is going to be, and how much portfolio allocation is going to be there with Shiv Sena. For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network, where we are going to keep updated of the allocation portfolio and the decision taken by the NCP MLAs. Thank you.
The float is going to begin at 11 a.m. But we saw that already the Eknath Shinde, who is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has been very much confident to get the majority and clearly stated that this is something formality, and of course the Eknath Shinde and the BJP has a 164 number that has been proved in the yesterday's speaker post. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Quick roundup of news in brief. In a first big win for Eknath Shinde camp, NDA candidate and BJP's Rahul Narvekar was announced as the new Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Now it's a crucial day in the Maharashtra politics today, as Eknath Shinde-led government will face the floor test in the Assembly. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Republic accessed the disqualification petition of Uddhav camp. Uddhav camp has filed a disqualification petition against the rebel MLAs with Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and all MLAs held a meet in Taj President Hotel in Mumbai. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, BJP MLAs and other party leaders were all there to chalk out a strategy for the floor test today.
He's got a mask, and all his workers are here as well.
Live from right outside this Thane residence of Eknath Shinde.
हम इस समय गवर्नर ऑफिस पे हैं, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी बिल्कुल चाक चौबंद.
Eknath Shinde has arrived in a carcage from Mumbai airport.
Eknath Shinde is now reaching here at Kamakhya temple.
All the BJP MLAs has been assembled and senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are present here.
This is Matoshri. Uddhav, can they expecting some movement as of this point?
Casting outside Taj President, this is the very place where you would find a bunch of legislators.
Every indication now is being made to make sure that the floor test does not go through.
The buses have arrived in which the rebel have.
The NCP chief Sharad Pawar on Sunday said that midterm polls are likely in Maharashtra as the government led by the rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde may fall within the next 6 months. He made the statement while addressing the NCP legislators and other party workers in Mumbai. The Samyukt Kisan Morcha on Sunday expressed its disappointment against the central government, accusing it of completely reneging on written promises made to farmers when their protest was lifted on the 9th of December last year.
After getting appointed as the chief whip, Bharat Gogavle has written a letter to Speaker Rahul Narvekar clearly stating that his application to disqualify 16 MLAs of Uddhav.
Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 450 meters. More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. Nationalist Congress Party Chief Sharad Pawar called for a meet to discuss a trust vote when Eknath Shinde-led government would need to prove its majority. NCP is also vying the post of the leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly. After power-packed mega rally in Hyderabad, Prime Minister is all set for his next step. Prime Minister will visit the Bhimavaram in Andhra Pradesh and will launch the year-long 125th birth anniversary celebration of legendary freedom fighter Alluri Sita Rama Raju today. Quick roundup of news in brief. In a first big win for Eknath Shinde camp, NDA candidate and BJP's Rahul Narvekar was announced as the new Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Now it's a crucial day in the Maharashtra politics today as Eknath Shinde-led government will face the floor test in the Assembly. Top headlines at 10 a.m. After thumping victory in Speaker election, will Shinde government sail through the floor test? Countdown to the ultimate test of Shinde government. Numbers have begun. It's all down to proving majority now. After Shinde's move against Uddhav camp, he has now called for a crucial meet at 1 p.m. Row over Prime Minister's Bhagyanagar response. KTR says rename Ahmedabad first. BJP hits out at KCR, asks why is he scared of BJP's national meet. Varanasi District Court to resume hearing Gyanvapi case today. starting with breaking updates coming in on Maharashtra. Now, even after Bharat Gogavle has been given clearance for being the chief whip for the Sena Legislative Assembly, Sunil Prabhu has issued a whip to its MLAs for the floor test. So, after action against the Uddhav camp, that is the latest coming in, Sunil Prabhu issuing a whip to its MLAs for the floor test. Remember, the floor test is set to happen in just 1 hour from now. So, all eyes on that crucial floor test which will take place, and in the backdrop of this, we have the Uddhav camp issuing a whip to its MLAs to be present for the floor test which will happen at 11 a.m. So, all eyes on this crucial test, and the numbers are in favor of the Shinde camp as well. Most likely the new government will sail through this floor test which will happen in just 1 hour from now, and the visuals also, the still in fact is of the whip that has been issued by the Uddhav camp to its MLAs, the notice that has been sent to the MLAs of the Uddhav camp. We have Alisha joining us for the latest on that. Alisha, if you could give us more details of this latest notice that has been issued by the Uddhav camp to its MLAs.
Well, of course, we know that even after yesterday, where there was the addition that has been given, and specifically an announcement that has been given, that considering the fact and considering the majority where Eknath Shinde is been elected as the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly and Bharat Gogavle as the chief whip, and it is also mentioned, clearly mentioned that Sunil Prabhu, who was elected as the Chief Sena Whip Chief, and we know that they have been elected as the person specifically is being considered, and Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of Shiv Sena Legislature has been considered as invalid. But now what we know, even after the Bharat Gogavle, who is been appointed as a chief whip, we are seeing that Sunil Prabhu has been also issuing a whip to the 16 Shiv Sena MLAs in Uddhav camp. So this is something that could be raises a question, and specifically this is going to take up in the assembly by the Shiv Sena, that is an Eknath Shinde camp, because now the authority is with the Bharat Gogavle, who is being appointed this chief secretary. A letter that has been we got late night, and clearly stating that Bharat Gogavle is the Shiv Sena Legislative Chief Whip, and he has the authority to issue the whip. But even after that, we see that Sunil Prabhu has already issued a whip to the Shiv Sena 16 Shiv Sena MLAs. But yes, all eyes on floor test, because it's at 11 a.m. where the voting, the floor test will begin, and Eknath Shinde, who is going to stand in front of the speaker, and of course in his support, we have to see how many numbers today we come, because Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has already given a number, clearly stating that Eknath Shinde has a 50 number, whereas the Bharatiya Janata Party has 120. So in total it will be 170 to 175. But that has actually proved yesterday in a speaker post, because Rahul Narvekar, who was elected for the Shinde BJP, the candidate for the speaker post, and we know that with 164 majority when Rahul Narvekar has been elected as the speaker of the Legislative Assembly. So this kindly gives an indication that the claim that has been made by the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is something is going to prove. But yes, we'll wait for 11 a.m. where the floor test is going to start, the vote of confidence is going to start. Yes,
Alisha, and interestingly, even as this whip has been issued, the numbers are definitely not in favor of the Uddhav camp. Let me go across to Piyush as well. Piyush, if you could give us any updates if the MLAs have started leaving for the Vidhan Bhavan.
So I will just ask my cameraman Vijay Sunny to just pan the camera over here, where the MLAs have already begun to leave, and there is a huge buzz that now CM Eknath Shinde is also going to be leaving from his hotel at Taj President and heading to Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan, where his second most important test of making sure that this government passes with clear majority test is going to happen.
Yes,
Eknath Shinde has already said that they are comfortable with this majority. But now the ultimate test of this government is also going to begin with allocation of portfolios, which is going to begin in the late night meeting at.
उत्तम पद्धतीनं प्रचंड बहुमतानं ती अग्निपरीक्षेत आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी पास झालेलो आहे. आजही त्या ठिकाणी आश्चर्यकारक अशा प्रकारचं बहुमत त्या ठिकाणी निश्चितच आम्हाला त्या
Yesterday
ठिकाणी
we saw
मिळणार
what has
आहे.
happened
शिंदे
in
फडणवीस सरकारवर
the assembly
या ठिकाणी
where with a
निश्चितच
majority
विश्वास
with a majority Rahul
या ठिकाणी
Narvekar has been
मिळणार आहे.
elected as a
आणि
speaker.
आमची 164 मतं तर होतीच, 2 मतं
And even today,
त्या
in the
ठिकाणी
vote of
प्रकृती
confidence,
अस्वस्थामुळे
there is
येऊ
a
शकली
trust
नाही.
on Devendra
परंतु
Fadnavis, who is the
आम्ही
deputy
निश्चितच या
chief
ठिकाणी,
minister. His
त्याहीपेक्षा,
vote is going to take
जास्त
all the trust
मतदान
of the
त्या
people
ठिकाणी
of
घेऊन,
Maharashtra, and we have been very much confident
शिंदे
enough.
सरकारवरचा विश्वास या ठिकाणी संमत होईल.
What the majority that has happened yesterday, the number that was 164, but today we are very much confident enough that the number will be more than what we have got yesterday, and the support will be for a Shinde BJP government.
विधिमंडळाच्या कामकाजानुसार, नियमानुसार त्या ठिकाणी विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षांनी अधिकृत गटनेता कोण, अधिकृत मुख्य प्रतोद कोण याची घोषणा केलेली आहे आणि चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं
According to the rules that comes under the Legislative Assembly Act, which clearly stated that whoever elected as the leader of Legislative Assembly has the right to issue the whip and to elect the whip chief. And what we know that yesterday,
याचं कारण आज संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्र
yesterday Bharat Gogavle has been elected as the leader of the Legislative Assembly.
या ठिकाणी हवं होतं 2-2.5 वर्षाच्या कालावधीमध्ये
Today the people of Maharashtra is very happy.
समाधान देऊ शकलं नाही आणि म्हणून आशा आहेत, फार मोठ्या आशा शिंदे
We know that
फडणवीस
Mahavikas
सरकारवर
Aghadi has
महाराष्ट्रातील
not
जनतेच्या ठिकाणी
fulfilled
आहेत. आणि
the
म्हणून
wishes and the promises
उर्वरित
that was
आमदारांना
made to
सुद्धा
the
वाटतं
people of
की या
Maharashtra. But
दोघांच्या
today
नेतृत्वाखाली
the government
सरकार
is of BJP
महाराष्ट्राला
Shinde,
प्रगतीकडे नेऊ शकतं.
and today we are working for the development of people, and we will fulfill the promises that was made by Mahavikas Aghadi to the people, because this is something the people that was
आणि
expecting.
महाराष्ट्रातील जनतेला विकास मिळू शकता असं ज्यांना म्हणून स्वयंस्फूर्तीनं वाटेल ते या सरकारला पाठबळ
We know that that is Shinde and BJP government is going to give full support, and we will work towards the development of the state.
मला माहित नाही, कारण शेवटी हा उत्स्फूर्तपणा त्या ठिकाणी किती असेल हे आत्ताच आपल्याला अंदाज देता येत नाही.
I don't know the really exact number, how many support and the majority that is going to confront in the floor test, but I am very much confident now that it is going to
महाराष्ट्राची
rise.
जनता आनंदी झालेली आहे. त्यांना आशेचा किरण फडणवीस साहेब, शिंदे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली सरकार
From the media itself, it's very clear that the people of Maharashtra is really happy
त्या ठिकाणी आले.
with the Shinde BJP government.
निधी मिळत नव्हता, विकास कामं होत नव्हती आणि अशा प्रकारे
So giving a statement, here the Pravin Darkar is giving a statement on NCP Sharad Pawar, clearly stating that this is the only MLAs because of which the government is standing today.
या सरकारला त्या ठिकाणी
I am sure about it that the work will go good, and it is nothing but for the development of the people, is for the people.
ठीक आहे, त्यांना वाटतं आता एवढं बहुमत असल्यावर त्यांच्या वक्तव्यावर मी भाष्य करू शकत नाही.
If they feels like they will win, but they should understand that the majority is with us, and that has already been proved yesterday.
पेक्षा चांगलं मतदान या ठिकाणी विश्वासदर्शक ठरावाला होईल.
We know that whatever we are expecting, the numbers is definitely going to increase today at the floor test.
अशा प्रकारचे अनेक वक्तव्य गेल्या काही दिवसात आपण पाहिलीत की यापैकी आमदार स्वतःहून त्या ठिकाणी त्यांचं परिवर्तन होईल.
There are many of the statements that was coming in from many of the leaders in Maharashtra. But is there any changes that can be seen?
पवार साहेब नेहमी जे
There is not
बोलतात
a-
त्याच्या उलट
There is
होत
not a
असतं.
single
त्यामुळे 6
MLA
महिन्यात
that has
दुसरे
been
बोलल्यावर
disbanded.
येणारे काही
But
दशकं
we know
हे
that
सरकार
each and
या
every
ठिकाणी
MLA
चालतं.
that has been coming together is just because of further development and to respect the mandate of the people of Maharashtra.
असतं आणि म्हणून आपण बघाल तयारी कुठल्या पद्धतीत झाली.
महाविकास आघाडीचे काही आमदार जे आहेत ते काल गैरहजर होते, आजही गैरहजर आहेत.
Bharatiya Janata Party is always ready, and that is completely seen what has happened today.
गैरहजर ते दिसेल, परंतु आम्हाला चांगलं बहुमत मिळेल.
ते काही संपर्कात आहेत का तुम्ही? राष्ट्रवादी आणि काँग्रेसचे नेते काही संपर्कात आहेत?
It does not care whoever present or absent. We know that we are going to get a good majority.
समाधान है एक अच्छा सरकार शिंदे साहब, फडणवीस सरकार साहब के नेतृत्व में आया है. यह महाराष्ट्र को दिशा दे सकता है, महाराष्ट्र का विकास हो सकता है, क्योंकि विकास के कारण ही और अपनी विचारधारा के कारण ये आमदार आज ये सरकार के पीछे खड़े हैं, शिंदे साहब के पीछे, फडणवीस साहब के पीछे। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है यह महाराष्ट्र की जनता को जो विकास का विश्वास है वो सभी आमदारों के मन में है, इसलिए वो भी आमदार इस सरकार के बारे में पॉझिटिव्ह आहे।
राष्ट्रवादीचे विरोधी पक्ष नेत्यावरून 2 गट पडलेले आहेत आणि राष्ट्रवादी
नहीं, पवार साहब तो आपको मालूम है वो कैसे राजनीतिक नेता है वो। अभी उन्होंने बोला था कि ये आएंगे तो मत परिवर्तन हुआ क्या मत परिवर्तन? वो विचारधारा से पक्के लोग हैं, विकास की उनको भूख है। तो मुझे लगता है पवार साहब जो बोलते उसके विपरीत होता है। वो 6 महीने में बोले तो आने वाले कई दशकों यह सरकार को हिला नहीं सकता। नहीं, महाराष्ट्र में आज आनंद का, समाधान का वातावरण है और सभागृह में जो आमदार रहेंगे वो भी ये सरकार के ऊपर खुश है और खुशी में ये सरकार रहे और उसको भारी बहुमत मिले, ये उनकी भी कामना हो सकती है।
राष्ट्रवादीमध्ये विरोधी पक्ष नेते पदावरून गोंधळ सुरू आहे, काही आमदार नाराज आहेत, त्यामुळे काही आमदार नाराज झाल्याची माहिती मिळते। 6 राष्ट्रवादी आमदारांची नेते नाराज आहेत।
भरत गोगोले को और एकनाथ शिंदे को मान्यता दी है, इसका कितना बड़ा फायदा होगा?
नहीं, उनको अधिकृत करके गट नेता मुख्य प्रतोद करके उनको मान्यता मिली है, तो अभी वो व्हिप निकाल सकते हैं, वो गट नेता करके निर्णय ले सकते हैं, तो निश्चित तौर पर विधिमंडल के कामकाज में फायदा ही होगा।
राष्ट्रवादी विरोधी पक्ष नेत्या पदावरून वाद सुरू आहे। 2 मिनिटं। काही आमदार राष्ट्रवादीचे नाराज आहेत, अजित पवारांना विरोधी पक्ष नेतेपद द्यावं
हा त्यांच्या पक्षाचा अंतर्गत विषय आहे। त्यांनी कोणाला विरोधी पक्ष नेते करावं हे त्या ठिकाणी आम्ही सांगू शकत नाही, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांच्या पक्षांतर्गत विषय है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, जिस तरह से पवार साहब कहते हैं कि बीजेपी और शिंदे ग्रुप में आपसी मतभेद देखने को मिलेगा, नाराजगी जिस तरह से यहाँ पे दिखाई दी थी वही वहाँ पे दिखाई देने वाली और ये सरकार नहीं चलेगी।
उनकी इच्छा मनोकामना पूर्ण न होगी।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल पूछती हूँ, क्या अभी भी महाविकास आघाड़ी से कुछ विधायक आपके संपर्क में है? क्या आज के विश्वासदर्शक प्रस्ताव के लिए कुछ मास्टर प्लान शिंदे और बीजेपी?
थोड़ा टाइम रुको, मतदान होने के बाद अपने को उसका जजमेंट आएगा।
गरीकर साहब, आपकी सरकार यहाँ पर आई है अभी और कल ही उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी ने कहा कि इस अमरावती के मामले की पूरी जांच होगी, उसमें विदेशी षड्यंत्र है क्या देश के खिलाफ, इसकी भी जांच होगी, क्या मामला दबा गया इसकी भी जांच होगी, कि क्या सच्चाई सामने आएगी इस पूरे मामले में और इंसाफ मिलेगा?
यह प्रकरण गंभीर है, इसकी जांच तो होगी। देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब इस प्रकरण में गंभीरता से ध्यान देने वाली है और इसकी लिंक कहाँ तक है और यह प्रकरण क्यों दबाया गया है, इसकी सारी जांच होके लोगों के सामने आएगी।
क्या कुछ राजनीतिक अमरावती मामले में क्या कुछ राजनीतिक दल इसमें है? आपको
नहीं, ये सभी चीज की इंक्वायरी होगी और वो लोगों के सामने आएगी और कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी।
अमरावती शहरामध्ये अनेक हिंदू संघटना मनसे असेल त्यांनी निषेधाचं आंदोलन पुकारलेलं आहे, मात्र पोलिसांनी त्यांना नोटिसा बजावलेल्या आहेत, ती कारवाई करून मोर्चे काढून।
पोलिसांना आता सरकार बदललेलं आहे याची जाणीव असायला पाहिजे। पोलिसांना दडपशाही करून अशा प्रकारच्या नोटिसा जोरजबरदस्ती करता येणार नाही। हा विषय गंभीर आहे। फडणवीस साहेबांनी चौकशीची मागणी केली, चुकीच्या लोकांवर कारवाई करेल आणि हे प्रकरण दडपता येणार नाही, कोणावर त्या ठिकाणी जोर जबरदस्तीनं कारवाई करता येणार नाही।
आयुक्तांनी शरद पवारांची भेट घेतली।
So, Praveen Darwekar there of the BJP saying that the new government is very confident of sailing through the floor test. Also responding to Sharad Pawar's remarks, let me go across to Alisha. Alisha, if you can briefly summarize as to what Praveen Darwekar said in his media address.
Well, yes, Praveen Darwekar has clearly stated that we know that what the number that we have got yesterday for the speaker post is something now we are going to raise today. So with a full majority in the floor test, they are going to come with a full confidence and with the more numbers with a full majority where today we are going, that is the Shinde and the BJP government is going to clear its majority and prove its majority. This is a statement, nothing new, Samiksha. We know that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has clearly stated that the session that has been called is just a formality, because the numbers that he has already given is clearly stated that he has a 50 MLAs, and whereas Bharatiya Janata Party has 120 MLAs with him. So that means in total there are 170 to 175 number that has been claimed by Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But the visuals, we even saw that Eknath Shinde, who was in Taj President Hotel, has already left with his MLAs and he is on his way to Vidhan Bhavan. Even yesterday we saw that Eknath Shinde, rather than staying at his residence, has been going to the Taj President, where all the Shiv Senas and the BJP MLAs has been stationed at. They have been staying at, and he's been coming with the MLAs itself to show the strength. And this is the reason where we can see the the massive strength that can be seen in the Flora's house as well. Because yesterday there was 164 numbers for Rahul Narvekar to be elected as the Speaker of a Legislative Assembly, whereas today is the floor test. And that is the reason now we even heard BJP Pravin Darekar clearly stating that this is something we are going to get up. The number, the majority is with Shinde BJP government, is just because this is what the people of Maharashtra wants.
Yes, Alicia, stay with us.
लेकिन आप क्या है, ये खेल समझ लीजिए। तो आपको पार्टी को तोड़ना ही था, पार्टी को कमज़ोर करना था। लेकिन कोई भी पार्टी इस प्रकार से कमज़ोर नहीं होती। हमारी पार्टी का ऑक्सीजन सत्ता नहीं है, पावर नहीं है कि पावर है, सत्ता है इसलिए पार्टी है, ऐसा नहीं है। पार्टी है इसलिए सत्ता आती है, पावर आती है। पार्टी में लोग आते हैं चले जाते हैं, ये हर पार्टी का एक कार्यक्रम हमेशा चलता है, करेक्ट। हमारे लोग भी चले गए हैं, लेकिन ये सब लोग चुनकर कैसे आएंगे वापस? ये तो शिवसेना के नाम से हमारे लोगों के मेहनत से चुनकर आए थे, और अब कोई प्रलोभन है, कोई दबाव है एजेंसी का, तो चले गए। ये टेम्पररी अरेंजमेंट्स। लेकिन हमारी पार्टी फिर एक बार खड़ी, ख़त्म नहीं होगी, फिर एक बार हम काम शुरू करेंगे, गांव-गांव में जाएंगे, कार्यकर्ताओं से मिलेंगे। लेकिन गांव-गांव में फिरना मुश्किल है ये लोगों का जो छोड़कर चले गए। इसीलिए तो जिस तरह से मुंबई में उतरे, अपने आप को शेर समझते थे ये लोग पहले जब शिवसेना में थे। हम शेर है शिवसेना के, लेकिन कसाब को भी इतनी सिक्योरिटी कभी नहीं थी। उतनी सिक्योरिटी देकर लगभग आर्मी को ही बुलाया था मुंबई में उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए जब मुंबई में उतरे। जब गुवाहाटी में थे, आपने देखा होगा किस तरह से घेराबंदी की थी। किस बात का डर है आपको? आपका मन भी आपको सता रहा है कि आपने बहुत बड़ा अपराध किया है, और आपको लोगों से भी भय है। इतना ही मैं कहूँगा। देखिए, विश्वास, हमारे लोगों के ऊपर हमने कभी अविश्वास नहीं जताया। ये हमारे लोग हैं, हमारे साथ ही रहेंगे, हमारे साथ इतने सालों से बैठे हैं, पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं। विश्वास बहुत बड़ी चीज़ होती है राजनीति में हमारे लिए, लेकिन वो अब नहीं रही है। उसके बाद विश्वास टूट चुका है, लेकिन हमारा मन नहीं टूटा है अब तक। हमारा हिम्मत, हमारा हौसला कायम है। आप मेरे चेहरे पर देख सकते हो। हम तो हमेशा जाकर, हमारे जैसे लोग कभी सत्ता के आसपास नहीं घूमे। हम हमेशा लोगों में गए और लोगों को चुन कर लाया है। तो हमारे लिए कोई कठिन काम नहीं है। जब भी संकट आता है, हम ज़्यादा काम करते हैं और ज़्यादा काम करते हैं। संकट हमारे लिए एक ऐसा मौका देता है पार्टी को खड़ा करने का, तो हम कर लेंगे। हमारे लिए कोई चिंता की बात नहीं है। जो छोड़कर चले गए उनके लिए चिंता की बात है। पैसा सब कुछ नहीं होता है राजनीति में और पब्लिक लाइफ में।
एक आपके राज्य में अमरावती में जो घटना घटी, मास्टरमाइंड है, उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, ऐसा देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने बताया।
अच्छी बात है। अगर इस प्रकार की घटना होती है, चाहे उदयपुर हो, अमरावती हो, तो सेंट्रल एजेंसी ने उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहिए, और हम उनको विरोध नहीं करेंगे, करना चाहिए।
और प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि हैदराबाद का नाम भाप बने।
अगर वो चाहते हैं और वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री चाहते हैं, तो आपस में एक साथ बैठकर उसका बारे में निर्णय होना चाहिए। जैसे हमने औरंगाबाद का संभाजी नगर कर लिया है, हमारे लोगों का समर्थन था, हमको मुख्यमंत्री का प्रस्ताव था, तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री जी का अगर इस प्रस्ताव को मान्यता है तो आगे बात चल सकती है। इतने देखो, हर शहर को एक इतिहास होता है, एक संस्कार होता है। अगर केसीआर राव साहब, चंद्रशेखर राव साहब नहीं चाहते तो आप कैसे करोगे? ठीक है, धन्यवाद।
So Sanjay Raut there addressing the media, some interesting remarks being made there. In fact, talking about the rebel camp, Sanjay Raut saying that the trust has been broken, questioning the security to the Shinde faction MLAs, and also going on to add that the trust has been broken. We have Alisha and Piyush on the ground getting us minute by minute updates. Alisha, if you could give us the latest updates you're picking up, if the MLAs have started arriving for the Maharashtra Assembly session.
We have been witnessing that the MLAs has been started arriving in Vidhan Bhavan, because this is something like at 11 a.m. the floor test is going to begin, and we even saw that Speaker Rahul Narvekar, who reached here at around 9:30, because this is the first day. Even yesterday we saw him that he has already taken a charge as the Speaker of Legislative Assembly. But if we go through the statement, that is whether it is coming in from Bharatiya Janata Party or whether it is coming from the Uddhav camp, where at one side Pravin Darekar is clearly saying that they are going to win this election. They are going to, prove the majority in the floor test. It's just because the number that we got yesterday, the number was 164. After which Rahul Narvekar, who was elected as the Speaker of Legislative Assembly, so he's been very much confident enough, saying that this number is not the MLAs who has come on their own wish just to go ahead with the legacy, just to take forward the legacy of Baba Thackeray, that is a Hindutva ideology, and that is the reason where one or the other MLAs has been continuously started reaching, whether it is to the Surat or Guwahati, and he's clearly stating the number what we got yesterday is going to rise today, and with a full majority where we are going to come. And it is just because of the blessings of the people of Maharashtra, the mandate that has been given by the people of Maharashtra to Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena. But the government that was made earlier, that was Mahavikas Aghadi, is something a backstab to the people of Maharashtra. But at one side here, Sanjay Raut is speaking to the media, clearly giving a clarification, saying that their MLAs has backstabbed them. They have not put up their trust. So this is something a statement that has been given in, but all are waiting, all eyes on at 11 a.m. where the floor test, the vote of confidence is going to begin, where the Eknath Shinde is going to stand in front of the speaker, and everyone, we have to see how this voting goes, because they have been very much confident enough to get the majority and show the people that yes, this is your government, the mandate that has been given by the people of Maharashtra.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. We have Shivangi reporting from outside the Matushri. Shivangi, we believe some action happening there. Give us the details.
Right, Samiksha, just right now, Aditya Thackeray has left Matoshri. Now he will be, of course, on his way for that floor test. Aditya Thackeray is an MLA from the Worli constituency. So we'll be expecting him there. This will be a very interesting turn of events which will take place right now. And we also heard those reactions coming from Sanjay Raut, again repeating the same thing that he has been saying for the past few days, that there's heavy security and the entire Shinde camp is come together to in fact break the party. So the same narrative right now being repeated by Sanjay Raut, while Aditya Thackeray right now will be on his way for that floor test. Very interesting turn of events expected, because from both camps, they want the other camp's MLAs to be disqualified. So we are seeing that play out as well, that Shinde camp wants the 16 MLAs to be disqualified from the Uddhav camp wants MLAs to be disqualified from the Shinde camp. But then of course, the Uddhav camp's plea is with the Supreme Court, that will be heard later. But we are of course getting more updates, and we'll get you the fastest updates as the floor test will begin at 11 a.m. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 4.
After thumping victory in the speaker's election, will Eknath Shinde's government sail through the floor test that will take place shortly? Countdown to the ultimate test of the Shinde government. Numbers has begun. It's all down to proving majority now. After Shinde's move against the Uddhav camp, he has now called for a crucial meeting at 1 this afternoon. Rao over the Prime Minister's Bhagyanagar response. KTR says rename Ahmedabad first. The BJP hits out at KCR, says why is he scared of the BJP's national meeting? And the Varanasi District Court is set to resume hearing the Gyanvapi mosque case today. Well, even as the Maharashtra Assembly will be taking that floor test, it's a war of whips essentially that we are seeing in the Shiva Sena now. We are learning that even after Bharat Gogavle had actually issued a whip, there is another whip that's come in from Sunil Prabhu, who's also issued his whip to Uddhav Thackeray's MLAs. Those, of course, are in the Uddhav Thackeray camp for the floor test. Now, Piyush Ori is reporting from Mumbai, and we will also have Alisha, Priyanka, Shivangi in just a bit. Piyush, to you first. Now, it's really boiling down to a war of whips, if one were to use that term, because we understand that both the sections of the Shiva Sena have issued whips to their side MLAs in the manner in which they should vote.
So definitely, this has been a war of whips which has been happening. The Ekta Shinde camp under its camp has said the Bharat Gogavli has sent the whip, whereas now Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp has through Sunil Prabhu has also sent the whip. Ultimately, it is the test of legacy of who's going to control Shiv Sena, and this is now being played in the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha, Bhavan, where the crucial test of electing the government in clear majority is going to occur. So it is all now, there is a process of electing the government in its majority numbers, but there is also another side to it, and that is who is going to be controlling Shiv Sena. As I speak to you, the Ekta Shinde camp has also sent a petition to the speaker, to the newly elected speaker, Rahul Narvekar, of disqualifying MLAs. I would just ask my cameraman to pan over here, where, there is an activity of some more MLAs now coming from the hotel and moving to Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan for the crucial test of electing the government in terms of numbers. Mind you, Ekta Shinde has already said that it is just a formality. They have the real numbers, but then the real test now is going to begin. First, by winning the floor test. Second, allocation of portfolios where leaders of BJP and Shiv Sena are going to be present. And then governing Maharashtra, which has seen a lot of...
Just 1 second, Piyush. We're in fact getting breaking news. We're learning that top sources are telling Republic TV that another MLA is now likely to ditch Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, essentially, we'll learn more about that when the floor test actually takes place. I'm going to come back to you, Piyush, but Shivangi, it's not looking very good for Uddhav Thackeray's camp right now. We are hearing that another MLA is likely to ditch Uddhav Thackeray's camp and go over to Eknath Shinde's. Okay, I think we've got some audio trouble with Shivangi over there. I'm going to go back to her in just a bit. Shivangi, please fix your audio connection. We'll be back with you. I'm going to put that question now to Piyush. Piyush, it's looking that one more MLA, Santosh Bangar. Okay, Shivangi is back. Yes, Shivangi?
Right. So top sources are telling us another MLA is likely to ditch Uddhav, and this could also happen later on. Now the crucial floor test is going to happen around in half an hour's time. So this will be a big setback for the Uddhav camp ahead of that floor test. Nupur. Now, if this comes in, this will be also a last-minute shock which is coming in, Nupur. Now, as for what's happening right now, I just want to say that Aditya Thackeray has left Matoshri, that's where I am, and he is going to head, of course, for the floor test. He's an MLA from Worli. Very interesting play of events expected later on, of course. The big development that we have about a new MLA ditching. Now, we'll await more details, and our sources are telling us that. But once again, a big play out expected later on, especially with disqualification. Now, when the floor test will begin, of course, everybody present will be voting. But when it comes to disqualification, that will happen later. The Supreme Court will be taking a call on that, of course.
Oh yes, and all the action, of course, right now is going to begin at the Vidhan Bhavan. So let's go across there live. Alisha is reporting from there. Alisha, it's been an interesting turn of events even this morning, because we are learning that one more MLA from Uddhav Thackeray camp has jumped ship. Of course, the proof of the pudding will lie in the eating, and so to say, we'll see that in a while from now.
Well, yes, sir. This is coming after the whip that has been issued by Sena Legislative Assembly, newly appointed Bharat Gogavli, because even yesterday we got a confirmation from the Legislative Assembly itself, clearly stating that having the majority, where Eknath Shinde has the majority, so that is something the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly should be appointed, and that is when Eknath Shinde is been appointed as the leader of Legislative Assembly, and Bharat Gogavli has been appointed as a chief whip. So now the whip has been issued already by Bharat Gogavli to the other MLAs as well. But what we have been told that even from the Uddhav camp, that is Sunil Prabhu, considering the chief whip has been considered as invalid. Even after that, he has issued a whip. So this is something like we have to wait and watch what can be done. But because what we are getting information from our sources, that Santosh Bangar from Uddhav Thackeray camp is in touch with the Shinde camp. is even likely to join Shinde camp, but we have to wait because if the picture will be clear in some time from now when the floor test is going to begin, the vote of confidence is going to begin, and right after that we will see, because the name will be called out of everyone, and I'll be present in the assembly where everything will be witnessed. But let me continuously show you the picture. We saw that there are MLAs that has been continuously coming. We even saw Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who has already reached Vidhan Bhavan, and even now Eknath Shinde, who is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is going to reach from any time from now.
All right, stay with us. Pictures on our screen, of course, are of the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde making his way inside the assembly, and Alicia is continuing to bring us the latest on this. Alicia, we are also hearing that a short while ago we saw other rebel side also walking in. So give us more details right now. What's happening?
Well, yes, right after the elections of the speaker post yesterday, there were two fractions that we saw. At one side, there was a Uddhav Thackeray camp, and on the other hand, that was Eknath Shinde. But with the majority of 164 number, where Rahul Narvekar has been elected as the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, right after that, we saw there was a petition, that the application that was given either from the whip chief, that is Bharat Gogavle, against the 16 MLA, asking the Speaker, and even today the application has been given to the Speaker Rahul Narvekar, clearly stating that that should be action that should be initiated against the 16 MLA who gave vote to the Uddhav side camp, that is from the Mahavikas Aghadi's camp. So that is very important. But even the other side, the application has been given to the Deputy Speaker from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, clearly asking for the disqualification of the 39. So this is a fight still ongoing between the Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde camp, and this is, we have to wait and watch, because now even after issuing a whip to all the Shiv Sena MLAs while after the Bharat Gogavle, who has been appointed as the chief whip. So now there is one more MLA from Uddhav Thackeray camp, that is Santosh Bangar, who is in touch with Eknath Shinde, but the picture will be more clear on the floaters that is going to begin at 11 AM this morning.
Absolutely. I'm going to go across to Piyush Ori right now. Piyush, we've been talking about the issuance of separate whips from the two factions of the Shiv Sena, and both have accused each other of not obeying the chief whip. And of course, yesterday's election of the speaker should make it very, very clear which side is winning at the moment.
So definitely, Eknath Shinde camp has the numbers, and he has been appointed as the legislative leader of Shiv Sena by the speaker. But having said that, the Uddhav Thackeray camp is not willing to accept him as the leader of Shiv Sena, because for them it is ultimately Uddhav Thackeray who controls the reins of Shiv Sena, because he being the son of Shiv Sena, he being the Shiv Sena leader, Balasaheb Thackeray, has direct control over the party. But we have seen this, being played in courts, and in which Uddhav Thackeray camp right now has seen not any success. So what they're doing is that, they are trying to, find their luck as far as, finding this in the court, but also now trying to put all this thing politically. There are a lot of statements that are being made outside, the assembly. Today, Sanjay Raut, the leader of Shiv Sena, made comments that, yes, through money power, these MLAs can be bought, but it would be very difficult for them to go to their constituencies and face the people. He also said that, rebellion within Shiv Sena was not a new phenomenon, and the party in the past had also faced challenges, and they will come out of it. So interesting set of developments which we are seeing. Both the camps understand what is at stake. This is the legacy of taking control of Shiv Sena that was formed by Balasaheb Thackeray way back in 1966. Eknath Shinde camp wants to control it on the basis of ideology, whereas Uddhav Thackeray wants to control it in the terms of dynasty. It is going to be very interesting to see that who is going to control Shiv Sena. Either it is going to be won through ideologically or through dynasty. This is being played in courts as well as politically.
Absolutely,
what is going to be
Piyush?
the ultimate result of it is going to be seen by us in the years to come.
Absolutely, Piyush, but at the moment it's also, who has the numbers, and the numbers game clearly not in favor of the Uddhav Thackeray camp. Alicia continues to be with us. Alicia, we were seeing those pictures earlier, and the man of the moment, Eknath Shinde, was walking in, and what's really set the cat amongst the pigeons is the fact that there was Santosh Bangar, who was in Uddhav Thackeray's camp, who now seems to have jumped ship.
Well, Nupur, it's very interesting to even understand the way Eknath Shinde has been going with its MLA, because we know since the time it was 20th June where it's Eknath Shinde with 11 or 12 MLAs has left from Mumbai to Surat, and right after that we are seeing that continuously the MLAs that has been joining Eknath Shinde camp, and finally where we see Eknath Shinde, who is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who already took an oath as a Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But even after that, when all the MLAs was in Goa, he made sure that even after taking an oath of as the Chief Minister and has already taken his first cabinet meeting, at the late night he already left to Goa to meet his MLA. And that is where the confidence that has been built in between the MLAs, the Shiv Sena MLAs, and which is very important. And this is something has been watched by each and every people of Maharashtra and also their MLAs. And this could be the benefit that Eknath Shinde has been getting.
A lot of that could perhaps also be unsettled by the allocation of portfolios. Shravan is also joining us right now. Shravan, there's a key meeting this evening at 7 o'clock, and that meeting is going to be attended by the Deputy Chief Minister as well as the BJP's observer from the capital. Now, it's going to be interesting how do they divide the portfolios amongst them, because at the end of the day, the BJP is still the larger party over here.
Well, the cabinet berth allocation, I would say, is the first big challenge for the Shinde-Fadnavis government. Reason being is that, remember, there have been a lot of negotiations already taking place. Certain promises that were already made to Eknath Shinde. Let's not forget that the Brihan-Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections are, knocking at the doors. In a couple of months, the municipal elections are going to be very, very important, and perhaps this is going to be, in the history of the BMC, one of the most contested elections, for which, you remember, some of these departments becomes extremely crucial. For instance, the Urban Development Ministry becomes extremely crucial just ahead of the municipal corporation in terms of the finances that are basically required for certain tenders to be passed, etc. Remember, Eknath Shinde was already the urban development minister, in the Mahavikas Aghadi. So it is going to be important to see whether at all he is able to retain it. At the same time, remember, the BJP will also want to get their hands on the urban development ministry simply because of the BMC elections, and this time they do not want to play a second fiddle. They do not want to play a second fiddle, which they have always, because it has always been considered, the BMC has always been considered as the bastion for the Shiva Sena. Now let's look at the other big angle.
Shravan, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Apologize for that, but I think we've got a reaction coming in from Ravina. Now let's quickly cut across.
आणि मी आपल्याला सांगतो, ज्याप्रमाणे काल अध्यक्षांनी गटनेता म्हणून एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं बाळासाहेबांचे जे शिवसैनिक आहे, या ठिकाणी दोन सेना आहे, एक उद्धव ठाकरेची सेना आहे.
I am telling about the whip chief that has been issued, and of course the leader of legislative assembly that has been appointed is something should be understand that this is the party, the Shiv Sena party is something of Bhasap Thackeray.
बहुमताने समर्थन मिळेल आणि
And now today this government, that is Eknath Shinde, who is getting all those MLAs with him, is just to put forward the legacy of Bhasap Thackeray. And today on the floor test, where Eknath Shinde government is going to get a full majority on the floor test, that is going to happen.
आपण या ठिकाणी MLCच्या इलेक्शनमध्ये, राज्यसभेच्या इलेक्शनमध्ये, अध्यक्षाच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये आणि आज जो विश्वास ज्याप्रमाणे सरकारला आपला या प्रस्तावाला खऱ्या अर्थानं बहुमत सिद्ध करायचा आहे, याला सुद्धा आज मोठ्या प्रमाणात प्रतिसाद मिळणार आहे. आणि सरकार मजबूतीने या ठिकाणी 20 ते 25 वर्ष पूर्ण ताकदीनं चालेल, कारण देवेंद्र फडणवीसजींचा जो अनुभव आहे हा एकनाथ शिंदेजींच्या मोठ्या कामात येणार आहे. आणि या सरकारला ज्याप्रमाणे 2.5 वर्ष थांबलं होतं, हे मोठ्या प्रमाणात धावणार आहे आणि ताकदीनं विकासाचे पाऊल या महाराष्ट्रातल्या कानाकोपऱ्यामध्ये पडेल, हा विश्वास प्रत्येक आमदाराला आहे. आणि या खऱ्या अर्थानं एकनाथ शिंदेजी आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीसजींना
We know that the people of Maharashtra had clearly showed the mandate and
clearly showed the faith on Eknath Shinde, and this has to be something people should know about it.
ऐसा शरद पवार का कहना है, आपका इसके ऊपर क्या कहना है? कितने कॉन्फिडेंट है आपकी ऐसा?
मैं आपको
And that's the breaking news update now coming in from Mumbai as we just showed you the pictures of people jumping ship just minutes before the floor test. Getting in some more breaking news right now. Uddhav Thackeray's camp has gone. Uddhav camp has gone to the Supreme Court, and in the Supreme Court they are now challenging the appointment of the new whip, the new chief whip. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, we are told, is arguing in the Supreme Court for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. The case has been mentioned in the Supreme Court, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior advocate, also Congress leader, Rajya Sabha MP, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a senior lawyer, will be mentioning the case against the appointment of the new chief whip. That's the breaking news update coming in, and this is after the new whip, the chief whip of the Shinde camp, the Shiv Sena, Bharat Gogavale, issued a whip, and after he issued that whip, one more MLA jumped the ship, panicking, realizing that time could be up. And after Bangar joined the Shinde camp, there is more breaking news update. I'm going to go across to Alicia joining us on the phone line. I also have Shavan joining me live. Shavan is on the broadcast. I have Piyush Ori and Shivangi also joining us. These are latest breaking news updates coming in. Let me get in one word in from Alicia before I go across to Piyush Ori and Shivangi. Alicia, they've gone to the Supreme Court, but is there going to be any impact in the last minute? Okay, let me take that question. To Piyush Ori. Piyush.
So definitely, realizing that it does not have the numbers, realizing that it is a sinking ship, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp has again gone to Supreme Court, challenging the new chief whip officer that has been formed by the Eknath Shinde camp. But it is going to be interesting to see that what exactly is the judgment going to be given by Supreme Court, taking into consideration that it is ultimately the numbers game. And as far as the numbers game are concerned, Eknath Shinde camp does have the numbers. In fact, it has got more than the numbers. It has got 2/3 majority. So comfortably, they are placed with the numbers. They have the majority. And Uddhav Thackeray realizes that it is not winning this game as far as the numbers game is concerned. So what they're trying to do is they are trying to challenge it legally, and they're trying to challenge it even politically. Today, there was a statement that was made by Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, in which he did say that through money power, these MLAs can be bought, but how they're going to go to the constituencies. And rebellion within Shiv Sena is not a new phenomenon. They are used to it. And they will be able to overcome this. But at the moment, on ground, you can see that Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray camp is losing its MLAs. It is losing, as far as the numbers game are concerned, they do not have the numbers. And ultimately, they are trying to, find their luck through courts and through political means. Back to you in the studio.
और देश के विकास के प्रति समर्पण के लिए जाने जाते हैं। तेलंगाना में कला, कौशल,
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहां से वापस जा रहे हैं। The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
See the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow.
Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी, उस राजभवन के अंदर भी।
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power.
Silence in Batoshi, where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return, clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
A quick Quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city's hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 450 meters. More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. Nationalist Congress Party Chief Sharad Pawar called for a meet to discuss a trust vote when Eknath Shinde-led government would.
Welcome back. There's some more breaking news now coming in that the Uddhav camp has suffered another setback. The Uddhav Thackeray camp has suffered another setback with the Supreme Court refusing to pass an interim order on the chief whip issue. So really, it's been a day of back-to-back setbacks for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. And this is a big setback given that they wanted an early hearing on a petition filed against the chief whip, the new chief whip appointed. The Supreme Court has refused to look at the matter. And Singhvi had raised the issue of appointment of the chief whip and also the leader of the party, and it hasn't happened. The matter will be mentioned. The matter mentioned to be heard on the 11th of July. On the 11th of July, that's not going to happen now, so that's a big setback. I'm taking a break now, coming back, and then when we come back, we're going straight into the floor test. Stay tuned to the live coverage on Republic. We're going straight into the floor test in a few minutes from now. The biggest coverage on a channel everyone's watching, Republic TV. Stay tuned. The political action continues.
Quick roundup of news in brief. In a first big win for Eknath Shinde camp, NDA candidate and BJP's Rahul Narvekar was announced as the new Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Now it's a crucial day in the Maharashtra politics today as Eknath Shinde-led government will face the floor test in the Assembly. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Republic accessed the disqualification petition of Uddhav camp. Uddhav camp has filed a disqualification petition against the rebel MLAs with Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Against the rebel Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and all MLAs held a meet in Taj President Hotel in Mumbai. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, BJP MLAs and other party leaders were all there to chalk out a strategy for the floor test today.
He's got a mask, and all his workers are here as well.
Live from right outside this Thane residence of Eknath Shinde.
हम इस समय गवर्नर ऑफिस पे हैं, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी बिल्कुल चाक चौबंद.
Eknath Shinde has arrived in a car cage from Mumbai airport.
Eknath Shinde is now reaching here at Kamakhya temple.
All the BJP MLAs has been assembled and senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are present here.
This is Matashri. Uddhav, can we expecting some movement as of this point?
Casting outside Taj President, this is the very place where you would find a bunch of legislators.
Every indication now is being made to make sure that the floor test does not go through.
The buses have arrived in which the rebel MLAs and Eknath Shinde will be leaving for the airport.
Currently at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray will address the National Executive.
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं. The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
See the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow.
Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी उस राजभवन के अंदर भी.
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power.
Silence in Matashri where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients.
Live pictures right now. Live pictures. Let's go across straight to the live pictures from the assembly. Live pictures from the assembly. On your screen right now, the proceedings have begun in the Maharashtra Assembly. So we'll get a translation as well on the live feed. And that's Narvekar. Narvekar is in the seat. And anytime now, the floor test is going to begin. Let's go across straight to Alisha. The floor test is going to begin in the assembly, in the Maharashtra Assembly. Let's cut across live.
श्री एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्या मंत्रिमंडळावर ही विधानसभा पूर्ण विश्वास व्यक्त करीत आहे. प्रश्न असा आहे की
महोदय सुधीर भाऊ मुनगंटीवारांनी जो प्रस्ताव मांडला आहे त्याला मी पाठिंबा व्यक्त करत आहे.
प्रस्ताव असा आहे की महाराष्ट्राचे मुख्यमंत्री
The proposal
श्री
is-
एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्या मंत्रिमंडळावर ही विधानसभा पूर्ण
Maharashtra
विश्वास
Chief
व्यक्त
Minister
करीत आहे.
Eknath Shinde,
प्रश्न असा आहे की महाराष्ट्र
where the MLAs and the cabinet is going to show the full trust to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The Vidhan Sabha is going to show the full trust on Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
अनुकूल असतील त्यांनी होय म्हणावे, प्रतिकूल असतील त्यांनी नाही म्हणावे.
Whoever agrees said yes, who does not agree say no.
प्रतिकूल असतील त्यांनी नाही म्हणावे.
Whoever disagrees should say no.
आता मी सदर प्रस्ताव मतास टाकतो.
Now there is a proposal that has been put front in the assembly.
प्रस्तावावर देतो प्रस्तावावर मतविभागणीची मागणी होऊन
On the proposal,
असल्यामुळे आता आपण मतविभागणीची प्रोसेस चालू करत आहोत.
now the process
ज्या
of the
सदस्यांना
vote trust is going to begin.
प्रस्तावाच्या बाजूने मतदान करायचे असेल त्यांनी सभागृहात माझ्या उजव्या बाजूला
Whoever
आपल्या
the
जागेवर
member
बसावे व
want
ज्यांना
to-
प्रस्तावाच्या विरोधात मतदान करायचे असेल त्यांनी सभागृहाच्या माझ्या डाव्या बाजूला बसावे. प्रस्तावावर मतदान घेतेवेळी
Whichever member wanted to vote for the Shinde government should be stand on one side. They should sit on one side, and whoever want to vote against should stand on the other side.
त्याप्रमाणे नोंद घेण्यात येईल. त्यानंतर सदस्यांनी आपल्या जागेवर खाली बसावे. त्यानंतर प्रतिकूल असणाऱ्या सदस्यांसाठी देखील हीच कार्यपद्धती.
So whoever is in favor or in against, their name will be taken into that will be announced, and whoever the names comes, they have to sit right after giving their vote.
नंतर सभागृहाचे सर्व दरवाजे
There will be a time of 10 minutes. After which the doors will be closed.
प्रवीण तुझं नाव विसरलास काय तू प्रवीण येत आता
is underway, and the proceedings are underway in the Maharashtra Assembly. So the moment the proceedings begin, we will cut across to the live translation, but on the floor of the House, the lobby is being cleared and the procedure being read out to all the MLAs. Speaker Rahul Narvekar, a day after taking his chair, explaining the procedure to the MLAs on how this floor test will be conducted. We have Alisha translating it live. So as and when the speaker proceeds with the instructions, I'll cut across back live to the translation, giving you a quick update that from the Supreme Court, the Uddhav camp has received another setback. In the Supreme Court has refused to hear an urgent plea on the chief whip issue. The marshals there on your screen, the officials in the Maharashtra Assembly, are clearing the lobbies, ensuring everything is in place before the floor test begins. Going by the sheer numbers of what happened on the floor of the House on Sunday, the numbers are on the side of Eknath Shinde. He's got enough MLAs on his side. 164, the number that we had predicted he will get, 164, spot on for him. He's got that many MLAs with him. So he doesn't really have to worry about the numbers. It's just a mere formality now. And I think the entire country is also watching whether Uddhav loses the Shiv Sena. Control of the legislature party is now with Eknath Shinde. Control of the legislature party. There's a new chief whip, and he's from the Eknath Shinde camp. And you're looking at the live pictures from inside the assembly in Mumbai, where the proceedings have begun. These are the live pictures as MLAs get ready to vote to show their strength. The floor strength effectively is 287 MLAs inside the House. Yesterday, 15 of them did not vote. Some of them were angry. The SP was angry. The AIMIM was angry with the MVA move of renaming Osmanabad, renaming Aurangabad. And as a mark of protest, some of them didn't even vote. 5 NCP MLAs weren't even inside the assembly on Sunday. So it's going to be very interesting, because today, when these MLAs vote, and if that number is about 160, 164, I think Eknath Shinde is home, not just with the government, but even with the number of MLAs under his control. He's got enough numbers to take control of the government and also the party, the Shiv Sena. So that's the entire focus. The national focus right now is on Eknath Shinde. These are live pictures coming in, live pictures from the Vidhan Bhavan in Maharashtra. All these MLAs, 287 of them, they represent 1.2 crore, nearly 1/10 of India's population inside the Maharashtra Assembly right now. 1.2 crore Maharashtrians, and in the national picture, whatever happens inside the Maharashtra Assembly will tell you which way the opposition unity formula is going to go, because this was touted as an example, the prime shining example of opposition unity, that cutting across political spectrum ideologies that could come together to oppose Modi has fallen apart. My colleague Shavan is also live. In fact, let me get in Shavan. Shavan is live. He's inside the Vidhan Bhavan in the assembly. Shavan, as we wait for the proceedings to begin, I want you to tell our viewers why we should be watching out. I think the proceedings have begun. Shavan, I'm cutting across live. Alisha will translate. Alisha and Shavan on standby to translate.
चारून आपल्या जागेवर खाली बसावे.
सुरू करू. एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे 1,
देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस 2,
गुलाबराव रघुनाथ पाटील 3,
उदय रवींद्र सामंत 4,
चंद्रकांत बच्चू पाटील 5,
राधाकृष्ण एकनाथराव विखे पाटील 6,
सुधीर सच्चिदानंद मुनगंटीवार 7,
बबनराव भिकाजी 5 पुते 8, रेवो किसनराव बागडे 9,
गणेश रामचंद्र नाईक 10,
भरतशेठ मारुती गोगावले 11,
दीपक वसंतराव केसरकर 12,
दादाजी दगडू भुसे 13,
संदीपान आसाराम भुमरे 14,
गिरीश दत्तात्रय महाजन 15,
आशीष शेलार 16,
मंगल प्रभात गुमानमलजी लोढ़ा 17,
कालिदास कोळंबकर 18,
गुणवंतराव भारसाकडे 19.
माधुरी सतीश मिसाळ 20.
डॉक्टर विजय कुमार गावित 21.
गोवर्धन शर्मा 22.
अब्दुल सत्तार 23.
बजू शंभूराज शिवाजीराव देसाई 24.
संजय पांडुरंग शिरसाट 25. ज्ञानराज धोंडीराम चौगुले 26.
जयकुमार जितेंद्र सिंग रावल 27.
विनय विलासराव कोरे 28.
मदन मधुकरराव एरावात 29.
रणधीर प्रल्हादराव सावरकर 30. बबनराव दत्तराव लोणीकर 31.
डॉक्टर सुरेशभाऊ खाडे 32.
विजय सिद्धरामप्पा देशमुख 33. विजय सिद्धरामप्पा देशमुख 33.
संजय श्रीराम कुटे 34.
चिमनराव रूपचंद पाटील 35.
अनिल वावर 36.
लखन साहेब मलिक लखन साहेब मलिक 37.
किसन शंकर कथोरे 38.
राणा जगजित सिंह पद्मसिंह पाटील 39.
शिवेंद्र सिंह अभयसिंह राजे भोसले 40.
संतोष लक्ष्मणराव बांगर 41.
रवींद्र दत्तात्रय चव्हाण 42.
योगेश अमृतलाल सागर 43.
संभाजी दिलीपराव पाटील निलंगेकर 44.
राजेंद्र सुखानंद पाटणी 45.
राजेंद्र सुखानंद पाटणी.
संजय मुकुंद केळकर 46. रामचंद्र शिवाजी कदम 47.
प्रशांत बन्सीलाल बंब 48.
सुभाष सुरेशचंद्र देशमुख 49.
मंदा विजय म्हात्रे 50.
हरीश मारुती अप्पा पिंपळे 51.
ते मगाशी आपण जे प्रेसिडेंट काढलेले चर्चा होत नाही म्हणून.
डॉक्टर तानाजी जयवंत सावंत 52. संजय दुलीचंद राठोड 53.
डिटेल्स काढले ना या सगळी झालेलं आणि चर्चा झाली नव्हती.
कृष्णा पंचमराव खोपडे 54.
विकास शंकरराव कुंभारे 55.
संजय वामन सावकारे 56.
काशीराम वेचान पावरा 57.
गणपत काळू गायकवाड 58.
प्रशांत रामशेठ ठाकूर 59.
भीमराव दोंडेबा तापकीर 60. जयकुमार भगवानराव गोरे 61. जयकुमार भगवानराव गोरे 61.
अतुल भातखळकर 62.
पराग मधुसूदन अळवणी 63.
अमित भास्कर साटम 64.
नितेश नारायण राणे 65.
समीर त्रिंबकराव कुनावार 66. अतुल मोरेश्वर सावे 67.
मनीषा अशोक चौधरी 68. विद्या जयप्रकाश ठाकूर 69. डॉक्टर भारती लवेकर 70.
एकाहत्तर ना. प्रताप बाबूराव सरनाई 71. उत्तर देतो तुम्हाला अर्ध्या तासात.
प्रकाश आनंदराव आबिटकर 72.
देवयानी सुहास फरांदे 73. मोनिका राजीव राजळे 74. सीमा महेश हिरे 75.
मोहन गोपाळराव मते 76.
विजय भरतलाल रांगडाले 77.
समीर दत्तात्रय मेघे 78.
कृष्णा दामाजी गजबे 79.
कीर्तिकुमार मितेश भांगडिया 80.
अशोक रामाजी उईके 81.
संजीव रेड्डी बापूरावजी बट्टुरवार 82.
पंकज राजेश भोयर 83.
डॉक्टर देवराव मादगुजी होडी 84.
दादाराव यादवरावजी केचे 85.
आकाश पांडुरंग फुंडकर 86.
डॉक्टर तुषार गोविंदराव राठोड 87.
तानाजी सखारामजी मुटकुळे 88.
डॉक्टर संदीप प्रभाकरराव धुर्वे 89.
काय म्हणतो
किशोर अप्पा पाटील 90. डॉक्टर बालाजी प्रल्हाद किनीकर 91.
प्रदीप शिवनारायण जयस्वाल 92.
संतोष रावसाहेब दानवे 93.
डॉक्टर राहुल दौलतराव आहेर 94.
कॅप्टन आर तमिल सेल्वन 95.
महेश किसनराव लांडगे 96.
राहुल सुभाष कुल 97.
लक्ष्मण माधवराव पवार 98.
धनंजय हरिभाऊ गाडगीळ 99.
सुरेश दामू भोळे 100.
नारायण तिलोचन फुचे 101.
महेश प्रभाकर चौगुले 102.
कुमार उत्तमचंद एलानी 103.
भीमराव रामजी केराम 104.
प्रोसेस काय
केराम.
दिलीप मंगळू बोरशे 105.
अभिषेक डब्बू पाटील 106.
राहुल उत्तमराव ढिकले 107. राम विठ्ठल सातपुते 108.
सिद्धार्थ अनिल शिरोळे 109.
संजय भास्करराव रायमुलकर 110.
प्रकाश तारामती राजाराम सुर्वे 111.
शहाजी बापू राजाराम पाटील 112.
सुनील दत्तात्रय राणे 113.
मेघनाथ दीपक साकोरे बोर्डीकर 114. नमिता अक्षय मुंडडा 115. श्वेता विद्याधर महाले 116.
चालू कर रे बाबा हे. अभिमन्यू दत्तात्रय पवार 117.
प्रताप अरुणभाऊ अडसड 118.
मंगेश रमेश चव्हाण 119.
राजेश उदयसिंग पाडवी 120.
मिहीर चंद्रकांत कोटेचा 121.
एकचंद श्रावणजी सावरकर 122.
पराग किशोर शाह 123.
राजेश संभाजी पवार 124.
नामदेव जयराम ससाने 125. सुनील ज्ञानदेव कांबळे 126.
सचिन पंचप्पा कल्याण शेट्टी 127.
समाधान महादेव अवताडे 128.
श्यामसुंदर दगडोजी शिंदे 129.
यामिनी यशवंत जाधव 130.
लता सोनवणे 131. लता सोनवणे 131.
महेंद्र हरिदळवी 132.
महेंद्र सदाशिव थोरवे 133.
शांताराम तुकाराम मोरे 134.
बसलाय.
श्रीनिवास चिंतामण वनगा 135.
मंगेश अनंत कुडाळकर 136.
योगेश रामदास कदम 137.
सदा सरवणकर 138. दिलीप भाऊसाहेब लांडे 139.
विश्वनाथ आत्माराम भोईर 140.
महेश संभाजीराजे शिंदे 141.
रमेश नानासाहेब बोरणारे 142.
संजय रामभाऊ गायकवाड 143. सुहास द्वारकानाथ कांदे 144.
बालाजी देवदासराव कल्याणकर 145.
And the Shinde government has crossed the majority mark. Shinde government has crossed the majority mark. I'm cutting back to the live coverage. They've got the majority. The government has won the trust vote in the Maharashtra Assembly. The Maharashtra government has won the trust vote. Going back to the live coverage, they won the trust vote. Let's go back to the counting.
राजेश रघुनाथ पाटील 146.
राजेश पाटील 146.
राजकुमार दयाराम पटेल 147. बच्चू बाबाराव कडू 148.
ठाकूर हितेंद्र विष्णू 149.
सिद्धी जितेंद्र ठाकूर 150.
प्रकाशांना कल्लाप्पा आवाडे 151.
रवी गंगाधरराव राणा 152. जय बजरंगबली.
राजेंद्र विठ्ठल राऊत 153.
विनोद संतोष अग्रवाल 154.
राजेंद्र श्यामगोंडा पाटील अठरावकर 155.
महेश बालदी 156.
चंद्रकांत निंबाजी पाटील 157.
किशोर गजानन जोरगेवार 158.
प्रमोद रतन पाटील 159.
आमचा 60.
2 वाढले पाहिजे होते ना.
नार्वेकरचं घेणार ना, नार्वेकर वर गेले ना.
60. 60. मंजुळा तुळशीराम गावित 160. गीता भरत जैन 161.
ॲडव्होकेट आशिष नंदकिशोर जयस्वाल 162.
नरेंद्र भोजराज भोंडेकर 163.
रत्नाकर माणिकराव गुट्टे 164. जय भगवान बाबा.
आता प्रस्तावाच्या विरोधात मतदान करणाऱ्या सदस्यांनी आपल्या आपल्या जागेवर उभे राहावे. एक एक करून सदस्यांनी स्वतःचे नाव व अनुक्रमांक उच्चारून आपल्या जागेवर खाली बसावे.
नरहरी सीताराम झिरवाळ 1.
अजित अनंतराव पवार 2.
जयंत राजाराम पाटील 3.
छगन चंद्रकांत भुजबळ 4.
दिलीप दत्तात्रय वळसे पाटील 5.
बाळासाहेब भाऊसाहेब थोरात 6.
भास्कर भाऊराव जाधव 6. 7. भास्कर भाऊराव जाधव 7. 7.
आदित्य रश्मी उद्धव ठाकरे 8.
हसन मियालाल मुश्रीफ 9.
राजेश अंकुशराव टोपे 10.
डॉक्टर राजेंद्र भास्करराव शिंगणे 11.
बाळासाहेब पांडुरंग पाटील 12. जितेंद्र लिता सतीश आव्हाड 13.
धनंजय पंडितराव मुंडे 14.
नाना फाल्गुनराव पटोले 15.
पृथ्वीराज दाजीसाहेब चव्हाण 16.
सुनील वामन प्रभू 17. अजय विनायक चौधरी 18.
अनिल भाईदास पाटील 19.
आदिती वरदा सुनील तटकरे 20.
प्राजक्त प्रसाद तनपुरे 21.
डॉक्टर नितीन काशीनाथ राऊत 22.
साळवी 23.
रवींद्र दत्ताराम वायकर 24.
संजय शकुंतला बाबुराव बनसोडे 25.
यशवंत विठ्ठल माने 26.
बबनराव विठ्ठलराव शिंदे 27.
प्रकाश सुंदरराव सोळंके 28. माणिकराव शिवाजीराव कोकाटे 29.
दौलत भिकाजी दरोडा 30.
ॲडव्होकेट केसी पाडवे 31.
सुनील छत्रपाल केदार 32.
असलम रमजान अली शेख 33.
वर्षा ललिता एकनाथ गायकवाड 34. यशोमती चंद्रकांत ठाकूर 35.
नितीन भिकनराव टाले 36. नितीन भिकनराव टाले 36.
वैभव विजय नाईक 37.
सुमन आर पाटील 38. सरोज बाबूलाल हिरे 39.
धर्माराव बाबा आत्राम 40.
मकरंद लक्ष्मणराव पाटील 41. दीपक प्रल्हाद चव्हाण 42. दिलीप दत्तात्रय मोहिते 43.
अमित विलासराव देशमुख 44.
बोलू का? डॉक्टर विश्वजीत पतंगराव कदम 45.
सुरेश अंबादासराव वरपुडकर 46.
अमीन अमीर अली पटेल 47.
रणजित प्रतापराव कांबळे 48.
राहुल वेदप्रकाश पाटील 49.
कैलास बाळासाहेब घाडगे पाटील 50.
मानसिंग फत्तेसिंग नाईक 51.
अशोक रावसाहेब पवार 52.
दिलीप शंकरराव बनकर 53.
पाटील बाबासाहेब मोहनराव 54. संग्राम अनंतराव थोपटे 55.
अरे शेर बोला तो ईडी लग जाएगा मेरे पीछे. राजकारण में साम दाम दंड भेद ये चीज होती है, लेकिन आजकल
मतमोजणी
पण आज
केवळ मतदान होईल, इकडे हेडकाउंट होईल, बाकी आपण भाषण शेर शायरी सगळी नंतर करू.
इनकम टैक्स राज्यपाल जरूरी है.
या पुढे घ्या.
कैलाश
पुढे घ्या.
गोरंट्याल अब तक 56.
अमित सुभाषराव जनक 57.
संजय मामा विठ्ठलराव शिंदे 57. 58. संजय मामा विठ्ठलराव शिंदे
59 ना.
किती नंबर आहे सांगा?
59. संजय गोविंद पोतनीस 59.
रोहित पवार 60.
राजू माणिकरावजी कारेमोरे 61.
मनोहर गोवर्धन चंद्रिकापुरे 62.
इंद्रनील मनोहरराव नाईक 63.
चंद्रकांत उर्फ राजू रमाकांतराव नवघरे 64.
नितीन अर्जुन पवार 65.
सुनील चंद्रकांत भुसारा 66.
सुलभा संजय खोडके 77. 67.
सुभाष रामचंद्र धोटे 68.
PN पाटील 69.
शिरीष कुमार स्वरूप सिंग नाईक 70.
राजेश पंडितराव इकडे 71. बळवंत बसवंत वानखडे 72.
विकास पांडुरंग ठाकरे 73.
राजू देवनाथ पारवे 74.
सुनील राजाराम राऊत 75.
रमेश गजानन कोरगावकर 76.
प्रकाश वैकुंठ फातर्पेकर 77.
उदयसिंग सरदार सिंग राजपूत 78.
राजपूत 78.
अतुल वल्लभ शेठ बेनके 79.
सुनील शंकरराव शेळके 80.
हो. सुनील विजयराव टिंगरे 81.
चेतन विठ्ठल तुपे 82.
डॉक्टर किरण यमाजी लामटे 83.
आशुतोष अशोकराव काळे 84. आशुतोष अशोकराव.
निलेश ज्ञानदेव लंके 95. 85.
सहस्राम मारुती कोरोटे 86.
सौ प्रतिभा सुरेश धानोरकर 87.
हिरामन भिकाजी खोसकर 88.
सासरे व जोरातच झाले. संजय चंदूकाका जगताप 89.
लहू नाथाजी कानडे 90.
ऋतुराज संजय पाटील 91.
विनोद भिवा निकोले 92.
संदीप रवींद्र क्षीरसागर 93.
बाळासाहेब भाऊसाहेब आजबे 94.
शेखर गोविंदराव निकम 96. 95.
राजेश नरसिंगराव पाटील 96.
जयश्री चंद्रकांत जाधव 97.
शंकरराव यशवंतराव गडाख 98.
देवेंद्र महादेवराव भुयार 99.
आता तटस्थ सदस्यांची आता तटस्थ सदस्यांनी आपल्या जागेवर उभे राहावे. याच्यानंतर डायरेक्ट मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा
वासिम आझमी एक
निर्णय हे डिक्लेअर झाल्यानंतर नाही आता
रईस कासम शेख 2
पूर्ण दिले ना प्रस्ताव संमत झाला वगैरे.
शाह फारूक अनवर 3
पण या सगळ्याची नोटिंग करून ठेवायला लागेल तुम्हाला की
नाही सीएम
हां म्हणजे सीएम DCM आणि मग प्रत्येक एक व्यक्ती बोलेल. हो बरोबर. सीएम नंतर DCM बोलतील. काल पण आपण सीएम DCM आणि मग दिलेलं सरकारच्या बाजूने सीएम DCM बोलले. झालं ना. आता मी या प्रस्तावावरील मतविभागणीचा निकाल जाहीर करतो. प्रस्तावाच्या बाजूने मतदान करणाऱ्या अनुकूल सदस्यांची संख्या 164
Making an announcement over the result of the voting that has been given in the house.
अनुकूल सदस्यांची संख्या 99 इतकी आहे. प्रस्तावाच्या बाजूने असणाऱ्या सदस्यांची संख्या 164 म्हणजे जास्त असल्यामुळे
So the voting that has been given in against Eknath Shinde is 99.
सन्मान्य मुख्यमंत्री, सन्मान्य उपमुख्यमंत्री.
So the majority has been proved by Eknath Shinde and BJP.
अभिनंदन अभिनंदन.
Honorable Speaker.
अभिनंदनाचा प्रस्ताव हे शेवटी बोलते ना, त्यांचं अभिनंदन आहे त्याच्यामुळे ते शेवटी.
So we can see in the house where Devendra Fadnavis is congratulating everyone.
बोला.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, या ठिकाणी शिवसेनेच्या वतीने व्हीप बजावला असताना
नाही इन्फॉर्मेशन काय ते माझ्या रेकॉर्डवर आहे. ते माझ्या रेकॉर्डवर आहे. तुम्ही इन्फॉर्मेशन काय ती सांगा. ते सगळं माझ्या रेकॉर्डवरती आहे, सभागृहाच्या पटलावर आहे. तुम्ही तुमची माहिती काय आहे तेवढी द्या. ही माहिती रेकॉर्डवरती आहे.
So now there is a issue that has been taken up, clearly stating of the issue that has been, the whip that has been issued.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, या सभागृहाने हा आता जात आहे
in Vidhan Assembly.
तुम्ही मागत होता ती आता तुम्हाला आहे. या सभागृहाने शिवसेना भाजपा युतीचे आमचे मुख्यमंत्री
This assembly has clearly showed the power, the majority of Shiv Sena BJP.
आमचे मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथरावजी शिंदे,
Our Chief Minister
यांच्यावर
एकनाथ शिंदे
प्रचंड मोठा विश्वास व्यक्त केला, म्हणून मी माननीय एकनाथरावजी शिंदे यांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो.
The trust that has been showed to our Chief Minister Eknath Shinde in larger in majority, and this is why I congratulate our Chief Minister.
आणि ज्या सदस्यांनी या प्रस्तावाच्या बाजूने मतदान केलं त्या सदस्यांचे आभार तर मानतोच, पण अप्रत्यक्षपणे
the members, I'm really thankful to those members who have voted in favor of Eknath Shinde of this government.
आभार तर मानू दे, असं काय चव्हाण साहेब, तुम्ही असं आभार तर मानले पाहिजे ना. त्यामुळे ज्या सदस्यांनी अप्रत्यक्षपणे हा प्रस्ताव प्रचंड मताने पारित व्हावा याकरता बाहेर राहून मदत केली,
the members who willingly has voted in this assembly for the majority for Eknath Shinde is something
मी मनापासून आभार मानतो,
is something appreciated.
खरं म्हणजे अध्यक्ष महोदय,
I'm heartily thankful to those who has voted for this government.
एकनाथरावजी शिंदे एक कट्टर शिवसेना प्रमुख वंदनीय बाळासाहेब ठाकरे.
We know that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is a real Shiv Sena.
अढळनिष्ठा असलेले अशा प्रकारचं
He has always put forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray.
ते कुशल संघटक आहेत, पण त्याही पेक्षा
when it comes to the Kattar Hindutva, it is Eknath Shinde has really proved it.
शिवसेना प्रमुख वंदनीय बाळासाहेब ठाकरे आणि धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेब या दोघांच्या प्रभावामुळे
Shivsena Pramukh Balasaheb Thackeray and Anand Dighe,
1980 मध्ये
it is just an guidance that has been given
शिवसेनेमध्ये सक्रिय काम सुरू
by both.
आणि एका साधा कार्यकर्ता
In 90s, where we know that Eknath Shinde has started a work as a karyakarta in a Shiv Sena.
वेगवेगळ्या जबाबदाऱ्या पार पाडत
From karyakarta to Shakha Pramukh,
राज्याचे मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून या ठिकाणी त्यांनी
he has
जबाबदारी
fulfilled all the responsibility that has been given to him. And today, where Eknath Shinde has been standing as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he has clearly proved the majority and the trust of the people.
नगर शाखा प्रमुख म्हणून
In 1984,
आणि त्यानंतर दिघे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वात
Eknath Shinde was appointed as the Shakha Pramukh in Krishan Nagar,
सातत्याने
and that was under the guidance of Anand Dighe, where he participated in many of the protests
ते आंदोलन करायचे,
to give justice to the people.
अनेक वेळा
He used
कारागृहात
to
जावं
protest
लागायचं.
for the justice of the people.
पुन्हा नव्याने दिघे साहेबांनी आदेश दिला,
He also went to many of the people.
सोडून
He also went to the jail, come out on bail.
जनसामान्यांच्या सेवेमध्ये
It was just an instruction that was given by Anand Dighe, asking him to leave everything behind
टंचाईच्या काळात
and be for the people,
विषय असेल,
for the save of people.
या सगळ्या
And that is what he has been going through since 19 to
छोट्या
now.
छोट्या गोष्टींकरता देखील प्रशासनाच्या विरोधात त्या ठिकाणी आंदोलन उभं करायचं आणि त्या माध्यमातून सामान्य माणसाला
We
न्याय
know we
द्यायचा
have saw Eknath Shinde
या ठिकाणी करून दाखवलं.
even in a very hard times where Eknath Shinde used to participate in many of the protests just to give justice to the people.
कारण त्यानंतर 9 साली
Then later he was elected in a Thane district.
सलग 4 वेळा महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेमध्ये ते या ठिकाणी पोहोचले. खरं म्हणजे मागच्या काळामध्ये माझ्यासोबत
So Eknath Shinde in the last 4 elections of Vidhan Sabha, where he has been elected as the MLA.
सीमा प्रश्नावर
But what is important is
आपण त्यामध्ये होतात. या आक्रमक आंदोलनामध्ये एक प्रकारे त्यांनी एक नेता म्हणून आपला दबदबा त्या काळात
he also
1986 साली
Eknath Shinde, we know that
आंदोलनामध्ये त्यांनी सक्रिय सहभाग घेतला.
he participated in an agitation
त्यांच्या सोबत
where he actually come up with a leader of Shiv Sena.
बेलारीच्या जेलमध्ये आमच्या सीमा
There was 100 of karyakartas in that protest.
कारावास भोगला
But where Eknath Shinde, who fought, who always stand for the people of Maharashtra, he also stayed behind the bars for 40 days. After which a new legacy, a new picture of Eknath Shinde has come up in front of people. He was also elected as the corporator in a Thane Municipal Corporation. Then he was elected to the Sabhagraha, the Adhyaksha of Sabhagraha. He was also the president of a district. And also we know that in 2014, when I was the chief minister, at that point of time, we together, that is Shiv Sena and BJP was together, and he served as the minister. He accepted the position that has been given to him, he accepted the portfolio that was given to him, and he fulfilled all his responsibility. But we know Eknath Shinde that the portfolio, the post is not necessary for him. It's just all he want to serve people. Today we know that the Nasik highway that has been named after Balasaheb Thackeray, the proposal that was brought by Eknath Shinde, he just brought that file to me. He brought that proposal in front of the table, whether it was in front of me or whether it is in front of Ajit Dada. He has made it. He made it up an entire plan, and the plan in nine months, the land was acquired to the same. But the entire. But now we know that the project is almost to be completed. And we saw Eknath Shinde, who went on ground, who look after the work that has been ongoing. He made sure that the work should go smoothly. He is the person and his name is Eknath Shinde, and he clearly showed the shadow of Anand Dike. The link which shortened the time between Mumbai to Pune, and soon there would be a time, there would be a day when the distance between Mumbai and Pune will be shortened. That way is getting ready. Or whether it is Bandra Worli ceiling. There are many of these projects that has come forward where it was under Eknath Shinde. He was also given the health department where he has done a tremendous job.
त्यांनी पाठपुरावा केला. सामान्य माणसापर्यंत आरोग्य सेवा पोहोचली पाहिजे. आरोग्य विभाग मिळाल्यानंतर पायाला भिंगरी.
When he was in the health department, he made sure that
छोट्याशा PHC पर्यंत
every assistant should be provided to the people who are in need. He has taken care of each and every need that is being put forward by the people.
अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे या व्यवस्था उभ्या केल्या.
He itself used to go.
नियुक्त्या फास्ट झाल्या पाहिजेत. सामान्य माणसाला न्याय मिळाला पाहिजे.
He himself used to go to the people, made sure that people should get the assistant, the justice should be given to the people. This is the work done by Eknath Shinde, and that is why Eknath Shinde is another example. Many of the time I told him, many times I have asked him that when do you eat or when do you sleep, because he is a person who works for 24/7.
24/7 नाही.
We know that whether it is elections or whether it is any crisis,
असे 3 दिवस सलग काम करताना
at that point of time, not 24/7 but 72, like it worked for continuously 72/24. This is what Eknath Shinde is and has done for the people. He is a people man. And we know that he is a human. He's an Eknath Shinde is a good human being. Whether it is a child or whether it is an old age person, he always go for the help of the people. This teaching is from Anand Dighe Sahib. And this is what he's been going forward. He's been taken forward by Eknath Shinde. We always
सगळे सांगत होते की आता आमची लाईन 24/7.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were traveling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 450 meters. More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. Nationalist Congress Party Chief Sharad Pawar called for a meet to discuss a trust vote when Eknath Shinde-led government would need to prove its majority. NCP is also vying the post of the leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly. After power-packed mega rally in Hyderabad, Prime Minister is all set for his next step. Prime Minister will visit the Bhimavaram in Andhra Pradesh and will launch the year-long 125th birth anniversary celebration of legendary freedom fighter Alluri Sita Rama Raju today. Roundup of news in brief. In a first big win for Eknath Shinde camp, NDA candidate and BJP's Rahul Narvekar was announced as the new Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Now it's
यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून ते काम करतीलच, पण यातलं महत्त्वाचं आहे कोणाच्या घरचा छोट्यातला छोटा कार्यक्रम असेल तर दिवसभरात वेळ काढून तिथे जायचं. अगदी सकाळी 4-4 वाजता.
What is important is whether it is a small event in any of the house in
काल निमंत्रण दिलं होतं, आज मी पोहोचलो अशा प्रकारे, पण त्यांना देखील आनंद आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की
Eknath Shinde is the person who used to go
काम अधिक करायचं
to meet the people, whether it is early morning at 4 AM.
शांत चित्ताने ते बसले असतात. प्रचंड पेशन्स त्यांच्यामध्ये.
There are many times.
हा जो सगळा पेशन्स आहे याच्यामुळेच मला असं वाटतं की हा संपूर्ण
Patience is what
आज जो काही
is
त्यांची
being carried
जडणघडण
by
आहे,
Eknath Shinde all the time.
या ठिकाणी झाली आहे.
He's a good
खरं
patient.
तर साताऱ्याचा त्यांचा जन्म आहे
And that is the reason why he is standing in front of in the assembly as a chief
वैयक्तिक
minister.
जीवनात देखील खूप अडचणींचा सामना त्यांना करावा लागला.
We know that it's a karma bhumi.
परिस्थितीमध्ये
Thane is the karma bhumi for Eknath Shinde. We know that many of the struggle that has been done by Eknath Shinde.
वैयक्तिक जीवनात घडली. 2 मुलं ही अपघातामध्ये गेली आणि
There are
त्यावेळी
many of the hard times that Eknath Shinde that has went through.
अक्षरशः तुटून गेलो होतो. जीवनातलं आपल्या सगळं संपलं अशा प्रकारचा भाव
The two member of his family
झाला होता.
who died, after which
आनंद दिघे
it
साहेबांनी
was a very hard time for him and for his family.
त्या ठिकाणी ऊर्जा दिली, त्यांना प्रेम दिलं आणि तिथनं आनंद दिघे साहेबांनी त्यांच्यातलं खरं नेतृत्व उभं
But at
केलं.
that point of time, Anand
आणि त्या
Dighe,
नेतृत्वाने शेवटी
who has supported him,
स्वतःच्या घरापेक्षा
loved him,
समाजाचा विचार
after
केला
which
पाहिजे.
he made Eknath Shinde
अशा
to stand on his
प्रकारच्या
own feet.
भावनेतनं एक मोठं कार्य या ठिकाणी सुरू केलं.
Anand
त्यांना
Dighe was
शेतीची आवड आहे.
has clearly
Strawberry,
stated to
safarjan.
Eknath Shinde that live your life and start
त्यांनी
living
लावले.
your life for the people.
आणि जेव्हा थकवा येतो, ताण येतो, त्यावेळी ते गावी जातात. गावी जाऊन पुन्हा तयार होतात आणि अलीकडच्या काळात त्यांना थकवा मिटवण्याकरता नातू आहे.
There are many
नातवामुळे
trees that has been
त्यांचा
planted.
थकवा हा आपल्याला मिटताना
We know
दिसतो.
that
पण एक सामान्य कार्यकर्त्याची कशा प्रकारे काळजी ते घेतात याचे एक उत्तम उदाहरण म्हणजे एकदा एका
as a
कार्यकर्त्याचा
very
कार्यक्रम
common
घेतला
worker,
होता.
he used to work
जावं लागलं.
for the people, clearly thinking about them. This gives a real example of how is what Eknath Shinde is, what
6
person
तास
he is.
प्रवास करत कार्यक्रमात आले, 10 मिनिटं कार्यक्रम केला आणि पुन्हा 6 तास प्रवास करत त्या ठिकाणी चिपळूणला गेले. ही कार्यकर्त्याच्या प्रती जी काही एक
Just to attend a meeting for 10 minutes, Eknath Shinde is the person who used to travel for 6 hours, attend that meeting for the 10 minutes and again travel back for the 6 hours. This is something, a feeling of people towards Eknath Shinde because he has actually
आणि त्यामुळे
made up a relation.
10वी पर्यंतच ते शिकले.
Relation with the people.
संधी
The
मिळाल्यावर
situation while talking about him,
56व्या वर्षी
that just because he comes with the very under lower
77% गुण घेऊन त्यांनी
he
ग्रॅज्युएशन
could not be able to go to school and
त्यामुळे
he studied it till
मला असं वाटतं की
10th,
स्वतः शिकू शकले
but right after that he started working,
पण हा जो
and with the
निर्धार आहे,
77%
हा
where
निर्धार मला
Eknath
असं वाटतं
Shinde
अत्यंत महत्त्वाचा आहे.
has completed his graduation.
जेव्हा महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार आलं
This is something a very
त्यावेळीच मी सांगत होतो
important and a strong person been called as.
हे
To
सरकार
be very
करणार.
true, when Mahavikas Aghadi government came in
मी
Maharashtra,
कविता म्हटली होती मी पुन्हा
at that point of time only I told that this government is not going to last long. I always used to say that I am going to come again.
खूप टिंगटवाळी अनेकांनी पण मी आलो.
And there were
आणि
many
यांनाही घेऊन
comments that
आलो.
was made by many of the
एकटा नाही
leaders
आलो.
who have been present in the assembly.
यांना सोबत घेऊन आलो.
I came, but not alone. I brought this also.
आणि अध्यक्ष महोदय
I came into the power, but I brought them also to the power.
ज्यांनी अपमान केला त्यांचा मी बदला घेणार. आणि
Whoever
माझा बदला एवढाच
insulted,
आहे,
whoever made
त्यांना
a
माफ केलं.
fun of me, are clearly seeing the picture and the
अशा गोष्टी
revenge.
मनावर घ्यायच्या नसतात. हर एक का मौका आणि म्हणून एकच
One
गोष्ट
should
या
not
ठिकाणी सांगू
take it.
इच्छितो. दुनिया के सारे
One
शौक
should not
पाले
take
नहीं
it seriously when it comes to politics.
दुनिया के सारे
There is
शौक
always
पाले
a
नहीं
chance.
जाते. कांच के खिलौने हवा में उछाले नहीं जाते. कोशिशें करने से जीत होती है आसान, क्योंकि हर काम तकदीर के भरोसे टाले नहीं. आणि म्हणून जरी या ठिकाणी आमच्याकडे मॅन्डेट असताना
At this point of time,
आम्हाला विरोधी पक्षात बसावं लागलं तरी
we have the mandate.
विचलित झालो.
Even if we have the mandate, we were sitting on the opposition, but we never was distracted with this.
कोरोनाचा
We
काळ असो,
continuously
कुठलाही काळ
struggle for
असो,
this.
जनतेमध्ये राहिलो,
Many of
कधी
the
स्वतःची
questions that
पर्वा
was
केली नाही.
raised been in the opposition.
आणि म्हणूनच मला असं
Whatever
वाटतं,
the situation, we were into the people. We were standing with the people without caring for
आम्ही
ourselves.
सत्तेकरता काय करतोय,
And that is the reason I believe
आमचा
that many
विचारच हे
people
सांगतो
think
की
that we are
सत्ता हे
doing it
आमचं
for the
साध्यच
power.
नाही. सत्ता आमचं
But our
साधन आहे.
thinking clearly stated
सामान्य
that power
माणसाच्या
is
जीवनामध्ये
not the
सामाजिक,
priority.
आर्थिक परिवर्तन करण्याकरता एक उपकरण म्हणून सत्ता आम्हाला हवी आहे. आणि म्हणूनच मी
We
सांगितलं,
want
ज्यावेळेस
this
सरकार जाईल,
power just to
त्यावेळी आम्ही पर्यायी
help the people of Maharashtra.
आणि
We wanted to work for the people of Maharashtra, and the money should
आमचे
reach
नेते,
to each and every house of the people, and that is why the power is needed.
यांनी या देशामध्ये
And our
दाखवून
leaders,
दिलं की आमच्याकडे
and
सत्ता
our
महत्वाची नाही आहे.
And our leader,
आम्ही जो
Prime
या
Minister
ठिकाणी
Narendra Modi, has showed
आमची
that
खंत
the
होती,
power is not
एवढीच
important.
खंत होती की जनतेनं मॅन्डेट दिलं आणि ते मॅन्डेट दिल्यानंतर आमचं मॅन्डेट हिरावून देण्याचा प्रयत्न झाला. आणि म्हणून
The
मोदीजींनी
question comes here
सांगितलं,
is
आम्ही
the
सरकार
mandate that
बनवू.
was given by the people of
आम्हीच
Maharashtra, but we
शिवसेना
saw
प्रमुख
that that
बाळासाहेब
was being
ठाकरेंच्या
backstabbed.
एका सच्च्या कार्यकर्त्याला
But
मुख्यमंत्री
Modi ji
बनवू.
has clearly stated,
आणि जनतेनं जे
clearly
मॅन्डेट दिलं होतं,
our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has
शिवसेना
said that
भाजपला जे मॅन्डेट दिलं होतं,
Balasaab
त्या
Thackeray,
मॅन्डेटचा सन्मान
the real Shiv Sena's
आम्ही करून दाखवू.
person, that is Eknath Shinde, should be the chief minister,
आणि माझ्या नेत्यांनी
because we know that the mandate
मला या
that was
ठिकाणी
given
आदेश
by
दिला.
the people of Maharashtra was to
या
BJP
सरकारमध्ये
and
उपमुख्यमंत्री
Shiv Sena,
म्हणून तुम्ही काम करा. ज्या
after
पक्षाने
which I have been given
मला
an
सर्वोच्च
order by my
स्थानावर
neta
बसवलं, त्या पक्षाने मला
that-
खाली बसण्याचा आदेश दिला असता तरी मी बसलो
that-
असतो. आणि मी आज अतिशय स्पष्टपणे
I
सांगतो,
completely respect this party. Even if this party has asked me to sit at home, I was ready. I would have accepted to sit back at home.
पूर्ण ताकदीनं आणि क्षमतेनं मी उभा आहे.
And that is the reason.
त्यांची
And that is the reason that I have
कारकीर्द
already stated in my press
पण ती
conference
अधिक
that
यशस्वी
I
कशी
am
होईल?
going to stand
हा प्रयत्न
strong with
या ठिकाणी
Eknath
मी
Shinde.
करणार आहे. आणि कुठल्याही प्रकारे
What will be the further achievement
या ठिकाणी त्यांच्या
will be our first priority, first and the last priority.
कोणाला दिसणार नाही, कधीही पॉवर स्ट्रगल कोणाला दिसणार नाही, कुठेतरी
I
कुरघोडीचं
make
राजकारण
sure
कोणाला
that
दिसणार नाही.
I make sure that there will be no difference between me and Eknath Shinde.
कधी
There will be
आम्ही
no
सोबत होतो,
power
कधी
struggle between me and Eknath Shinde,
बाकांवर होतो,
because
पण आमच्यातली मैत्री ही मात्र नेहमी कायम राहील.
whether it is we are
ती कधीच
together
आमची
or
मैत्री
whether to an
या ठिकाणी
opposite
बुडली
party,
नाही. आणि म्हणून खरं तर
but our friendship will remain
एवढं सांगू
forever.
शकेन,
Our friendship was never broken. We were together as a friend, even we were in the opposition.
पण एवढंच सांगतो, जेव्हा जेव्हा धनानंदाची सत्ता निरंकुश होते तेव्हा तेव्हा कुठल्या तरी चाणक्याला चंद्रगुप्त शोधावा लागतो आणि ही निरंकुश सत्ता ही खाली आणावी.
Whenever there is a backstabbing for the people mandate, it is very important for a Chanakya to come forward and take a very hard step, and that has been done by Eknath Shinde.
एकदा सरकार बनल्यानंतर
And that is what happened, and we have been witnessing.
खरं म्हणजे मला आनंद आहे की माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांनी देखील
Many people have asked that
संघाची
the government, if someone comes into the power,
गौरवपूर्ण उल्लेख
that should be accepted with an open heart.
त्यांनी मला संघ स्वयंसेवक म्हणून मी आहेच, मला अतिशय आनंद आहे आणि त्यांनी गौरवपूर्ण उल्लेख केला असं मी त्या ठिकाणी समजतो. त्यामुळे खरंच मी त्यांचेही अतिशय मनापासून आभार मानतो.
I am very even thankful to Sharad Pawar.
अतिशय सुंदर पत्र आहे. खरं म्हणजे मी त्याला दुसऱ्या दिवशी उत्तर द्यायचा विचार केला.
Even a letter that has been given by MNS Chief Raj Thakre, that was a very beautifully written.
त्यांचे कारण अजून तब्येत ठीक नाही आहेत, नुकतेच बाहेर आले आहेत, अजूनही घरीच
And that is the reason when I called Raj
असं
Thakre,
वाटतं की आपण सगळे राजकीय विरोधक
I called Raj Thakre and really have thanked him for giving us such a beautiful written letter. And even soon as he is at home taking rest, soon I am going to go at his residence and meet him.
एकनाथ आणि देवेंद्र आहे.
There are many people. This mandal, this party who has come, there are many allegations that was put forward clearly stating that this government has came into the power because of ED. Yes, it is ED, but it is Eknath and Devendra.
असं नाही आहे, असं आहे राजकारणामध्ये दोन्ही बाजू असतात. आमच्या एकेका नेत्यावर 30-30 खटले टाकले होते. आणि काय केस
It
माहिती
is very important to look to the both the sides in politics.
म्हणजे त्या खासदाराची जर तुम्ही संपत्ती बघितली, त्याच्यावर अशी केस टाकली की माझी गाडी देवदर्शनाला किरायाने नेली होती, 5,000 रुपये दिले नाही म्हणून त्याच्यावर 420 ची केस लावली. गिरीश भाऊंवर तर मोकाच लागला.
We know that there was a case that was registered against one of a member of parliament. If we look after the properties, it is something like he has nothing but even the 420 case has been registered against him.
मी रोज सरकारच्या विरोधात बोललो तरी
If you chant Hanuman Chalisa,
मुंबईत माझं घरच नाही, मी सरकारी घरात
your home will be demolished.
नागपूरचं जे घर आहे ते पूर्ण नियमात आहे.
I am very glad that I don't have a resident in Mumbai. I stay in an official residence.
वाईट लिहू नये, अगदी चुकीचं आहे, 100% चुकीचं आहे. पण लिहिल्यानंतर किंवा एखादी राजकीय पोस्ट टाकल्यानंतर
one should not talk about anything wrong, because this is really not really right to a position.
इकडे मात्र सांगायचं की दिल्लीमध्ये तानाशाही चालली आहे.
What democracy they have been talking about, where their MLAs itself is behind the bars.
हनुमान चालीसा वाचतो म्हटलं, हनुमान चालीसा वाचण्याचा कार्यक्रम मागे घेतला तरी 12 दिवस जेलमध्ये, महिला खासदाराला 12 दिवस जेलमध्ये. मला असं वाटतं की याच्यावर स्वतंत्र चर्चा
just to chant Hanuman Chalisa.
व्यथा असतील तर काही
a female MP,
प्रयत्न असा केला
the
पाहिजे
female MP was put behind the bars for 12 days.
आणि मला एका गोष्टीचा आनंद आहे आणि मी नेहमी गर्वाने सांगतो की महाराष्ट्रामध्ये दक्षिण भारतासारखी स्थिती नाही आहे. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आम्ही आजही एकमेकाच्या घरी जाऊ शकतो, एकमेकासोबत जेवण करू शकतो, एकमेकाशी गप्पा मारू शकतो. दक्षिणेतल्या राज्यांमध्ये सत्तारूढ पक्ष आणि विरोधी पक्ष हे एकमेकाच्या
in Maharashtra we are something that we talk to each other, go to each other house.
अशा प्रकारची परिस्थिती आहे. तर तिथला इतिहास ऐकला तर यांनी याच्या आजोबाला मर्डर केला होता, त्यांनी त्याच्या काकाचा मर्डर केला होता. सुदैवाने अशी स्थिती आपल्याकडे नाही, अशी स्थिती कधी येऊही नये. सत्तारूढ पक्ष असेल, विरोधी पक्ष असेल, भूमिका बदलतात. 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी
we don't want such situation that the people are really trying to get away from each other. At this point of time, when we were at the opposition party, there was something very different responsibility we were going through.
जो व्यक्ती सत्तेवर
Power will come and go.
प्रमोदजी नेहमी असं म्हणायचे की जेव्हा धर्मराज युधिष्ठिर हे स्वर्गाकडे गेले,
I remember the words of Pramod Mahajan.
त्यावेळी यक्षाने एक प्रश्न त्याला विचारला की धर्मराज युधिष्ठिर, जगातलं सगळ्यात मोठं आश्चर्य काय सांग. त्या धर्मराज असं म्हणाले की जगातलं सगळ्यात मोठं आश्चर्य हे आहे की जो जन्माला येतो त्याला एक दिवस जायचं आहे, त्याला माहिती आहे, पण तरी तो असा जगतो की जणू काही तो अमरत्व घेऊन आलाय, त्याला कधी जायचंच नाही.
The real fact of a human life is something whoever born has to die one day. This is the word from Pramod Mahajan, and this is also applicable in politics as well.
त्यामुळे आमदार असो, मंत्री असो किंवा मुख्यमंत्री, उपमुख्यमंत्री कोणी असो.
Here we saw that many of the ministers, and specifically we saw that there are many of the people who were trying to be in the power, like they are going to be stay in power for years.
म्हणून मी या निमित्ताने या नवीन सरकारच्या वतीनं एवढं आश्वस्त करू इच्छितो की कुठल्याही बदल्याच्या भावनेनं, कुठल्याही आकसानं हे सरकार काम करणार नाही. ज्या मेरिटच्या गोष्टी आहेत, मी काल देखील मला विचारलं सगळं स्थगित करणार का, सांगितलं की
this government won't work just to take a revenge.
मेरिट शिवाय होणार नाही. जे चांगले निर्णय आहेत ते सगळे निर्णय आम्ही कायम
There are many of the projects that is going to get adjourned, but yes, it will be on merits.
आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की या संपूर्ण
We will try our level best to work on the
वाटचालीमध्ये
project that will give the development to the people of
एक
Maharashtra.
शिवसैनिक आज राज्याचे मुख्यमंत्री झाले आहेत आणि त्यांचा एकूण जर आपण सगळी कारकीर्द
Today
सगळा
a
स्वभाव
Shivsainik
या
is
सगळ्या
the
गोष्टी
minister
बघितल्या
of a state.
तर मला विश्वास आहे की राज्यामध्ये एक डेफिसिट तयार झालं होतं.
And I'm very confident enough
नेत्यांच्या उपलब्धतेस
that in the state
ही माझी टीका नाही आहे, कोणावरही नाही आहे, पण
a
तरी
different
देखील
legacy has been
लोकांना
started.
आपले नेते आपल्यात हवे
Now
असं
a
सातत्याने वाटत
minister
होतं.
who will be available
आता
for
येत्या
their
काळामध्ये
MLAs.
हा नेता जनसामान्यांना उपलब्ध असेल. हा नेता मुंबईतच नाही महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यात उपलब्ध असेल. हा नेता एका कॉलवर उपलब्ध असेल आणि शेवटच्या माणसाचे प्रश्न
I am pretty sure about it that Eknath Shinde is not only in Mumbai but he will be available across Maharashtra. He will be available.
तुम्ही काही निर्णय
He will be over just a call.
तर राज्यपालांचं पत्र आल्यानंतर जोपर्यंत विश्वास पात्र होत नाही प्राप्त होत नाही
Right after the session that has been called,
कॅबिनेटची मीटिंग घ्यायची नसते हा संकेत आहे.
till the time we don't get a trust vote of confidence,
काही निर्णय देखील घेतले, मग तो संभाजीनगरचा असो तो धाराशिवचा असो.
there were many of the decisions that has been taken in the cabinet meeting.
जरीही ती कॅबिनेट
whether it is on DB Patil or whether it is on Osmanabad or whether it is on
आपण त्याच भूमिकेचे आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे काळजी करू नका.
there were many decisions that has been taken by the chief minister of Maharashtra.
कॅबिनेटमध्ये घेऊन ते एफर्म करून आणि ते निर्णय लागू करण्याचं काम हे सरकार या ठिकाणी करेल.
Don't worry about it. The decision that has been taken in your last cabinet will be taken forward
माननीय मुख्यमंत्र्यांचं
and will take forward the proposal and will make it into the consideration. Will think about it and take a decision accordingly. I am really thankful to everyone and also I request the opposition party to give your full support. I expect a support.
हा खरं तर
I expect a full support from the opposition party. I am really thankful to everyone.
यावरती सन्मान्य उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांनी आभार प्रदर्शनासाठी भाषण केलं आहे. तरीही माझ्याकडे काही नावं आली आहेत, त्यांना बोलायचं आहे. त्यामुळे आभार व्यक्त करण्यासाठी हा आपण चान्स देत असल्यामुळे प्रत्येक पक्षातल्या एका व्यक्तीने बोलू दे.
Request that has been given from the MLA for a thankful speech. So, but we have to take care also about the time. So, I request that only one MLA from each party should give a thankful speech. Now, Ajit Pawar is speaking.
जे सरकार त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आलेलं आहे त्याच्या विश्वासदर्शक ठरावाच्या बद्दलचा आज विषय होता.
Now we heard Devendra Fadnavis giving a speech on Eknath Shinde. We know that at this point of time where the government is he has given a speech on Eknath Shinde where now the government is under the guidance of
तुमचा जो जोश
you know the best part about Devendra Fadnavis is
असतानाही पाहिलं आणि तर विरोधी पक्ष नेते पण असताना पाहिलं
the happiness, the joy we saw in your face is something very is appreciated, whether it is you were the chief minister of Maharashtra, whether in the opposition party.
कसं हे योग्य आहे हे सांगण्याचा तुमचा प्रयत्न होता आणि कसं एकनाथराव शिंदेंनी आजपर्यंतची कारकीर्द ही दैदिप्यमान आहे हे पण सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न तुम्ही आता आपल्या भाषणामध्ये केला. खरं तर सभागृहाला मला सगळ्यांना एक गोष्ट माहिती द्यायची आहे.
So you have already informed and give us a detail what exactly the journey of Eknath Shinde, the information that you have been provided in your speech.
मध्ये जर सगळ्यात नशीबवान कोण असेल.
So we know that whoever the MLA that has been elected in the legislative assembly
की अजून 2.5 वर्षच झाली
But in this entire MLA's list, we know that whoever the lucky MLA that has come forward is Devendra Fadnavis. In the last 2.5 years, Devendra Fadnavis, who was the chief minister, also now is the deputy chief minister, and also the opposition leader. So in the last 2.5 years, we see Devendra Fadnavis, who took the responsibility, whether it is the chief minister or the deputy chief minister or the opposition leader. Now at this point of time, when we know that Eknath Shinde has been holding a position of chief minister and making a responsibility, I don't know why they have been continuously saying about and mentioning about Shiv Sainik. Why that is the reason where we are continuously listening that, and they are giving a clarification of they being a Shiv Sainik. Why they need to say it continuously? We know that on 30th June, where Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister has taken an oath as and right after that we saw the speaker has where the governor has asked to prove the majority. But today we have another role, because today we are in opposition, and our responsibility, we will come forward as an opposition party now. Well, it's a fact that the power will come, the power will go, and it is a fact that no one has come with the power.
एकनाथराव शिंदे साहेबांचं समर्थन करत होता, मग मागच्या टर्म मध्ये एकनाथराव शिंदे साहेब तुमच्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये जे होते त्यावेळेस फक्त रस्ते विकास महामंडळच खातं का त्यांना दिलं? ते एवढे कर्तृत्ववान होते, अजिबात नाही.
I wanted to ask that I was listening to Devendra Fadnavis' speech very minutely, and the praises that you made for Eknath Shinde is really put me in a question, really asking that if you really respect Eknath Shinde so much, but the time that you were in power, you were the chief minister, why the lower post that was given to Eknath Shinde? There were many of the portfolios that was with you, whether it is PWD, whether it is health department, or whether it is there were many of the important portfolios that was with you, but you didn't decided to give it to Eknath Shinde. We know that if Eknath Shinde does not have the relation with the portfolios, now you've been praising Eknath Shinde. The time you were the chief minister of Maharashtra, why didn't you think at that point of time?
महाराष्ट्र पण विचार करेल आणि तुम्ही पण त्याच्या संदर्भातला विचार त्या ठिकाणी केला पाहिजे.
Clearly given. We heard Devendra Fadnavis giving a thankful speech in the assembly, clearly giving a, giving a data of Eknath Shinde, starting from being Eknath Shinde as a Karyakarta since 19 and now at the position of Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Importantly, what we witness in the assembly today, that Eknath Shinde and BJP has got a 164 vote, that is the majority, which clearly gave a majority winning to Eknath Shinde and Bharatiya Janata Party, whereas Vikas Aghadi has got 99, which really raises the question. And of course, this is not the first time that we are hearing, because the same number, the 164 number, has also showed the assembly yesterday during the speaker post, where Rahul Narvekar was elected as the speaker of Legislative Assembly with 164 votes. But now, even today, we heard the statement from the Bharatiya Janata Party. They were expecting there will be the huge majority where Eknath Shinde and BJP government will get in the trust vote that has been conducted in the assembly. But yes, 164 vote was given. But what is important to point out, there are many Congress MLAs, that is including Ashok Chavan ji, Jishant Siddiqui, who reached to the assembly late. So according to the procedure, if I tell my viewers that according to the procedure that has been put forward by the speaker, it is clearly mentioned that every MLAs, the members that has been mentioned that are present in the Legislative Assembly will get 10 minutes time to think whether they want to go with the Shinde government or whether they want to MVA. So 10 minutes time was given, but we saw here in Vidhan Sabha where many of the Congress MLAs, there are almost 5 to 6 MLAs will take out the final number that will be given from the assembly itself. But yes, including Ashok Chavan, Jishant Siddiqui, Vijay Wadetiwar, who reached late to the assembly and they were not allowed inside to cast their vote. So this is something, a setback for Mahavikas Aghadi, where their own MLAs, and what we are getting to know from our sources, that there are Congress who is likely to take a support from Mahavikas Aghadi. So this is not the first time that has been happening, and even there are many times when the Congress, even during when they were in power, has given a statement that they are not happy with the Shiv Sena decision, they are not happy with the NCP, and that is why now at this point of time, because there are 9 MLAs, 9 MVA MLAs who could not able to reach to the assembly on time, and that is the reason where they were not allowed inside to cast their vote, which is why MVA only have 99, and with the majority where we see that the Bharatiya Janata Party and Eknath Shinde with 164 vote has clearly given the mandate and has really won. If you heard the statement, I'll join with my colleague Shravan Sen. If you heard Devendra Fadnavis, he was actually praising, but the question is also raised by Ajit Pawar. He is saying that if you really praise Eknath Shinde at this point of time, if you were the chief minister, why the important portfolio has not been given? So do you really find out what are the real intentions? So they have been coming up with some of the excuses?
Well, it's now out in the open now. The cabinet berth allocation would be perhaps the first big challenge that the Shinde-Fadnavis government is going to face. Let's not forget, this is just before the BMC elections, especially departments like the urban development, the home ministry. These are cabinet berths which are going to be extremely important, which the BJP and the Shinde faction both are going to have some sort of a tussle. Let's not forget that during all these talks that were actually happening, we are given to understand that there were some certain promises that were basically made to the Eknath Shinde faction, and that was essentially with regards to certain portfolios that would be given to them. And they are also bringing in some of the most senior-most Sena legislators along with them. So you need to pacify them. So that's going to be a big challenge. That's the reason why this evening at Sagar Bungalow, the meeting with the Union Minister is going to be extremely crucial, and it's going to be important to see which way is it headed, who's getting what, and I think so that all eyes would be on 2. One is the home department and the other is the urban development.
Well, of course, it is very important to see, because a very crucial meeting that is going to be held at a Sagar Bungalow at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis resident, where Piyush Goyal and Eknath Shinde is going to be present. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city's city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with respiratory problems. Meanwhile, Baghdad airport suspended flights as visibility was also significantly reduced to 450 meters. More than 1 million people turned out for the Cologne Pride Parade, either to participate or to watch the colourful performances. Around 180 LGBTQ groups and music floats took part in the parade. Notably, Cologne has one of the biggest LGBTQ communities in the country. Nationalist Congress Party Chief Sharad Pawar called for a meet to discuss a trust vote when Eknath Shinde-led government would need to prove its majority.
रत्नाकर माणिकराव गुट्टे 164. जय भगवान.
Top headlines this afternoon. It's over for Uddhav camp as Shinde sails past majority mark in just 23 minutes.
प्रस्तावाच्या बाजूने मतदान करणाऱ्या अनुकूल सदस्यांची संख्या 164 इतकी आहे व प्रस्तावाच्या विरोधात मतदान करणाऱ्या प्रतिकूल सदस्यांची संख्या 99 इतकी आहे.
Ousted and isolated, Uddhav's count reaches 99. Shinde government wins by resounding majority. Another MLA dumps. Uddhav walks alongside Shinde. No stopping the Shinde-Fadnavis duo now. It's a double setback for Uddhav as top court 2 refuses to hear Uddhav camp's plea on whip issue. After being thrown out of power, sources suggest Congress likely to abandon Mahavikas Aghadi alliance now. Varanasi District Court to resume hearing Gyanvapi case today. And starting with breaking news coming in, a big controversy that has broken out after a poster for documentary movie called Kali has started doing the rounds on social media, which shows goddess Kali smoking. Now, several have claimed that the poster offended Hindu followers' religious sentiments as well. In this particular, in fact, poster, one can see the goddess smoking. And this has in fact sparked a controversy as well. We are also getting to know that an FIR has also been registered against the director. So a film that is at the center of controversy. We have Niranjan joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, it seems that there is a publicity stunt. What more can you tell us about this controversy that has erupted?
Well, it prima facie seems like a desperate sort of a publicity attempt. Publicity attempt by trying to put out this video or trailer of a documentary which shows goddess Kali smoking. In fact, the latest update now is that there is an FIR filed in the controversy. The director herself has responded, saying that people must thank her and not try and add more fuel to the fire and the controversy. Now, this is a scene from a trailer that has been put out for a documentary, and in this trailer you can see that the filmmakers, the directors, the producers have put a video of goddess Kali smoking. Now there are many people who are responding to it, saying that this is a deliberate attempt to hurt religious sentiments, etc. The filmmakers claim this is a scene from the streets of Toronto where the goddess Kali is depicted smoking. Now, as far as the filmmaker is concerned, this is director Leena Manimekkalai, who's responded to the controversy as well some time back, and many people, I think we're getting in some reactions to the story. Vinit Jindal, advocate, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Jindal, your response to this desperate publicity stunt. It seems like a publicity stunt to hurt religious sentiments, perhaps to gain some publicity for this documentary.
Whatever it is, but
Mr. Jindal, can you hear me? Just lost the line with Jindal there. But let's tell you that a few minutes back you had the response of the filmmaker as well. The director has faced an FIR, and let me also tell you that as per the details emerging now, I just want to read out the translation of the tweet that she had put out some time back. She had put out saying, instead people must say love you Leena Manimekkalai, and there is a lot of anger and people want her to basically pull back. They want the filmmakers to pull back on the poster and also this trailer, but that hasn't happened. The breaking news update now coming in that the FIR has been filed against this director. Okay, let me go across to Vinit Jindal, advocate, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Jindal, your response to this publicity attempt. Prima facie seems like a publicity attempt.
Look, whatever it is, but when you are talking about religious sentiments and religious things, the way this lady has been talk about, and they're producing the Kali, goddess Kali, while smoking and having a LGBT flag in her hand. So this is really offensive. This is objectionable. Whatever it is, it could be a controversy, it could be a trying to escalate their own name. But this thing has not been tolerated in any manner. The legal action should be taken against her. I have filed a complaint against this lady, and the Delhi police has lodged an FIR against her. And hopefully I also requested the Canadian PN, write a letter to Canadian PN to ban this movie in Canada itself. So we are looking forward for a legal action which is taken by Delhi police and the Canadian government.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Vinit Jindal, their advocate, joining us on the story. There is an appeal being made now to ban this documentary in Canada as well. A request going out to the Canadian Prime Minister as well and the Canadian government. That's the latest update that we have. So the director has faced an FIR over hurting religious sentiments. Was it an attempt to provoke to gain publicity? I'm handing it back to you for now, keeping a close track on the story.
Well, Niranjan getting us all those details. Thanks for that. In fact, as our executive editor was also pointing out, an FIR that has also been registered against the director after this justification that she's given, where she says that the movie talks about choosing love over hate. You will love the movie if you watch. If you watch the movie, you will love me. If you watch, you won't demand my arrest. That's the kind of statement that has been made by Leena Manimekkalai, who has taken to Twitter. Niranjan, if you could talk to us more, the question that arises is at this point is, should publicity stunts be even allowed to provoke these religious sentiments?
Well, absolutely. I think looking at the reactions that are coming into the story right now, many people also, asking that question on why there is no anger, no outrage against this particular incident. It is an obvious case of hurting religious sentiments, and it's a desperate sort of a strategy to also gain publicity by provoking, using or depicting such scenes. You just heard from one of the complainants saying that he's going to appeal to the Canadian Prime Minister, and online, and on social media, this is one of the biggest talking points, with people asking for this documentary to be taken down, for the scene to be taken down, and asking for an apology as well. And that's why the complaint was filed, and now an FIR has been lodged, and the story is getting bigger. We'll keep a close track on the story. I'm handing it back to you for now.
All right. Thank you for that, Niranjan. So the question that now arises is whether action is taken. As of now, the director has given a bizarre justification saying that you will love the movie if you watch it, and that the movie talks over choosing love over hate. The question arising is showing a Hindu goddess smoking an attempt to provoke for publicity. Did the director provoke religious sentiments for publicity? And the bigger question being that should publicity stunt even be allowed to provoke? So an FIR that has also been filed against the director for this movie poster. We'll try and go across to get some reactions as well. As of now, what we're getting to know is that the movie poster has sparked a row. In fact, Niranjan continues to be with us. If you could talk to us about the reactions coming in. We understand this has definitely not gone down well with the audience, something which the director did not really intend to. She intended to have this sort of the reaction that is coming in, the furor that we are seeing on social media is something which is not on the expected lines, definitely, Niranjan.
Yeah, and I think it's become a sort of a pattern, Samiksha, in the recent past to sort of use controversial scenes, depict controversial images and imagery to somehow garner publicity. I mean, this documentary out of nowhere called Kali, and it's now gained so much of publicity with this one scene alone. And sometimes we've seen how filmmakers often try to do this, to try and provoke an issue, provoke a thought, and then garner publicity. So it could be one of those attempts in a very extremely controversial way to gain publicity for this documentary. It's called Kali. In fact, the filmmaker, her name is Leena Manimekalai, and she has tried to clarify, saying that the film revolves around the events that take place one evening when Kali appears and strolls the streets of Toronto. If you see the documentary, then don't push the hashtag arrest Leena Manimekalai and put the hashtag love you Leena Manimekalai. So they're sort of defending it. I wonder whether they would have defended it or whether they would have had the courage to even attempt or even think of doing this towards any other religion. And this is one of the biggest talking points in the last few weeks and months. You can't take religion for granted. You can't hurt religious sentiments and then try and get away, right? And let me go across to, I think Ashok Pandit is joining me on the phone line. Ashok Pandit is also a filmmaker, has strong views on such issues, has been speaking out on this issue. Ashok Pandit, there is this poster where they're depicting goddess Kali smoking. Many people have taken offense to it. Prima facie appears to be a cheap publicity stunt.
I think, as I stated, we should take action, come heavy on this filmmaker. Because I consider the filmmaker, anybody who abuses any religion, who abuses any cannot be a filmmaker. Filmmakers are people who have heart, who are intelligent people, who have soul, and who believe in their own country and believe in every religion. So this so-called filmmaker should be arrested. And this film should be immediately banned because this is not a film. This is abuse of a religion, of a god, a goddess, who crores of people have faith, believe in. In name of expression, cannot abuse somebody else's religion. This is myth, and
there's an issue that I have, Ashok Pandit. I have an issue with the audio line there. I'll just reconnect your line, Ashok. I have a bad audio line. I'll just try and reconnect that because your audio is a little choppy. Ashok Pandit, filmmaker, saying that action should be taken, saying that this is no way of showing creativity or display your creativity and your filmmaking skills by depicting a goddess smoking, because they may think it's cool. They may try and garner publicity. A lot of people, there's a huge uproar on social media especially, and everyone who's speaking up on Republic as well are asking for the filmmakers to not just retract but apologize. Some people also asking for action to be taken against this movie, and many asking how are such movies cleared in the first place, or documentaries, how are they cleared to be shown for the public? And these are some of the questions that emerge, and I think I dare, you should actually ask that question today, Samiksha. Will these filmmakers, who go on to not just, I think, not just, hurt religious sentiments, but then go on to defend it. And let me go across to Brinda Adige. Brinda Adige, in such a charged, communal atmosphere, when people are saying everyone should calm down, peace should prevail, don't hurt religious sentiments. There is this, documentary trailer that has been put out depicting Goddess Kali smoking. And, it seems like a very, very cheap publicity stunt, Brinda. I don't know whether the filmmakers would have the courage to do the same with any other religion.
You're absolutely right. It's not just cheap publicity, but it is an absolute lack of empathy for people across following the Hindu religion. Now what she's portraying on that poster is Goddess Kali smoking, but also with the flag of the LGBTQ. So my question to Leena is, do you think that the LGBTQ or smokers are there only in Hindu community, or does she also know that they are there in other communities, especially the Christian and the Muslim? And did she have the gumption, the guts to also put those pictures on the poster? The prophet's picture, Jesus Christ, other picture doing the same thing? Because this is not simply publicity. It is an absolute arrogance on her part. And any kind of justification doesn't work, because there is neither logic nor reasoning to that. It is simply derogatory. And she wants not only to hurt the sentiments, but the fact that she has no respect for people who follow this religion and revere Goddess Kali.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, Brinda. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Brinda Adige also agreeing that this was not required at a time like this, and so many reactions, back-to-back reactions coming in. A complaint was filed, we are told, and one of the complainants also spoke to Republic TV earlier, asking for this documentary to be blocked in different countries. In fact, this particular scene, the filmmaker this morning went on to put out a tweet and also try and justify it, saying that people should instead thank her. And just to tell you a little bit about the context, documentary was made, a trailer was put out, and in the trailer, Goddess Kali depicted smoking in this trailer. And I wonder whether such people find it cool to hurt religious sentiments. In fact, that filmmaker, Leena Manimekalai, is defending it. And we'll try and get more reactions. Let's see if Ashok Pandit or Sushil Pandit are back on the phone line with us. They were also expressing their strong views on the matter. We'll keep a close track on this subject. For now, I'm handing it back to you, Samiksha.
Yes, thank you for that, Niranjan. So it remains to be seen the kind of action that's taken. As of now, we see no remorse on part of this particular director, who's come out with a bizarre explanation, saying that the movie talks about choosing love over hate. You will love the movie if you watch. If you watch the movie, you will love me. If you watch it, you won't demand my arrest. That's the kind of statement that's coming in by the director, Leena Manimekalai. It remains to be seen if there's any taking down of this particular trailer, which has, of course, sparked massive outrage on social media. Of course, where the goddess is seen smoking. As of now, let's move on to other stories. We'll keep a close watch on all the developments on this story. Well, that's the latest coming in. A big story that we are tracking at this hour. The director in the midst of a controversy over a trailer that has been put out in which goddess is shown smoking. We are told that a complaint has also been registered against this particular director, who is Leena Manimekalai. And taking to Twitter, the director has come out with a justification as well, saying that the movie talks about choosing love over hate.
Taking a short break. When we come back, Shawan breaking the story along with Alisha on the developments. Yogi Adityanath is also speaking on 100 days of his government. So we'll take a short break and come back with a live coverage from Lucknow and also Mumbai. Stay tuned.
एकनाथ शिंदे मां कामाख्या के दर्शन कर सभी विधायकों के साथ अब यहाँ से वापस जा रहे हैं. The body language of Eknath Shinde is also very, very confident.
See the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow.
Eknath Shinde camp in Goa will be holding that press conference.
रिपब्लिक ऐसा लौता चैनल है जो इस समय लाइव है गवर्नर्स ऑफिस के अंदर से भी, उस राजभवन के अंदर भी.
The supporters of Eknath Shinde are standing strong with Eknath Shinde.
The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Uddhav Thackeray really lost connect with the ideology of Hindutva for the sake of power.
Silence in Batoshi where there used to be no activity. Now suddenly there has been a spurt of activities.
This is a point of no return clearly that has been crossed.
The larger question is for the Shinde camp is whether at all they are going to merge with the BJP or not.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky met with Australian Prime Minister Albanese in Kiev. Zelensky praised Australia for its support in facing Russian aggression. Prior to the meeting with Zelensky, Albanese visited war-torn towns of Irpin, Bucha and Hostomel. A passenger bus slid off a mountain road and fell into a deep gorge in heavy rains in southwest Pakistan today, killing 19 people and injuring 12 others. The assistant administrator for the district of Shirani said about 35 passengers were travelling in the bus and added rescue workers were searching for survivors in the wreckage of the destroyed vehicle and surroundings. Residents in part of Australia's New South Wales state woke up Sunday morning to evacuation orders as flood waters continue to rise due to the heavy rain. State Emergency Service issued over 35 evacuation orders overnight from the west, southwest to northwest of the state. Towns and cities were battered by strong winds and heavy rainfall as China's first typhoon this year hit the southern coast of the country. Typhoon Chaba made landfalls on Saturday afternoon in the coastal province of Guangdong. Authorities meanwhile have dispatched planes and helicopters to aid in the rescue operations. A heavy sandstorm covered Baghdad, shutting down the airport and sending dozens of residents to hospitals with respiratory problems. Doctors in Iraqi capital city hospital said that they had seen many patients arriving with
समन केंद्र की स्थापना करने की ओर अग्रसर है और हमारा प्रयास है कि अगले 2 वर्ष के अंदर हर तहसील में एक अग्निशमन केंद्र की स्थापना हो सके, जिससे अग्नि सुरक्षा के साथ साथ लोगों को इस प्रकार की किसी भी अग्निकांड की घटना से बचाव के बारे में भी उन्हें एक शासन के स्तर पर सहयोग मिल सके। हम सब इस बात को जानते हैं कि विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर प्रदेश की जीडीपी में लगभग दुगनी वृद्धि हुई है। अर्थव्यवस्था हमारी पहले की तुलना में लगभग दुगने की वृद्धि हुई है और प्रति व्यक्ति आय में भी दुगने की वृद्धि प्रदेश के अंदर हुई है। प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने इस दौरान प्रदेश के बजट के दायरे को भी हमने दुगने से अधिक बढ़ाया है। 2016-17 में प्रदेश का बजट 3 लाख करोड़ का था, आज वह बढ़कर के 6,15,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का है और जनता के प्रति सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता इस बात से स्पष्ट हो जाती है कि हम लोगों ने अपने पहले ही बजट में 2022 के विधानसभा चुनाव की दृष्टि से जो भी 130 संकल्प प्रदेश के विकास के लिए और लोक कल्याण के लिए, गरीब कल्याण के लिए लिए थे, उनमें से पहले ही बजट में हम लोगों ने 97 संकल्पों को पहले ही बजट में लेकर के प्रदेश की जनता के प्रति और प्रदेश के विकास और समृद्धि के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को भी सरकार ने बहुत स्पष्ट कर दिया है। जो शेष 33 संकल्प हैं, इन्हें आगामी 2 वर्ष के अंदर इन्हें भी हम क्रमबद्ध तरीके से लेकर के जनता जनार्दन के सामने लिए गए अपने संकल्पों को व्यवस्थित तरीके से उन्हें पूरा करने का काम भी करेंगे। मित्रों, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर दशकों बाद औद्योगिक वातावरण भी देखने को मिला है। उत्तर प्रदेश में भी निवेश हो सकता है, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी उद्योग लग सकता है। ये 2017 के पहले एक सपना था, आज ये हकीकत में बदल रहा है। 100 दिन के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके सानिध्य में 80,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की परियोजनाओं को शिलान्यास करने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कृपा पूर्वक अपना समय दिया और इसी राजधानी लखनऊ में एक कार्यक्रम हमारा संपन्न हुआ। यही नहीं, इन 100 दिनों में हम लोगों ने प्रदेश के अंदर, यानी ये जो 80,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की परियोजनाएं, लगभग 1400 से अधिक परियोजनाएं इसके अंदर कवर हो रही हैं। और प्रदेश ने पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश डाटा सेंटर स्थापित करने का एक हब बन रहा है। हम लोगों ने, प्रदेश सरकार ने इसकी अपनी एक पॉलिसी, उत्तर प्रदेश डाटा सेंटर नीति भी प्रदेश के अंदर लागू की और इसमें प्रदेश को 4 नए डाटा सेंटर स्थापित करने, आज डिजिटल इंडिया के युग में डाटा के अपने महत्व हैं और उस महत्व को ध्यान में रख करके 4 नए डाटा सेंटर जिनकी लागत 15,950 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की है और जिनमें लगभग 4,000 से अधिक नौजवानों को डायरेक्ट रोजगार मिलने की संभावना है, यह भी हम लोगों ने इस दौरान इसे पूरा किया। इन 100 दिनों में प्रदेश के अंदर मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क के कार्य का शिलान्यास भी संपन्न हुआ। प्रदेश में पहली बार आगरा, कानपुर, गोरखपुर में प्लेटेड फैक्ट्री कॉम्प्लेक्स के कार्य का भी, उस कार्य को, परियोजना को भी हम लोगों ने शुरू किया। और प्रदेश के अंदर यही नहीं, हम लोगों ने अनेक ऐसे कार्यक्रम किए जिसके माध्यम से न केवल औद्योगिक विकास के कार्यक्रम तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ सके, बल्कि इसके माध्यम से प्रदेश के अंदर रोजगार की संभावनाओं को भी एक नई ऊंचाइयां प्रदान कर सके। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने 2018 में अपने स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर एक जनपद एक उत्पाद की अपनी अभिनव योजना लागू की थी। उस समय बहुत सारे लोग कहते थे क्या होगा, आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि एक जनपद एक उत्पाद योजना ने प्रदेश सरकार के द्वारा कानून व्यवस्था की बेहतर स्थिति को लागू करने के फलस्वरूप प्रदेश के अंदर 21 सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज को लागू करने के बाद जो कार्यक्रम हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाए, आज उसके बेहतरीन परिणाम हम सबके सामने हैं। CMI के जो ताजा डाटा आए हैं उसके अनुसार प्रदेश के अंदर 2016-17 में जो बेरोजगारी की दर 18% के आसपास थी, आज वह घट करके औद्योगिक निवेश, सरकार के द्वारा दी जाने वाली नौकरियां, 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट की अभिनव योजना, विश्वकर्मा श्रम सम्मान की योजना और इन तमाम योजनाओं को प्रभावी ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने का परिणाम है कि प्रदेश के अंदर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो रेट है वह वर्तमान में 2.9% तक रह गया है। यानी युवाओं के कल्याण के लिए सरकार के द्वारा किस प्रकार के कदम उठाए गए, यह भी आज, और ये डाटा राज्य सरकार के अपने नहीं, ये देश की प्रतिष्ठित निष्पक्ष संस्थाओं के हैं, जिन लोगों के द्वारा केवल इसी सेक्टर में कार्य किया जाता है। प्रदेश के अंदर हमारे वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट की इस अभिनव योजना ने प्रदेश को एक्सपोर्ट का एक हब भी बनाया। इस वर्ष उत्तर प्रदेश का जो एक्सपोर्ट है वह 1,56,000 करोड़ रुपए का है। 2016-17 में यह लगभग 80,000 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास था। यानी इसने एक नई ऊंचाइयां दी हैं प्रदेश के परंपरागत उत्पाद को, और इसके माध्यम से रोजगार की तमाम संभावनाएं भी आगे बढ़ी। प्रदेश के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग सेरेमनी में 3 जून को आकर के प्रदेश के औद्योगिक विकास को एक नई गति प्रदान करने में अपना आशीर्वाद दिया। 80,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से जो उद्योग उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर लग रहे हैं, इनमें 5 लाख प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार और 20 लाख अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार भी प्रदेश के अंदर प्राप्त होगा। और यही नहीं, इन 100 दिनों के अंदर हमारी सरकार ने प्रदेश के अंदर 10,000 से अधिक सरकारी नौकरियां भी दी हैं। यानी अलग अलग विभागों ने इस पे कार्य किया, लेकिन केवल एक विभाग की ही मैं बात करूं तो अकेले गृह विभाग के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने जो 10,000 के नौकरी दिए जाने का लक्ष्य रखा था, उसे हम लोगों ने इस दौरान पूरा किया। और स्वतः रोजगार के साथ जोड़ने के लिए भी बृहद ऋण मेला के माध्यम से 1,90,000 उद्यम को प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने 16,000 करोड़ रुपए के ऋण वितरण के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने के साथ ही पूरे वर्ष भर का भी एक लक्ष्य रखा है कि 2,35,000 करोड़ रुपए के ऋण इस एक वर्ष के अंदर हम प्रदेश के नौजवानों को देने का कार्य करेंगे। यह स्वतः रोजगार के लिए, एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए यह योजना हम लोगों ने प्रदेश के अंदर बैंकर्स के साथ मिलकर के तैयार की है और इसे हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। यही नहीं, प्रदेश के अंदर प्रदेश के युवाओं को डिजिटली समर्थ और सक्षम बनाने के लिए 17 लाख से अधिक युवाओं को टैबलेट अथवा स्मार्टफोन वितरण के कार्यक्रम को भी सफलतापूर्वक आगे बढ़ाने में हमें सफलता प्राप्त हुई है। प्रदेश के अंदर राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतिस्पर्धा में जिन खिलाड़ियों ने पदक प्राप्त किए हैं, उन्हें सीधी भर्ती के माध्यम से राजपत्रित पदों पर नियुक्ति करने की व्यवस्था को भी इन 100 दिनों में प्रदेश सरकार ने अपना अनुमोदन दिया है और इस पर कार्य प्रारंभ भी हो गया है। प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने इस दौरान 400 से अधिक रोजगार मेले भी लगाए हैं, जिनके माध्यम से प्रदेश के अंदर नौजवानों को स्वतः रोजगार के साथ जुड़ने और उन्हें आगे बढ़ने में भी एक प्रकार से मदद मिलेगी। मित्रों, ये प्रदेश के अंदर अलग अलग सेक्टर के लिए सरकार के द्वारा की गई कार्य योजना का एक छोटा सा उदाहरण है। ये सरकार की दिशा को स्पष्ट कर देगी कि अगले 5 वर्ष के अंदर सरकार किस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रही है। अगर आप देखेंगे सरकार की पहली कैबिनेट का 2017 में हमारी पहली कैबिनेट आई थी, हमने किसानों के लिए उस समय ऋण मोचन के एक बड़े कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया था। 86 लाख लघु और सीमांत किसानों के कर्ज माफी के कार्यक्रम को संपन्न किया था। और 2022 की पहली कैबिनेट हुई थी, प्रदेश के 15 करोड़ गरीबों को प्रदेश के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना के साथ साथ राज्य सरकार के द्वारा भी फ्री राशन देने की उस व्यवस्था को आगे बढ़ाने का निर्णय हम लोगों ने पहली कैबिनेट में लिया था, जिसे
All right, we just heard Yogi Adityanath speaking there. It's been 100 days of the Yogi government highlighting that illegal loudspeakers have been removed and the state GDP has doubled in 5 years.
Well, let's have a look at all the other updates right now. Ahead of the assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has dissolved its entire Jammu and Kashmir unit. New unit will be announced soon. After weeks of protests across the country against Agnipath scheme, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the pleas challenging the scheme next week. This comes after a demand for early hearing on the petition was filed today. A vacation bench of the Justices Indira Banerjee and J.K. Maheshwari said the petitions will be listed next week before an appropriate bench upon reopening of the Apex Court after summer vacation. The PM has approved an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees each for the PMNRF for the next of kin of those who have lost their lives due to the tragic bus accident in Himachal Pradesh. The injured would be given 50,000 rupees each. 16 passengers, including some school children, killed in the Kullu accident today. This comes after a private bus rolled off a cliff in the morning at the newly shared road of Kullu district. Several teams have reached to effectively conduct the rescue operations. 2 cow smugglers were arrested and shot after they got injured in a gunfight with the police in UP's Kanpur. Accused Dilshad and his brother Shamsher were involved in cow smuggling and were later shot by the police. Both the accused were later sent to Kanpur's Ghatampur for treatment. The Bombay High Court on Monday granted bail to Siddharth Pithani, the former flatmate of actor Sushant Singh Rajput, arrested in a drugs case related to the actor's death. A single bench of Justice Bharati Dangre has granted the bail to Pithani on bond of 50,000 rupees. Pithani had sought bail, claiming he was framed in a false case. The Indian Army organized a wreath-laying ceremony at Imphal International Airport to honor the lives of the army personnel who lost their lives in the Manipur landslides. The death toll had risen to 42 now. Rescue operations are underway. PM Modi unveiled a bronze statue of freedom fighter Alluri Sitaram Raju at a special program on his 125th birth anniversary celebrations in Andhra Pradesh.
यहाँ भद्राचलम में श्री राम से लेकर यादाद्री में श्री नरसिम्हा तक, आलमपुर में जोगुलांबा से लेकर वरंगल में भद्रकाली तक इस पवित्र भूमि से ईश्वरीय आशीर्वाद हमारे भारत पर अविरल बरसते हैं.
The NIA team has reached the murder spot in the night. Has brought accused were to reconstruct the crime scene. The 4 accused were brought to the location. This is big news coming in right now. NIA team has visited the incident spot and they brought the accused to location for reconstruction. Priyanka, take us through the details.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. What we are learning from our sources is that the NIA team, in fact, that is here in Amravati, and we had seen that yesterday. In fact, the police had taken all of the 4 accused for reconstructing the crime scene to understand how exactly had they come to that lane where Umesh Kole had been brutally murdered and how many people had been involved. So these are just basic, parts of the investigation to reconstruct the crime scene, to actually get the first word from the accused themselves as to how their entire statement has been, what their part of the story is about, how they had carried out this kind of a brutal murder of Umesh Kole as well. Now, apart from that, we are also learning that, there are several other parts of the investigation that are now being looked into. As of now, the Amravati police also trying to carry out their investigation with respect to more accused who might have been involved in this, because now it is not about those 6 accused itself. This is also about the mastermind crime and the linkages that he had with the other people who might have been involved in this entire conspiracy as well, because the police also looking at the WhatsApp groups, looking at the social media to understand who really had carried out the conspiracy. And not just that, post the murder of Umesh Kole, there had been several messages on several groups saying that the revenge for Nupur Sharma, supporters of Nupur Sharma, has been taken, and that is why those people in fact who had sent such messages are also being taken into custody so that they can be questioned further about whether or not they had any kind of involvement in this entire matter, in this entire conspiracy of brutally killing Umesh Kole as well. So those are the updates that we are learning. Apart from that, we had also been learning that some more accused, including one Shamin, in fact, might have been on the lookout by the local authorities to find out what really was the role of all of these people and how they had been operating and mobilizing the rest of them via social media, via WhatsApp groups as well. Several of the WhatsApp groups are also under the scrutiny and they are going to find out who all were involved in those WhatsApp groups. There is already one link that we had seen, a group called Black Freedom, in fact, that was being used for sending these kind of messages, these kind of insightful messages as well. So all of that is under the scrutiny, and that is why more and more accused are also coming to light, because now the linkages that the authorities are looking into is that with the Irfan Sheikh, the key conspirator who is now being investigated, whose remand had been sought for by the police yesterday. Until 7th of July, the local police is going to interrogate Irfan Sheikh as well. And during the course of that interrogation, we are getting to know all of these details about how more and more people might have been involved in this kind of a conspiracy, of more and more people who might have used WhatsApp groups to carry out this kind of a conspiracy and also spread hate, incite the others as well. So all of that is in the purview of the investigation. But the latest, of course, that as per the procedure, the reconstruction of the crime scene is also being done. Shivangi.
Right. Priyanka, hold on. Now, as the cover-up angle is being investigated in the Amravati hate killing, Republic has confronted the Amravati DCP, but he refused to answer. Have a look.
नहीं, बंदोबस्त का सिर्फ हाँ, अभी यहाँ अमरावती शहर में इस कार्यक्रम स्थल पे टोटल 500 पुलिसमैन ऑफिसर डिप्लॉय किए हैं और ओवरऑल अमरावती सिटी में भी बंदोबस्त लगा है। अभी SRPF की 3 कंपनियां आई और ओवरऑल शांतिपूर्ण वातावरण रहने के लिए ये प्रिकॉशन लिया है। नहीं, बंदोबस्त का सिर्फ हाँ, अभी यहाँ अमरावती शहर में इस कार्यक्रम स्थल पे टोटल 500 पुलिसमैन ऑफिसर डिप्लॉय किए हैं और ओवरऑल अमरावती सिटी में भी बंदोबस्त लगा है। अभी SRPF की 3 कंपनियां आई और ओवरऑल शांतिपूर्ण वातावरण रहने के लिए ये प्रिकॉशन लिया है। नहीं, बंदोबस्त का सिर्फ हाँ, अभी यहाँ अमरावती शहर में इस कार्यक्रम स्थल पे टोटल 500 पुलिसमैन ऑफिसर डिप्लॉय किए हैं और ओवरऑल अमरावती सिटी में भी बंदोबस्त लगा है। अभी SRPF की 3 कंपनियां आई और ओवरऑल शांतिपूर्ण वातावरण रहने के लिए ये प्रिकॉशन लिया है।
All right, Priyanka, this is a big angle also we have on this story. Now, we know that there was a robbery claim being made by the police, and of course that has now been busted. A big cover-up. Even the family is saying that they're misleading narratives in this case. Take us through those.
Well, those parts of the investigation is something that we are going to have to look into, because but we had primarily also seen how the theory of the robbery that was being said or shared by the Amravati police has also fallen flat post the remand details that we have gotten about why Irfan Sheikh in fact had been involved and how the entire conspiracy had been going on. Now there are some technical details to this as well. In the remand itself, it has also been mentioned that Umesh Kole had 35,000 cash in his pocket, and he also had several gold chains in his neck. And looking at the fact that he had in fact been attacked in his neck, the theory that was being floated by the Amravati police that it was about the robbery falls flat, because there were arguments made in the court that if there was a robbery that was being conducted, the chains would have been snatched since the accused had access to the neck, since that is where he had in fact been attacked as well. So those parts are also being looked into, and we have seen post us also breaking these details, that several politicians have also come out and made these statements as well. For example, Member of Parliament Anil Bonde in fact has also stated that there needs to be an investigation into this entire matter as to why the Amravati police had been trying to subdue this matter, cover up this matter, as to why they were not sharing the right details with the people, with the media as well. So these are the kind of questions, and their claim right now, they are saying that this is the Congress guardian minister, the ex-guardian minister, in fact, who had been involved in this, and that is why she had been pressurizing the Amravati police. Now, these are allegations made by the BJP. They have also said that the Amravati police did not want to do anything about this entire matter. They wanted to subdue it after the political pressure, but they have claimed that if there was some kind of an intelligence that was shared with the NIA, with the local police, with the media as well, there could have been some kind of intelligence that they could have gotten about Udaipur as well. Now, these are claims explicitly that are being made by the BJP, and we are as of now learning about the legalities of it, the investigation of it that is expected to take place, and we are also expecting that the Commissioner of Police Aarti Singh is also going to be addressing the media at around 5 p.m. where she will be answering all of these questions that we hope to ask her. Shivangi.
Right. Priyanka, we just want our viewers to see how you try to question the DCP and they completely ducked the questions of Republic TV. Take a look.
So let's get in a word from the police officers themselves as to the security deployment that is being carried out here. Vikram Saleh is joining me right now. Sir, if you could tell me about the security deployment. We're seeing flag marches also being done by the police officers here.
Near about 500 policemen and officers deployed here in function place, and all over in city near about 1,000 policemen deployed each and every point.
सर, एक और चीज़ मुझे आपसे जाननी थी, क्योंकि अनिल बोंडे भी यहाँ पे थे, उन्होंने भी ऐसा कहा है कि अमरावती पुलिस ने कुछ ना कुछ एक मिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया इसको कवर अप की जो एलिगेशन.
Sorry.
All right, so you can see that the police officers in fact claiming that there is a security deployment here but refusing to answer about what really has happened about the misinvestigation and the cover-up thereafter as well.
Republic also spoke to the family of the Amravati victim who have alleged cover-up. The same thing that we have been speaking about, that there could have been a cover-up. Now here's what they said. Listen.
We all know what happened in Udaipur, but before that happened, there was another incident that took place in Amravati, right here in Amravati in Maharashtra, where one more person, in fact, had been completely victimized, surrounded, and there was a conspiracy that had been carried out to make sure that this one person, Umesh Kole, had been stabbed in the neck just because he had also shared supportive messages and posts with respect to Nupur Sharma. Let's get on a word with his family members, Mahesh Kole as well. Sir, ये बताइए क्या एग्जैक्टली घटना हुई थी उस दिन. पहले मैं ये जानना चाहूँगी कि 21 जून के दिन की घटना है ये. सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस हमने देखे कि किस तरह से पूरा घटना हुआ था कि 6 लोगों ने घेर के उनके ऊपर हमला किया. ना खाली वो, उनके बेटे वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, उनकी बहू वहाँ पर मौजूद थी और उनके सामने ये पूरा वार हुआ. आई एम सॉरी टू मेक यू रिपीट इट, पर अगर आप बता पाए हमें कि क्या हुआ.
एक रोज़मर्रा के लाइफ में जैसा वो दुकान बंद करके निकलते थे वैसे वो घर दुकान से निकले और जाते टाइम उनका बेटा एक 10-15 फीट पीछे था और वो आगे चल रहे थे. तो सडनली उनके लड़के ने देखा कि किसी ने उनके ऊपर हमला कर दिया है और वो नीचे गिर रहे हैं. तो नीचे गिरते टाइम उनके गाड़ी के लाइट में उन्हें दिखा कि एक दूसरा आदमी भी उनके गाड़ी के सामने से ऐसा हाथ में चाकू लेके जा रहा है. तो इसने चाकू देखने के बाद में अपनी गाड़ी की स्पीड बढ़ाई, गाड़ी छोड़ दी और भागते हुए गया. तो उन लोगों को जब ये देखा कि ये भागते हुए आ रहा है तो वो दोनों भाग गए और एक पहले से एक आदमी गाड़ी पे बैठा हुआ था. ये दोनों उस गाड़ी पे बैठे और तीनों अपने भाग गए वहाँ से.
ये क्या हुआ था उस टाइम पे, क्योंकि उनके बेटे वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, उन्होंने आंखों देखी, हमें भी पहले बताया था कि किस तरह से ये चीज़ हुई थी और 6 लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे और ऐसा कहना है कि पहले से ये कंस्पिरेसी रची गई थी, साजिश रची गई थी. कुछ 2-3 लोग पहले से आकर देखा जाते थे कि उन्मेश को ले कहाँ ट्रैवल करते हैं, उनकी रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी कैसी रहती है, तो उस हिसाब से उनके ऊपर अटैक किया.
हाँ, अभी कैसा है कि 3 लोग जैसे वो दुकान से निकले तो 3 लोग ये कॉर्नर पे थे. अभी हमें तो मालूम नहीं था कि, लेकिन वो सीसीटीवी कैमरा में हमने भी देखा कि 3 लोग यहाँ से बता रहे हैं और 3 लोग वो स्पॉट पे थे, जिसमें से एक जो था वो एक गाड़ी पे बैठा था और 2 लोग जो है वो नीचे चाकू लेके रेडी थे. लेकिन अंधेरा था तो एकदम से कुछ दिख नहीं सकता था, तो शायद उन्होंने गाड़ी की स्पीड कम हुई वहाँ पर तो उस चीज़ का फ़ायदा उठा लिया और एक ही वार हुआ है वो बहुत यहाँ एक नेक में लेफ्ट साइड में हुआ है और वो ऑन स्पॉट ही उनकी डेथ हो गई उसकी वजह से।
तो इसमें कंस्पिरेसी की क्या बात बताई जा रही है उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे, पर क्या प्राइमा फेसी रीज़न बताया जा रहा है, क्योंकि उनका एक व्हाट्सएप स्टेटस काफ़ी वायरल हो गया था नुपुर शर्मा के सपोर्ट में, तो क्या एग्जैक्टली घटना रही थी, क्या एग्जैक्टली रीज़न रहा था कि उनको इतना विक्टिमाइज़ किया गया?
नहीं देखिए, पहले तो कुछ आइडिया नहीं थी कि क्या रीज़न है क्या नहीं, लेकिन बाद में जब अभी कल पुलिस ने ये बताया है कि ये नुपुर शर्मा के जो पोस्ट वायरल हुए थे, तो वो पोस्ट उनके किसी एक दो ग्रुप पे जो वायरल हुए थे, उसी ग्रुप में शायद कुछ और लोग भी थे जिनकी वजह से फिर ये बाकी जगह पे वायरल हुआ और वो चीज़ थोड़ी सी ये हुई। तो लेकिन उसमें कैसा है कि जो पोस्ट हमें आती है वो फॉरवर्ड की पोस्ट थी, उन्होंने खुद ने लिखा हुआ कुछ भी नहीं था, तो ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं है। यानी बाकी ऐसा उनके स्टेटस पे या पर्सनल में ऐसा किसी को भेजा नहीं है उन्होंने।
तो ये कौन से ग्रुप्स थे, किस तरह से उनका क्या एग्जैक्टली स्टेटस था जो उन्होंने भेजा था, और क्या आपको अभी बताया जा रहा है पुलिस की तरफ से कि किस तरह से ये लोग थे, किस तरह से वो इन्वॉल्व थे, क्या कंस्पिरेसी रही?
नहीं, अभी देखिए इस बारे में पुलिस से हमारी कोई बात नहीं हुई है क्योंकि उनकी अभी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन की वजह से उन्होंने हमें शायद ये बात अभी तक के बताई नहीं है कि क्या था ये मामला ये। और ये जो ग्रुप था ये तो कैसा है कि उसमें कुछ इनके बिजनेस रिलेटेड लोग भी थे और कुछ फ्रेंड्स भी थे और कुछ बाहर के लोग भी थे, क्योंकि ये ग्रुप बनाने के बाद में सबको एडमिन बना दिया, जिसने ग्रुप बनाया था इसने सबको एडमिन बना दिया, तो एडमिन होने के बाद में सब ने अपने अपने हिसाब से उस लोगों को शामिल कर लिया था। तो ऐसा पर्टिकुलर एक वेटरनरी का ही ग्रुप है या ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं था, एक जनरल ग्रुप था ये।
कई सारे ऐसी भी मल्टीपल रिपोर्ट्स हमको पता चल रहा है, हमारे सोर्सेज भी पता चल रहा है कि कुछ थ्रेट कॉल्स भी आए जा रहे थे उन्मेष कोले जी को, ये घटना हुई उससे पहले?
नहीं, उसको थ्रेट कॉल कुछ भी आया नहीं, क्योंकि हमारी कोई चर्चा हुई नहीं इस मामले में, उसने किसी को बोला नहीं है और हमने भी ऐसा कभी उसको परेशान देखा नहीं, क्योंकि जब नॉर्मली ऐसे थ्रेट कॉल आते हैं तो आदमी उस दिन परेशान दिखेगा या किसी से बात करेगा, तो ऐसी कोई बात हुई नहीं थी। इनफैक्ट अगर ऐसे थ्रेट कॉल आते थे तो शायद ये नौबत ही नहीं आती थी,
तो भनक लग जाती कि क्या हो रहा है।
हाँ, तो भनक भी लगती थी और शायद जिनसे थ्रेट कॉल आ रहे हैं तो उनको भी हम वो बता सकता था कि भाई ये मैं कुछ इंटेंशनली ये डाले हुए ग्रुप में नहीं है, ये एक फॉरवर्डेड मैसेज है, तो शायद उससे बात ये हो जाती थी।
पर 21 जून की ये घटना हुई और कल की ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई पुलिस की, तो अभी तक ये सामने क्यों नहीं आया था? क्योंकि पुलिस अब तक ये बता रही थी कि ये रॉबरी की घटना है।
नहीं, पुलिस ने अपने स्टेटमेंट में मुझे नहीं लगता कि अभी बताया कि रॉबरी केस।
मीडिया को कहा है
नहीं, उनका कोई ऐसा प्रेस नोट नहीं निकला है। इनफैक्ट अमरावती के एक पेपर ने ये छाप दिया था कि ये रॉबरी है और उसमें तो उन्होंने ये भी छाप दिया था कि ये झटापट हुई है और ये कुछ ये हुआ था। हालांकि पूरा वाकया सबको मालूम है कि कोई आया, चाकू मारा, भाग गया, तो ये थोड़ा सा अमरावती के पेपर में ऐसा छप के आया था। उसके अलावा इनके तरफ से जब हमने पुलिस से बात की तो उन्होंने भी हमें बताया कि नहीं, हमारी तरफ से ऐसा कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं। मेरी खुद की बात हुई है इसको लेके सर से, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी तरफ से ऐसा कुछ भी स्टेटमेंट हमने दिया नहीं है कि ये रॉबरी केस है करके। ये अपना उनका ये है पेपर वालों का या किसी और का हो सकता है, लेकिन पुलिस की तरफ से स्टेटमेंट कभी आया नहीं, क्योंकि पुलिस ने हमें भी कभी बोला नहीं है कि ये रॉबरी केस है और हमारी उस तरह से जांच चल रही है। उन्होंने हमेशा हमें ये पूछा, जस्ट एक जनरल जो पुलिस इंक्वायरी करती है फैमिली की, उनके प्रॉपर्टी की, या इन्होंने कहाँ नया प्रॉपर्टी ली है, उस हिसाब से उनकी इंक्वायरी चल रही थी और उसी हिसाब से उनका तपास चल रहा था। जब पहले 2 लोग पकड़े गए, हमें बताया गया कि 2 लोग पकड़े गए हैं और हमारी कोई जांच चल रही है। उसके बाद में 3 लोग और उन्होंने पकड़े और उनका उसको लेके जांच चल रही है, लेकिन उन्होंने कोई भी डिक्लेयर नहीं किया।
ये जो 6 लोग थे उसमें से ऐसा भी बोल रहे हैं कि उनमें से 2-3 लोगों को आप पहचान पाए थे, या जो उनके बेटे थे जो विटनेस हैं इसमें, वो शायद पहचान पाए थे, क्योंकि वो रेकी कर रहे थे, हर जगह पे देख रहे थे कि उनकी क्या उनका रूटीन था। तो एक कंस्पिरेसी का एंगल भी एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन के तहत निकल कर आया है, तो उसके बारे में क्या जानते?
नहीं, जैसे पहले जो 5 लोग पकड़े गए थे उसमें से हम किसी को जानते नहीं थे और रेकी के बारे में भी नहीं। हमने जब वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज देखे तो भी हमें भी पता चला कि ऐसी कुछ रेकी हो रही थी करके, अदरवाइज हमें भी कुछ जान
उस टाइम पे पता नहीं चला,
उस टाइम में नहीं मालूम था। हाँ, अभी जो एक नया कल पकड़ा गया है सुबह या परसों शायद, यूसुफ खान, तो उसको हम जानते हैं।
कैसे जानते हैं?
वो एक वेटरनरी प्रैक्टिशनर है, तो वेटरनरी प्रैक्टिशनर होने की वजह से हमारा जो शॉप है, हम स्पेशल वेटरनरी शॉप ही चलाते हैं, उसमें सिर्फ मेडिसिन जो है सिर्फ वेटरनरी मेडिसिन रखते हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली उनके साथ में हमारे उसके उतनी डीलिंग है उनके साथ में, तो इसलिए भैया के बहुत अच्छे पहचान थे उनके साथ में और दोस्त भी थे।
तो क्या उनके थ्रू ही ये पूरी चीज़ हुई है, क्योंकि उन 7 में से आप खाली एक को पहचान पा रहे हैं?
तो एक्चुअली एक ग्रुप में भैया और वो कॉमन थे, तो हो सकता है कि उनके थ्रू भी हुआ होगा। अभी कैसा है, जब तक कि पूरी जांच होती नहीं हम भी नहीं बता सकते कि ये ऐसा ही हुआ होगा करके। लेकिन अभी पुलिस ने पकड़ा है और पुलिस अगर जांच कर रही है तो शायद उन्हें कुछ क्लू मिला होगा, और वो जो ग्रुप की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ शायद वो ग्रुप के कुछ उन्होंने कुछ पोस्ट देखे होंगे तो।
All right, we're getting some more breaking news on this story. Amravati gruesome murder. Another accused, Shamin, is being looked out for by authorities. Priyanka, take us through the details.
We were talking about this earlier as well, Shivangi, that more and more accused are coming to light with respect to these WhatsApp groups that have been functioning, and how these accused have been using social media and WhatsApp groups to mobilize this kind of a conspiracy, to implement this kind of a conspiracy, as well. And now one more accused, in fact, has come to light with the name of Shamin as well. And the police officials are as of now looking for him. And we are also learning that more accused who are coming to light with respect to the WhatsApp groups, as to where these messages had been shared and who really was in the part of that WhatsApp group as well. All of those people are being scrutinized to understand whether or not they had a bigger role to play in this entire conspiracy as well. So all of that is being investigated as of now, and more names of the accused are also coming to light, the latest being that of Shamin and others as well that have been absconding. And not just that, there are more people as well, names of accused that are coming to light who had been sending these messages of congratulating, of taking the revenge on Umesh Kole for supporting Nupur Sharma. So these are the kind of this is the trajectory of the investigation that the authorities are carrying out to understand what was really the nexus, who really had been involved in this, and were there any more people from outside of Amravati as well, or were there an international link as well. So all of that is in the purview of the investigation, and following that they are finding out more and more names via these WhatsApp groups, and of course other ways as well. More names will come to light where the authorities are going to look into their background and understand how much of a role did they play in this brutal killing of Umesh Kole. And right after that, we had been seeing more details of this investigation coming to light, and we'll be bringing you all the updates of this investigation right after this very short break.
Quick roundup of news in brief. In a first big win for Eknath Shinde camp, NDA candidate and BJP's Rahul Narvekar was announced as the new Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Now it's a crucial day in the Maharashtra politics today, as Eknath Shinde-led government will face the floor test in the Assembly. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Republic accessed the disqualification petition of Uddhav camp. Uddhav camp has filed a disqualification petition against the rebel MLAs with Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Against the rebel Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. Ahead of the crucial floor test, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis